Hello everyone and welcome to R6 Brazil, where today we're going to be sending two teams off to the Manchester Major. 1BO3 will determine which teams are going to be heading off. We have two of them today, so if you do the math, that's about two teams as well. I'm Jeannie, your host, joined by CDAPS, and we are in for a treat today because the amount on the line is pretty impressive.
Yeah, the stakes are so incredibly high and the competition level has been just as equal. So far in Brazil, the most competitive region that we've seen in such a long time, definitely continued that trend yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was a banger and a half. We saw two very quick 2-0s, to be completely fair here, starting off with Furia going up against Vivo Key Stars. I think for Furia particularly, we had a lot of questions in terms of how their performance is going to be going, and they answered them. And then we looked at E1, who also 2-0 Black Dragons. So unfortunately for both Vivo Key Stars and Black Dragons, they're out of contention for the major, but they are going to be competing for that 5th place spot. Now, when we're looking particularly at Furia, I think something to really highlight here, CDAPS, is the fact that coming into stage 1 of Brazil, this is a team that has won every single international title last year, but they looked lost. That reliability on those individual gunfights no longer seemed to be paying off, and it felt like they got figured out.
Yeah, it's one of those things with Furia that everybody was thinking, their playstyle, they have to win their gunfights. But then they went an entire calendar year of never having a game where they were losing those gunfights until this stage, and we finally got to get those questions answered of what happens when their guns aren't firing straight, when people like Hertz, people like KZ aren't dropping 20 kills per map. Who's going to step up on this team? And for a lot of the stage, the answer was kind of nobody, and they lost games as a result.
And that's a bit of a concerning situation to be in, but yesterday we saw them fight back. We saw them getting back into that old form, but then for me that brings the question, is this a flash in the pan, or are we going to continuously see that, and is that something we're going to be seeing today? E1, however, that's a team that on the other side of the coin didn't have too many expectations. We saw their roster, we said, yes, they can do something, but we didn't necessarily have the expectation that they'll be in the running for the major.
Yeah, this was a team that only beat rosters, only got points in games against teams that didn't make playoffs. All of the just remaining 5 teams that they would have to go up against for these major spots had already defeated them in regulation. It was not looking good for E1, but all of a sudden they bounced back and they looked pretty dang good and pretty dang dominant against a Black Dragons team who, by all metrics, should have had a perfect blueprint on how to beat this team.
Yeah, but unfortunately they didn't, and that puts them back into that 5th place competition in the bracket. Whereas when we're looking at today particularly, FaZe Clan Furia, W7M Esports E1, the winner of both of these matches is going to be going to the grand finals, but also on top of that qualifying for the Manchester Major. And there's a very important part here to keep track of, CDAPS, because if they qualify by going through the grand finals, they kind of get a straight ticket to a great stage.
Yeah, they go all the way to phase 2, and that's a nice little buffer zone where you're automatically going to be placed a lot higher in the major. You're going to get more SI points, you're going to get more money. Those are very important things for these rosters, but it's also not the scariest thing if you do lose this game. The 3rd place game, that's going to be a direct qualification match for phase 1 of the major, and overall we've seen a lot of teams just catch fire early in phase 1, maybe needing a little bit more experience, so it's not the end of the world.
Hey, you also get a little bit more of beans on toast, right? Because you're gonna be there longer automatically. You're gonna have that ability to scout out your competition. So regardless, qualifying not only for the grand finals but for state, important thing for either one of these teams. But then on the flip side, however, it is very lucky for the teams that don't win today that there is that lower bracket. You will still have one spot that you can fight for, so whichever one of these teams drops out today in terms of not winning, they still have a fighting chance. But we have Furia going up against FaZe Clan, which is pretty exciting because this is the literal grand finals of SI 2024, and my oh my, did we see a treat. And then we're going to be going up against W7M E1. Both of these rosters have proven themselves time and time again here within the Brazilian competition, so I'm excited to see how that one plays out as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited for match number 2 because maybe E1 will keep the same energy, but it's almost hard to overshadow match number 1. FaZe vs Furia is just a tale as old as time, all these Brazilian dominance threads just kind of coming together, and earlier on in the stage we did see FaZe kind of beat up on Furia pretty badly.
And that's a concerning point, but also I think to keep in mind the fact that what we've seen from Furia yesterday, I do think they are to an extent back in shape. But again, brings the question of, is it a flash in the pan? Are we going to see this again? Is it just something that clicked yesterday? Can they keep that momentum going? And if so, to what extent? Because I'm expecting both of these games to go all the way to 3 maps.
They very well could be, and I think that we're in for an absolute treat. These are going to be incredibly close games. The stakes are very, very important. A lot of these players, they haven't really, especially in match number 2, they haven't played for a game this important. I'm excited to see if they kind of rise up to the occasion or they crack under the pressure.
All right, that's absolutely something that we need to keep our eyes on, but we're going to be back straight after the break with the first game of today. FaZe Clan going up against Furia. You do not want to miss this one, so please do stick around. Welcome back, everyone, to R6 Brazil League. I'm Genie, joined with CDAPS, and we're bringing you the action of FaZe going up against Furia. Now, this was the grand finals of SI 2024, brought to you a little early. And what's on the line, you might ask? Another shot at representing the region on the international stage, this time around the Manchester Major. When we're looking at FaZe Clan particularly, this is a team that is at the top of the standing, CDAPS, and they have been performing so incredibly well game in and out.
Yeah, FaZe Clan have just been across the board so incredibly dominant. This roster right here is peak esports performance at this very moment, whether you like it or not. It's just kind of undisputed as the only undefeated team through the kind of the big three regions, being Brazil, EU, and NA. They're just playing so well, and there's really not any flaws you can directly point out at this team. And it's almost frustrating to think about, how would you even go about trying to beat this roster?
I don't know. You tell me, because when we're looking at FaZe Clan particularly, it feels like they're excelling at every single point, particularly the defense, but also their gunfights are just straight up nasty. So I feel like the only thing at this point you can do is hope to catch them on a bad day, or when we're looking at the likes of Furia, who did beat them in the SI Grand Finals, is that they need to step it up.
Yeah, you need to bring a certain energy to try to beat FaZe, but even with Furia, you know, they've only beaten them one time in the last calendar year, being that SI Grand Finals. But overall, FaZe just here in Brazil, they've continued the momentum and the utter dominance that they showed at the Sixth Invitational, where they just absolutely destroyed the top side of the bracket. They were in the winner's bracket the whole time. They weren't dropping maps, and they definitely have continued that trend here.
Yeah, and when you're looking at not dropping maps, particularly the position that puts you in is that you're great on every single map. And it doesn't really matter because you win regardless. Oregon potentially being the most dominant one when it comes to a 7-3 win. But all in all, FaZe Clan has the fundamentals of the maps down.
Yeah, and what's the most interesting thing about the map pool for FaZe is that after they beat Furia on Nighthaven Labs, they did confirm playoffs. And when they confirmed playoffs, they just went to Oregon. They brought it back to the basics, and that for me is definitely thinking, yeah, FaZe has been cooking something. This is very terrifying for rosters because they had an extra 2 weeks of prep essentially where they didn't have to show anything. They've been able to just save strats, but even more impressive than that, they're in quote-unquote saving strats mode, and they're still beating everybody.
Are they saving strats, or are we maybe trying to like overanalyze and overcook it? Most likely not. It is a team like FaZe, and they're probably comfortable in whatever map you take them to. But I think again, a really big part of their comfortability and their success comes down to their individual players on this roster and people stepping up to the plate, particularly when we're talking about a player like Cyber, who has had such a fundamental impact on how these rounds are playing out, yet that doesn't maybe necessarily reflect on some of these statistics.
Yeah, I think that Cyber is the perfect epitome of the eye test, just defying the numbers because of how he plays. He's still one of, if not the greatest fraggers in all of Brazil, but his stats don't necessarily show that, and it's because of how FaZe utilize him. They really do send him on an island. They let him just be so self-sufficient, and he doesn't really need a whole lot of support. And maybe on the defensive side, it's difficult because he gets cleared and he might die, and you know, his KD doesn't look that great, but he'll take 2 minutes off of the clock. And sure, maybe once again he's slightly underperforming statistically, but I would in no just stretch of the imagination ever say that Cyber is not performing and helping this team.
Yeah, and that's something sometimes when the numbers do lie to you, that's not necessarily something that we see very often. But at the end of the day, 2 minutes off a clock is such a big amount of time when it comes to these rounds individually, when it comes to Siege. So that is definitely something that he has had a great, tremendous impact on. Question remains, is that something that they can replicate against the likes of Furia? Because when we're looking at Furia particularly, this is the former W7M roster, the roster that has picked up every win internationally last year, which means they have a lot of experience, but also an incredible amount of expectations on their shoulders, which we haven't necessarily seen up until we entered these playoff stage.
Yeah, and when you're talking about Furia with the fraggers, you got to talk about the duo, you got to talk about Herds and KZ, who you can definitely say are the scariest duo in any team globally to have to go up against. And we really are going to need to see Herds as well as KZ step up to drop off somebody like Cyber, but it's just going to be an uphill battle.
Are we so back? Like, are we really? Can we say that? Because at the end of the day, yesterday, yes, they performed really well. They had some incredible entries, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to be seeing that today, especially when it comes to a team like FaZe, who are the best on the defense in the league.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult because of how strong FaZe are on the defensive side, but if we're looking at how Furia operated in the early round against a roster like Vivo Keystars, who was also a top defensive team, they looked a lot better just overall, and being able to convert a lot of entry engagements is something that we always bring up with Furia because of their play style. It's a statistical correlation of, hey, when they're succeeding in the early round, it means that all their plans are working. They're getting the full court press, and definitely against Vivo Keystars, a lot of the reason that we say, hey, yo, Furia is back, is because they were finding that sort of dominance in the early round.
Yeah, and that was also due to the fact that players were finding a lot of dominance individually. That's something that the roster has historically been very good at. But when we're looking at yesterday, particularly JV92 was a player that had stepped up time and time again. And that's something that we're kind of used to from the side of Furia, where you have one or two players just really stepping it up and just putting everybody in their backpack.
Yeah, JV92 had a phenomenal game, probably the best series that we've seen out of him in quite some time. Hey, Herds and KZ still did well, but just they were completely paled in comparison to how dominant JV92 was. If you look down at the bottom right there, 10 multi-kills in a 2-map series is insane. That was absolutely insane to see, because it was just time and time again. More often than not, you would just see him go for 2 kills, go for 3 kills, and single-handedly win a round.
Yeah, and that's the thing to also really be scared of when it comes to a roster like Furia, because now that international appearance is on the line, and I feel like when there's a lot of pressure, this is a roster that genuinely knows how to perform, how to keep it cool, and how to just make it able to get a comeback. So I don't want to say worried for FaZe Clan, because I think FaZe Clan, when it comes to that consistency and when it comes to how they have been playing in this entire stage, has been phenomenal. But I think this one is definitely going to be a punch for punch, blow for blow. But most importantly, what we need to be looking at here is, because it's a best of 3, it allows for more than just Oregon to come through.
Yeah, even though it does come into the back pocket of FaZe Clan, but overall, Border and Chalet, those are the only permabans in FaZe's pool, meaning that they can go pretty much anywhere else and feel comfortable. Furia, they pick out Bank, which is a strong map in their back pocket. They destroyed Vivo Keystars on it earlier off in the stage, and we will also be going to a Cafe Decider, which I really like for FaZe Clan, being able to have the option between Nighthaven Labs, which, you know, is tried and true between these two teams, and it would be very, very well known. The Cafe, not so much. And the last time we saw Furia on that map, they got slapped real hard by Black Dragons.
All right, well, we're going to find out whether or not that's exactly what Furia is looking forward to in terms of building the lead on a map that they're comfortable with, because we're ready to head into the first game of the series of Furia going up against FaZe Clan, a BO3 with our casters. We have Gibson and Parker.
Yeah, we're making our debut here, and we are already ready for Bank Gibson. Welcome aboard, our first time ever working together, and I'm gonna ask the age-old question that every interviewer likes to default with. How are you feeling?
Possibly the most exciting matchup that we could possibly have to kick off today. And the big thing is, can FaZe, you know, banish that demon and beat Furia now in more than a best of 1 scenario?
I mean, I would have said, which team of these out of the 2 would I favor going into this stage? I would have said, well, it's gotta be Furia, right? But with the way they've played so far, I tip my hat towards FaZe Clan, undefeated in the entirety of the stage and almost perfect in regulation as well. Of the 9 games that were played, FaZe Clan dropped only 2 of those matches in overtime. The rest were all clean sweeps. They come in with a +23 round differential. There aren't a lot of weaknesses on the side of FaZe Clan whatsoever. And for a team that seems to be having a bit of a championship hangover, there might be some serious concerns here for Furia to win this best of 3.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. They've just looked like they've not had the consistency that they had last year. You looked at their form, you know, it's not a case of they were putting wins together. They were winning 1, winning 2, losing 1, winning 1. That was the case of their start to their season. So this is a big opportunity for them to kind of remind everybody of the pedigree they have. Ban phase almost through to completion. We've lost the Monty, we've lost the Capital, we've lost the Cade. And Parker, the last ban will be the Azami.
Pretty standard bans here when you look at the way that Brazil shakes out. Azami up there with Valkyrie and Fenrir as the 3 most banned defenders. Kaid is just behind Azami, so 2 of the top 4 bans. I am almost certain that with this map being the way it is, and this bomb site in particular being the way it is, we're going to see a healthy amount of Fenrir, as is talked about by most of the analysts here. Fenrir tends to gain strength when it comes to maps that have narrow corridors, hard walls where you can stash one of those gadgets. In this particular bomb site, you're going to gain a lot of value by putting those Fenrir gadgets somewhere near the stairs, maybe somewhere near servers to slow down a blue push, a server take, etc. But then on the other side of things, Capital ban is far from ordinary. He's only been banned 3 times through all of Brazil. Very low ban rate. And I'm curious what FaZe Clan are thinking by taking this out of action. FaZe Clan obviously banning the Capital means that they're anticipating that Furia will be caught up by this ban.
I think it's a clever ban, really, because when you think about attacking sites like this, holding control inside of red is something teams like to do quite a bit. So the ability to flame it off is something attackers can use. But as it's banned out, it will be a non-factor in this game. Big thing in the setup for the early stages of Furia now is just getting as much information as they can. Is there a roam presence here from FaZe Clan? Is there anything that they need to dismantle before they can approach site?
One thing that will be front of my mind is how much map control are FaZe Clan going to allow Furia to take? And I'm very particular with my words here because this is a map on Bank being as big as it is. This is a very roam-friendly map for all of the bomb sites. We've seen teams iterate on defenses when it comes to this bottom floor. And yeah, sometimes you see your turtle strats where it's enabled by a Goyo or a Mira and you'll play entrenched and far enough back. But already we're seeing that FaZe Clan have established presence on this first floor. Well, I was saying that, and then KDS, I don't know if he got droned or what, but over a minute's gone off of the clock and he'll drop through that elevator hatch. So things should be relatively okay now for Furia to take this first floor and start to work on the hatches.
Yeah, it's just the way of the world. Once you say something, the opposite will happen, but there's about a minute and a half now to work with. They will start to try to open the hatches. The Tub will be able to use those Kodos to keep the hatches closed for even longer, delaying this execute on the round. So you can have as much control up on the top floor as you like, but until you get those hatches open, you can't really execute, Parker, and without an engagement yet with a minute and 15 to go.
The person that I'm going to be watching most is Herds. He enters the day as one of the best rated players in any region, period, though he has fallen off a little bit, lost that title to JV92. Herds and JV92 both have broken 100 kills. There's only 6 players in this region right now. 5 players in this region. No, technically 6 if you include Perez's 100 kills that have either 100 kills or have broken 100 kills. Telepox is only 3 away himself, so close enough. KZ 6 away. That's also because Furia's matches, Gibson, have not been easy affairs. They tend to play a lot of rounds, and because of that, they're going to have higher kills. Now, final 30 seconds. Everybody's still alive in the server. Utility dump from the attackers on the side of Furia. FaZe Clan far enough back that they'll wait and greet these Furia players as they go to drop. Soul's trying to slow this down. Toxic canisters going out. Cyber will catch Velopox. It's the first drop from Furia. Now it's Handy swinging over towards main stairs. He knows there's somebody there, or at least seems to think it. Fighting shadows at the moment as Vidaking takes down JV92. Nade will go for the plan. Herds the cover. KZ also there. Nade dies to Souls. Everything falling apart, and the timer will run out. FaZe Clan not breaking much of a sweat on that first round.
No, and time was really their biggest ally that whole round. You looked at the fact that they had a roam presence for the first minute. Then they dropped, and then the Tubarao was able to keep the hatches closed for another 30 to 40 seconds inside the round. It just made it so that when Furia had to execute, they had no time to work with, and they didn't really have the ability to lose players left, right, and center. So, really good first round by the side of FaZe Clan. I think they'll be pretty happy, but it is par for the course, particularly on Bank, to win basement on the first map.
Bank tied with Oregon for the most played map in this region. Yesterday we got to cast, or well, at least Nick and I got to cast one NA match before the servers died. But we talked about how these bomb sites play out and whether it's attacker favored, defender favored, etc. In Brazil, Bank is sitting at basically a 50-50 map. 51% of all rounds won by the defenders, 49% won by the attackers. That means anything can happen in this first half. You can have a 5-1 first half, and it's not going to be that abnormal. You could have a 3-3 first half, and it wouldn't be too abnormal either. One thing I will say, a bottom floor bomb site of Locker's CCTV holds a 59% win rate for the defenders. Things get a little bit grim after that. CEO, the upstairs bomb site, only sitting at a 44% win rate. So this far more favorable territory for Furia. But of course, it's FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan makes all these numbers a moot point because they are so good at the moment. Furia picked this map. They expect to do well on it. They have to ensure that FaZe Clan cannot run up the score on this first half.
Yeah, I think the big thing is for Fury is the fact that this is a map they do like to at least try to play on. You know, they only banned it once this season. It was banned against them almost every single game. So we might get a chance to see why as we move deeper and deeper into this game. Early pressure being established on the site here with getting players on the window. They've got a player on lobby repel, meaning that those players on the window's only real fear is a vault out. But even at that, they should have claymores down to prevent that from being a problem. They're establishing a very good drone network here as well to get as much information as possible. But as always, we're getting very close to that halfway point on the round. And Nade with the cases inside lobby as Souls finds the opening pick.
I like that you touched upon the drone network because I was going to say the same thing. Fury has been very aggressive with their drones, but look at what they're left with. Only one active drone at the moment. So FaZe Clan don't have a Mute, they don't have a Mozzie, they don't even have a Soulless, and yet they've still managed to take away all but 2 of Furia's drones, and it's hurting Furia at the moment. This has been a feckless entry so far. They've lost 2 players. Souls has not been flushed out of this position inside of Elevator. There's not a lot of bright spots at the moment, especially with KZ now on an upside down skylight rappel in the middle of the lobby. Excuse me, he's allowed to do this? Souls inside of Elevator. You also had banana control for FaZe Clan, and yet they allow KZ to live far longer than I would have thought.
Yeah, but it is time to go for the execute now as Nade will repel in towards the site, but he's caught out from the player inside Janitor. The prone Souls finds another one. Fleepox will trade it back, but it's a 4 versus 1. You've got 35 seconds to go. You don't have any real information to work with whatsoever. The defenders have full information on your position. So, Fleepox scouting, looking, trying to find the kill, but in the end it's an exercise in futility as FaZe Clan take a 2-0 lead.
Futile is the word I would use to absolutely describe these first 2 attacks from Furia. They have not really shown much promise whatsoever. This has been FaZe Clan dominating on what isn't even the necessary better side. I'd like to go back to the Capitao ban here because this, I have to imagine, this has tripped up Furia more than we anticipated. Obviously, Capitao is a very strong operator across the board, and yeah, I mean, his prevalence rate isn't really that great. He's got a 20% pick rate so far through all of these matches, which puts him somewhere around like 14th or 15th most picked attacking operator. And while Capitao isn't necessarily a meta pick, he does bring a lot of utility to the table. And I mean, if you're going to look at an operator that on that bottom floor is going to pin down the defenders and cause serious harm, Capitao does an excellent job of that. Those 2 fire arrows can isolate the defenders. Grim was played that way by Furia in the very first round, and I wonder how much of that was just a substitution or maybe they'd work together. But you look at the players on Furia, and Capitao is not a must-pick operator for a lot of these players across all maps. It might be map-specific, but FaZe Clan have sprung out to a 2-0 lead. They've burned Furia's timeout already on Furia's map, Gibson. You've spent 6 minutes in this server, and you've already had to use your timeout. That's a very troubling sign for this Furia team, and while the right side of your screen shows that a single kill through 2 rounds, there's obviously trouble in the water for Furia.
I actually love that you bring up the early use of the timeout because I had the chance to talk with several coaches over the stage, and one of the topics that we really dialed in on was the usage of those timeouts. Obviously, the coaches wish that they had 2, you know, 1 per attacking half, 1 per defensive one. But when I spoke about early uses of these, it's because the coaches will have looked at it and it's like they're not doing what they set up to do. The coach straight away has said they're not locked in, they're not following our A, B's and C's. There's another entry pick falling at the hands of FaZe Clan as Nade will go down. But in reality, that timeout is Furious coaches felt that was necessary because they're just not doing what the game plan wanted them to do.
No, I mean, what better way to break the spirits and motivation of a team than to immediately get a leadoff pick in the first 30 seconds? Not even the first 30 seconds, it was like the first 15 seconds. And it's Nade. You've got 2 hard breachers on the board. Yeah, I guess you could argue that a Thermite is still very well equipped to deal with those panels leading into break room. But if you look at the setup right now from FaZe Clan, you have to get yourself into harm's way to get those exothermic charges down. It's one of the big drawbacks to a Thermite versus a Hibana and an Ace is that with Hibana and Ace, you can apply that hard destruction from range. Thermite, not the way to do that. Not an operator that can do that. And with Cyber lurking right now, sitting inside of Archives, the moment that that Thermite gets close, if this goes undroned, Furia will be in serious trouble.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. I think Thermite works best on maps with direct access from the outside, but Herds creeping down square stairs. Cyber's phone call should have given away the position. The phone call will go off once more, but Cyber will get himself one. He gets himself a double. There's a triple on the round. KZ will trade it back, but is it too little, too late? 4 versus 2. And look, you've got no hard breach, so Parker, you've got to try force your way into sight other ways now.
I mean, the benefit is that because FaZe haven't fully reinforced this, you've got a buck. KZ can find an opening. He's last alive, though, as Vidaking trades out Felipox. Oh, my. KZ with 2 kills this round. Nobody else on the team managing a single kill, and KDS was holding from above. It was really just... It was waiting to die. They were letting him steep like a nice tea, just letting him get stronger. And then eventually it finished off as if you would drink the tea, if I can continue with this metaphor. 3-0 for FaZe Clan, and none of these rounds have really shown much promise for Furia. That one was technically closer just based solely on kills. But if you only get 2 kills a round, you're not even going to come close to victory. Furia really need to solve this problem because this game is slipping away from them very fast.
It's almost as if they got so hyper-focused on the wall and everything around it that even with the Dokkaebi calls going off, those logic bombs, they didn't realize that Cyber was there in Archives. He was tucked in a corner. He had no real avenue of retreat from that point. So what they needed to do was drone him out, or at least use the information that they had. But you lose 3 rounds in a row on attack. Now you got to focus on transitioning over to basement. Looking at the setup that the defenders are bringing, I assume it's going to be very similar to what they had the first time around. It's an almost identical lineup. They've got the Tuberal once more. The big thing last time was that internal clock. Once a minute had gone, they gave up control of the map and just turtled up on site. And Furia then had to do all their, their standard tasks with only 2 minutes to do them.
Well, back down where we began. The spawn and floor bomb site, Fort Knox when it comes to bank in terms of defender win rate. Crazy to think, JV92 and Herds yet without a kill. Felipox's kill came what? I think it was in the first round, and that was it. A dreadful start from the defending world champions, especially in what is a very highly sought after rematch. These were the 2 teams that made it to the finals, and hey, maybe a small opening now for Furia as they've managed to subdue Cyber, but Andy would bait him out, and oh my goodness. They lure them right into the trap, Gibson.
They did, but it's traded back 4 versus 4. Remember, if you're watching this and you had your eyes on SI, Furia were in a much bigger hole than the one they find themselves in right now on that final map on Labs here in Bank. So they can still claw their way out. You've still got KZ, who in my opinion is one of the most explosive players in the world. Herds gets a lot of the acclaim for the side, but I feel like KZ is every bit as important as that great 1-2 punch. But a minute and 30 to go. You can see all those silhouettes have essentially now made their way back towards site, and that gives Furia the information they need. But where do they push in from? Because they don't have that capital we spoke about. Felipox can get information, Parker, but you still have to force that pick that gives you some control here in basement to work with.
I think that explosive potential that you touched upon for KZ is something that is actually held by most of these players on Fury, and I know you didn't mean to omit the rest of them, but I mean, Nade has explosive potential, sitting at 0-3. JV92, explosive potential, also 0-3, but I feel like FaZe Clan are very well suited to deal with the fact that this game has been slowed down. The site changes and some small operator tweaks have hit every single team. It feels like almost every squad that was at SI has taken a sizable step back, except for FaZe Clan. Obviously, this is going to be their toughest battle. And we get down to the final 30 seconds. You can see the state of this site right now. Smoke's going off, gas going off. It's a waiting game for Furia, and well, they don't have the luxury of time to wait much longer.
They don't, and they can't really get that wall open either because of the mirror. The positioning of it means Thermite cannot pop, but the smokes, those toxic babes, just choking out the site. Philippox is going for what could be a very big flank on the round. Souls will get us one, and the case is now going to begin to go down. JV92 with control of verticality will find what is an important pick, but Nade's got only 5 seconds to get the case down. JV with a huge mountain of a task. He's going to fall, and that'll be the round. And FaZe Clan sprint out to a 4-0 lead.
Oh my god! What? I have a lot of questions there, because you've got JV92 killing everybody from the hatch above in a very powerful spot. Extremely hard to challenge him if you're FaZe Clan. Time obviously not on the side of Furia. So what does Nade do? He walks in, sets down a talent shield, begins to plant. It looked like everything was going well. I don't know if there was a call from the team or if Nade himself had an issue with where he was positioned, but it seemed like from our vantage point that Nade was in a strong spot. I didn't see any vulnerability. As far as I'm aware, all of those toxic canisters had been thrown out by the smoke. All you really need to be worried about at that time is a potential nitro cell. But again, you've got JV92 in a spot where he can easily see that get tossed. Nade might be in a position to die if the nitro cell gets thrown, but what happens? 7 seconds left on the clock. Nade actually gets off of the plant, holds up the Talon shield, moves forward, sets it down again, and all of that ground that you had gained at the very beginning of that objective play is now gone. You've wasted too much time, and by the time that Nade attempted the defuse plant again, it was under 7 seconds, which means if he dies while planting it or tries to replant it, you're now in that 0-0 time frame. You've lost the round. JV92 sits from above. He's doing an excellent job of coverage, but then he dies in his fight because he tries to drop to help out Nade because FaZe Clan swings it. What happened on the side of Furia there? Why did they stop the plant when it looked like it was good? Was there something that we missed? I'm genuinely at a loss for words there, because that seemed like Furia had the round in pocket, and yet now it's FaZe Clan sitting up 4-0.
The only thing that I can think of is they didn't want the case to go down that close to the solid wall where the player on the hatch couldn't cover it. That's the only thing that I can think of, but I agree with you. 3 minutes can seem like a long time to attack a site, but it comes down to that 3-second adjustment. Those extra 3 seconds that it took to reposition to get the case down once more is really what cost them at the end of this round. I don't know if this tech pause is good timing or bad timing for Fury, because yes, they're going to have to sit and reflect on everything that's gone wrong. But I feel like we could talk about Furia all day long and like the little things that aren't going their way. We've got to give a lot of credit to FaZe Clan. They have been, I said this in the pre-call, they kind of feel like the final boss right now with the way they've started off this stage. And they're showing it. They're showing absolutely no respect to Furia. They're roaming the map freely. They're winning almost every single entry engagement. And one of the things that Furia built the platform for their success in 2023 was their ability to find that opening kill, was their ability to be the aggressor. But FaZe Clan have just pulled that carpet from beneath them.
I believe that the issue with the tech was due to FaZe's coach not being able to hear. I mean, there was a very long camera shot. I don't know if you noticed. Of in between the break at the end of round number 4, and maybe Rafadel was having problems listening in. I'm not entirely certain, but I mean, he was sitting there. They all had long looks on their face. Cyber turned around to listen to the admin speaking to the coach. All we can do, obviously, is speculate. We are not in Sao Paulo. I know this might confuse people. I am in Toronto, Canada. You are. I actually don't know where you are in Ireland. I mean, obviously, don't dox yourself, but
it's rural. I'm in rural Ireland. Think Alaska in the US, and that's pretty much where I am in Ireland. And look, it just means that we don't get the information as quick as you. But I think what a right thing to do now is to jump into a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the continuation of FaZe Clan versus Furia. We'll be back in a few.
Wait, hold on a second here. Do you see the score? Was that round? There must have been. Oh, you know what it might have been? There is an issue right now in the game with
the
planting and it pulling you off of the plant. It didn't even occur to me that might have been the culprit. It could have been a tech pause for something technical, or it could have just been a round replay, but it appears that we are having a complete do-over. Wow, these are rare.
This is where I question you, though. Does this favor FaZe Clan more, or does this favor Furia more? Because both teams technically put all their cards on the table in the last round. So do you feel that Furia get the benefit now, knowing exactly what setup FaZe Clan have and how they intend to play?
Yeah, I mean, I think conventional wisdom suggests that once you've been able to fully see the defender's setup, the attackers are put in a very big advantage. Though, I mean, obviously it does cut both ways because you know how Furia is going to go about attacking this site. I will say there wasn't really anything groundbreaking about Furia's attack. You know, they got that, they almost got that first pick. It was traded out, if you recall. They got the down on the cyber, and then Handy, you know, baited them as FaZe, or as Furia tried to almost thirst for the kill. But, I mean, Furia is obviously going to expect a different set of defensive structures, whether it be the actual site itself or just the way it's roaming. And I mean, take a look. Are they going to expect the fact that both Handy and Cyber are in virtually the same position upstairs in open area? If I was Furia, I wouldn't necessarily be expecting that. So you need to ensure that you're droning it out, preparing yourself. I obviously think that the rehost benefits Furia, but is it enough of a difference maker? I'm not entirely sure.
That's the question that's got to be answered. Only 5 drones left for Furia to work with, as they lost most of them in the prep phase of that game. The double mirror setup working once more, where essentially you cannot get that wall open unless you bring an ace, but they don't have one. They can't bring one because they're tied into the setup they had in the previous round. Hibana will get all of those hatches open. Thermite will get this breach open a little bit earlier than last time, and finally the first pick will go into the hands of Furia as they take a 5-4 player count lead.
Yeah, I mean, look at how much more efficient Furia has been on this entry because they know exactly what they're working with here. And that right there should answer your question. Furia know exactly what FaZe Clan are doing. They knew that they were in open area. They managed to chase Cyber and Handy off very quickly. They punished Souls, which means no smoke. Toxic gas was integral for FaZe Clan in that previous round, as we see for most teams when it comes to defending this bottom floor bomb site. FaZe Clan are now going to have to deal with it without it. They've got 3 nitro cells, so at least there's some insurance here. Now the rodeo begins. Nitro cell goes out. JB92 falters. Nade taking an awful lot of damage. Another nitro will have to go. KDS and Vidaking there, but they can be able to get to it in time. Oh my goodness. This is egregious. Cyber waiting for the call. He pushes up. There's one directly on his left. Picked apart. I'm actually quite surprised that FaZe Clan didn't rotate over to try to stop this. It's a 2v2 now. Another Talon shield to go out. Erd's watching the hatch from above, but Handy's on the flank. Erd's was waiting for it. 2 kills. The round was FaZe's, but issues have now set us back to where we were. And it looks like the result this time will be in favor of Furia. It all comes down to KDS, who's got the impossible task of pressuring the Osa while the hatch is being watched. This is a suicide mission. You might as well pad your stats, but the timer's going to give this round to Furia. And Nade didn't need to really move a muscle.
Yeah, much better round, and you can hear the crowd, you can hear the players. That meant a lot to Furia, and maybe something like that could be what they needed to kickstart their game. They got the case down, the cover was there this time around, but it just goes to show how important it is getting that opening pick on the attacking side. I think we're living in a world now, should I say, we're living in a society now, Parker, where getting the opening pick on attack is so important. But that C4 not landing onto the Osa is probably the most important thing in that entire round.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they were so quick to clear out open area. They were quick to open the hatches. The Tuberal was not really proficient at slowing them down. Look at KDS. He's still got 2 of his Zoto canisters in back pocket. So is there an argument that can be made that maybe FaZe Clan could have stalled Furia's assault a little bit more? Yeah, absolutely. But Furia knew the setup they were working with. Furia knew where FaZe Clan were going to establish their players. FaZe Clan really didn't change that much up. Most of these were just like micro changes. The fact that Furia were able to clear out open areas so quickly and then close in on the bomb site really does go to show you that when you give literal world champions an opportunity to redo a round that they lost by a hair, they're going to win it by a mile, and Furia did not disappoint whatsoever.
Yeah, it's probably the first round this whole game as well where Furia actually upped the tempo. They were playing a really slow game up to this point. We reposition now, we go back up to the top floor, and KZ can get to work with those Rotero drones, getting rid of tons of utility. You know, is there barbed wire? Can you clear them? That soft wall that you see the position inside of CC, can you open up that to clear the Wamai from this position too? But the ace in their hole is Philippox playing on the blitz. The longer they can keep him hidden, the better it could be for when that execute comes. But you've got to clear KDS. You've got to deal with a player inside of Johnny.
This is a bit of an abnormality to see him on that particular operator. I mean, there is a Monty ban, and it was banned out by Furia. Shields have a very strong place the current way that this game is played, and especially on a map like Bank where you can chase down roamers who are usually unsupported. You won't find more value from a blitz than a blitz running against a lone roamer with no backup whatsoever. It's a terrifying prospect, especially when you're dealing with somebody like Philippox. Yeah, you're right. How long can he stay hidden for, and what is the application of this operator?
Well, they're opening up the soft wall, which does mean they can push directly from that square double door into sight. And I think that might just be what the plan here is. Herds is keeping an eye over towards Office, making sure that none of those defenders will peek. KZ repositioning himself now as well. But all of the chips are starting to stack over on the square side. Remember, Nade has the case. He's playing on the windows. No control whatsoever in the north as the first kill will come through. JV finds one, traded back by KZ, but here's Philippox taking control now of Janitor Corridor. Can they clear Marble Stairs? 50 seconds to go. Handy pulls one back, and all of a sudden, it's starting to look very favorable now for FaZe Clan, and they take down the Blitz.
He's just took way too much damage on the initial entry, and it's not really that challenging to stop him. Bit of brotherly love there as Nade dies, Handy credited with the kill, and FaZe Clan have only suffered a single casualty. JV92 looks like he might have got the down, but I mean, down is not out. It's literally in the name. You're still very much in it. FaZe Clan take 4 rounds so far. They might have lost the other round because of a rehost/redo, but they gain it back. Furia barely treading water at this point on their own map. It is looking, I will say, like a defender-sided Bank, but again, when you go up against a team like FaZe Clan, the numbers on the maps are not necessarily that important. FaZe Clan can win on attack on a defender-sided map. That's how good they've been this stage. So the real test is going to be, how do those first 2 defenses for Furia look? Because frankly, Gibson, if FaZe wins this round, it could be a 5-1 half. Which could mean that Furia only gets 2 attempts on defense, depending on the results of those rounds.
That's the worst case scenario for Furia, right? And easily it could have been 5-0 here as well for FaZe Clan. But this is Bank, this is Furia's pick. Things have not gone the way that they would have wanted it to go so far. But if you do win this round, 4-2 split is not something that's, you know, to be laughed at inside of Siege. I think, considering how they started, Furia would sacrifice their arm to get a 4-2 split now going into this final round. But they have a lot of work to do, and the big problem again, Intero, look at the drone economy. They've only got 5 to work with. In the prep phase, they're losing the ability to gain so much information.
I mean, it's gonna kill you, frankly. You've lost half your drones in 30 seconds. Yeah, you might have gotten a good look at some of the site setup, and maybe you've been able to find a roamer or 2, but what are you going to have for the actual cut and thrust of the round? I will say, I do like the fact that Fury is kind of blowing off the roof when it comes to this operator lineup. A Nook and a Ying are operators that we have not seen so far. Ying actually being banned so regularly has led some of us to speculate, are teams even prepping for a Ying? KZ just gets fed his own head as Handy swings the elevator after that last great round. He's still feeling himself, and Furia will feel the heat, down 1 with 2 minutes to go.
That's a big loss, losing KZ so early, and it was such an ego swing from Handy as well, knowing that there was somebody probably there. Herds, now a little bit lost, will find that Valcam, which, guess what, would have been easier to find if your IQ was still inside the game. But it may just call now for a reposition. You look at the lineup they have. Do they have enough? You know, they don't even have the hatch and lobby open yet, and Herds is beginning to push down marble stairs.
There goes a nade as well. If you're going to bring a Nook, you typically want to go down those stairs or even through garage. And you got KDS as your main obstacle right now. Philippe Hawks droning in the elevator, position that we had previously seen Handy play off of. He's now worked his way back to that same spot. Birds, though, creeping down the stairs, but spotted by the F-Naught. Andy, another kill. He's been sensational since coming back from the rehost. As stalwart as ever inside of the elevator. Final 45, and it's not looking good for Furia.
Not looking good indeed. Philippe Hawks will get his one, though it's a 4v2, but Nade will fall as he drops the hatch, and, well, just as quick as that, it's a 5-1-1/2 now for FaZe Clan here on Bank. This is Furia's pick. Losing the first map and even having a 5-1/2 on your opening attack isn't necessarily the final nail in the coffin, but it'll certainly make this a map that Furia don't want to remember. But when you're in this scenario, you just got to take it round by round. Furia desperately need to win this round. If FaZe Clan take it, Parker, I'd say that they can just put this map in the rear view mirror and look forward towards Oregon. But if you win the first round, you take the basement and maybe take the second one, you can start believing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like FaZe Clan have ever choked a 6-1 lead before, so I think they're just gonna ride all their way to the finals here. No, all joking aside, I mean, 6-1 is basically a stranglehold on this map. I just do not see a way that Furia on defense are able to beat these numbers. Clearly, FaZe Clan have been able to do it, so it is possible. But again, it's worth noting that CEO bomb site on the top floor, it's an attacker-favored bomb site. Open area, an attacker-favored bomb site. So the only true defender-sided bomb site is this right now. Locker CCTV downstairs. So Furia will start on all reliable. If they lose here, if you lose your first defense on the most defender-favored bomb site, yeah, I mean, at that point, you're pretty much cooked. But there's so much unpredictability with these two teams. FaZe Clan have been phenomenal. They've been unstoppable. They've yet to drop a single map. They're on pace right now to keep that trend going, which is crazy to think about because in a best of 3, you do maybe expect to have teams win their own maps. The fact that Furia would lose this to FaZe Clan only goes to show the dominance that FaZe Clan has right now.
Yeah, and I think if you watch the eye test at the start of this year, they are probably the best team in the world right now with the way that they're playing. Interesting use there of those, those Aruni gates being utilized on the hatches to force the attackers to use a little bit more utility if they want to get them open, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Cyber establishing a lot of control, giving themselves the ability to rotate between archives and square and open area if needs be, making the map really fluid for them. But the big thing is, with this turtle setup that is being utilized, do not let the player inside blue destroy your ability to win this round. And I think maybe that toxic bay that's been thrown will buy him time to fall a little closer to sight.
Oh, there's been some quiet performances from FaZe Clan today, but I mean, that's okay because the team is getting the job done. Andy 6-1, KDS 5-0, and these are just numbers since coming back from the end of that third round. So 3 rounds of action since. Andy getting 2 kills on average a round. KDS just a little bit below that. Those are fantastic numbers. Same can't be said for Furia as they've had some very poor performances across the board. Nade has had a terrible day. Herd's a slow day as well. AZ hasn't found a kill since coming back from the rehost. He's good enough for 1. But he's followed up upon by Vidaking, who almost gets 2. Herd's ascending to the top of the stairs. Hibanev's Soul's position, and Herd's and Soul's in a fight to the death is a scary position for either of them to be in. Herd's finished off by Handy. And just like that, back to a 3v3 we go with a little over 30 seconds left.
30 seconds to go. Setting up that drone worker, but the drone being inside garage, it might just maybe make Furia believe there could be a push coming from there. But with hatch control established, you feel like it will be a drop execute. The Goyo canister will burn for a little while longer, just delaying this execute even more. Once those flames stop, Handy will begin to move. 9 seconds to go. There you go. The round has been taken out. He sprints through it though, and he's going to move into the corner and attempt to go for the plant. In by the bomb chassis. Philippox with the C4, and Furia do eventually win that round in the end. And it just goes to show how important operators like Smoke, like Goyo can be with choking out time and forcing the player to plant in a spot that they don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to be so simplistic with the way that we describe what just happened in that round, but that's just the bomb site playing out the way the bomb site plays. You know, if you cannot be quick on the entry and have enough forces to do that juggle, that rodeo, that dance, whatever you want to call it, that comes about when you start the plant, and you're going to be in serious trouble. I mean, there's a couple default spots that teams want to plant in. And obviously a team like FaZe Clan is going to try to swap some things up. They go for a direct plant in the middle of the site, but you did not account for the nitro cell still being present. The fire was still going. You had a lot working against you. And it appears that we have another tech pause, but unsure for what reason we have it.
Hopefully it's not the same one as last time, but I think this gives us a good opportunity to have a quick chat, right? Because obviously I'm filling in for your regular Geo today. Pengu's busy later on today. But one of the things that he's been talking about lately is that teams should not be as afraid of Goyo canisters as they are. If you're a 3-speed, if you're a 2-speed and you sprint through the fire, you're not really going to take that much damage in the grand scale of things. And we saw PSG Talon do it today in their earlier win. They just sprinted through the fire. They realized, you know what, you can't really waste time if we just ignore the fact that it's there and sprint through. I feel like maybe it will be good to see teams inside Brazil and other regions starting to take that approach as well, because in reality, that fire, if you sprint through it, does not do that much damage.
It does about 30 to 40 damage, right? Which,
yeah,
it's about 2 ticks of your HP, depending on your speed, depending on where the fire is, etc. There's obviously variables in there, but if you've got proper coverage when you're going for the plant and there's no nitro cells and there's no toxic canisters, as long as you're not planting in the fire, usually it's a situation where you die planting or you live. It's not like you take 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 damage. It's one of those things where you run through the fire, you get the plant down, and either you die or you don't. That 30 to 40 HP does not ultimately make a huge difference in your survivability. I mean, and it's no surprise that Nick has been saying this and is now an analyst or a special coach or something like that at PSG Talon, who actually they just qualified for the major, as far as I'm aware, a couple hours ago. So, and hey, they're taking his advice to heart and actually playing around it and showing that it can work. But I think the greater issue with the Goyo canisters is how they're spread about on that bottom floor bomb site, right? Typically teams will double, even triple up on them, and there just isn't enough ground for you to find safety to plant because of how much the flames go. So in that particular instance, that last round, there was a little bit of fire, but certainly nothing that would have ultimately ended up causing FaZe to lose the round.
Yeah. So we get back into it. Round 8, Furia did win the first round of their defensive half, which will help. You know what else might help a lot of these players, Parker? If you're having a bad game and you get a rehost, you can look at your deaths and you see 0. So you know you can mentally reset yourself as well by looking. I am an optimist, right? I'm a player that has many deaths in a game. So when I can see any opportunity to say that you can revert that, I think it'll help. It definitely will help. Well, this is the site you spoke about. You know, it's very attacker favored. I say very attacker favored because it's over 50% now, which is, in the history of Siege, a very attacker favored number. If Furia win this, do you think that they start to get flashbacks of, you know, what happened at the SI final? And they start thinking they can pull this game back from the depths? Or do you think FaZe Clan are still like, yeah, it's okay, we lost the round, we're still winning 5-3?
Yeah, I mean, I think Furia is a team that mentally is never going to check out of a game. there's no greater adversity than you will face than being on the 5th and final map, down 1-6, with not just a world championship on the line, but your entire reputation on the line, along with the potential dynasty being there. That might be the single greatest stakes that have ever been played in a match ever, and Furia had the mental fortitude to come back. Now, I will say that a little bit of it as well was FaZe Clan choking. It wasn't entirely Furia succeeding. Then they were known as W7M, for those that are a little confused. But I mean, anything that can mentally keep Furia in the game is a huge win, because they are a threat even when they are way down. But when they start to seize that momentum and they start to feel like they can win, they will, and they can beat any team in the world. Haven't really seen that so far through this stage, and certainly not here on their own map, so it might be a tall task, but Furia is definitely capable of it.
Yeah, getting the A, Bs, and Cs of the site done now. IQ should be able to nullify most of the value that IQ is going to, or that Valk is going to bring to this round. They've got Kanto wall open, which means the player on elevator cannot rotate as freely as they would like to as well. So they're set up for success inside this round with 1:30 left to go. The big thing for them now is getting that kill that will enable them to push more aggressively towards the site. Herds stunned, playing by the bomb chassis. Not just afraid yet to go for a peek onto those windows, playing his life in this position. And KDS knows he's there, but they're using a lot of utility to try to clear Herds.
He's still holding on the spot. He knows there's an upside down rappel, and the bullet tracers will also give that away. Can't cook nades anymore, so he gets shot over there. What a beautiful shot by Herds on the Vidiking. And the rappel in baits Herds into another engagement. KDS taking no prisoners. Nade on the ground. Finished off as KDS is looking for more. Philippox finds him with a nitro cell in the wrong direction. There goes Souls too. You'd think that there was only 10 seconds left in this round, but Fury is demolishing FaZe Clan's entry. Andy in a 1v3 with over 30 seconds to go. Does he even attempt this? Yeah, it looks like he's going to go for broke. No time.
Well, he knows there's two on site.
Yeah. JB92 finishing him off with the barrel. Fury didn't break much of a sweat in that round either, and now we start to see a pattern emerge. It wasn't just phase dominance, it was side dominance.
It's only the second map, or the second round this whole map, where we've seen a team actually try to change the pacing of a round. Furia did it on that rehosted round in the basement, where they upped the tempo and they were able to take the round win. FaZe Clan tried to do it there with about a minute left on the clock, but Furia were ready. The fact that Herds was able to get his one on that beautiful shot really slowed down the attack, and yes, he lost his life off the back of it, but it gave his team a platform to play on. But it's open area. When you think about this site, obviously some of the most iconic moments inside of Siege has happened in and around open area. But I look at the defensive lineup. You've got Smoke again. You've Mute who can cut off tons of information. Well, Mai will capture whatever utility they got. But it doesn't matter how strong your setup is on site, Parker. Holding control of top floor for as long as possible is one of the most important things to do here.
Undeniably. And I mean, you don't have a Mira ban, so being able to hold off site with a Mira is, it makes it significantly easier. Looking at the rest of the lineup now from Furia, and well, the Mute will cause issues with droning, as one does. Fury obviously having significant difficulties with info gathering on attack. Will FaZe Clan suffer that same fate? Drone economy is something that comes up quite regularly. On a map like Bank, information is far more important and far more influential than on some of the smaller maps. For example, time it takes to drone out Oregon, very quick. Time it takes to full clear Bank and also hold positions where somebody could easily flank through can take upwards of 2 minutes. Great start though from FaZe Clan, getting information with these drones, picking apart the mirror windows. Herds now has to get off of his position in conference room, and it will change the way that Furia defends this top floor.
Definitely will. They got rid of the magnet though that was going to capture any utility thrown in towards Office, so it's not the worst position in the world for FaZe Clan when they go for the execute. Cyber is holding a cutoff down the bottom of main stairs as well to make sure that or square stairs to make sure nobody will rotate, but you just start to feel that time is getting along. We're almost halfway through the round already. Drone network set up, you can see that they've got 4 active drones placed, which will be able to feed them tons more information as well. Oh, I feel like the longer it goes on like this, the more it will favor Furia, but there's the opening pick. Cyber finds one, steps into square, but Nate does find a trade, but this kill, this player and Janitor, this is a big kill and Herds wins it.
And Herds can now get far more assertive over towards square. He'll do just that, snapping onto Souls. FaZe Clan battling their demons on that top floor, and Furia are now 1 kill away from yet another successful defense. Perfect so far through their defensive rotation. 3 rounds in a row for the defending world champs, and suddenly it feels like the storm clouds for FaZe Clan are gathering at a much quicker speed.
Who would have thought that we are almost at parity again in this match after the start that we had? It forces the tactical timeout from FaZe. So Furia used theirs 2 rounds into their attacking phase, and FaZe Clan have used theirs 3 rounds into theirs. They want to close this game out. And I'm a big one on reading body language, right? You see the body language right now from the Furia players. They're all smiles. They're a lot looser. They look a completely different team than they looked in round 2.
Oh, absolutely. But, and I'm big on body language as well. But the one thing I say quite regularly is that a round or 2 can completely change your mood. Furia didn't really look that long in the face through those first 6 rounds. They didn't look happy, but they certainly didn't look demoralized and out of this match. But if you've ever met the Furia players in person and you get to speak to them, even with their worst losses, you've got players like KZ, you've got players like Herds, you've got players like Felipox who just ultimately don't tilt. It's quite remarkable. It takes an awful lot for them to lose their cool and lose their composure. And half the time it feels like the difference between some of these top squads, Gibson, is just mental. Your mechanical skill is so similar. Your actual setup and strategy in game is so similar. The difference maker is whether or not somebody loses their cool, and Furia is a team that does not typically do that.
And that applies to every single sport as well. The best players in the world are calm all the time. But you spoke about Felipox in particular. You're friends with one of the best IGLs we have ever had, if not the best IGL we have ever had in Canadian. Where does Felipox now rank amongst that pantheon of IGLs and great ones we've had in the game?
I mean, I think the big issue with making that determination is that we don't speak Portuguese, so it's very hard for us to kind of get in there and see, like, with these IGLs, how impactful they can actually be. I find a discussion with coaches is very similar because we don't usually know how much direct impact coaches have. You know, a lot of Brazilian fans have been coming for the head of Hugzord because of Liquid's performance, but do we know if Hugzord is actually the problem? We don't, as far as I'm aware. When it comes to somebody like Felipox, there's no doubt that he's one of the best IGLs currently in the game. And I think if Furia can continue this level of success, you can begin to include him, if not already included in the conversation of best IGL ever. Winning 3 events in a calendar year, all 3, including capping it off with a world championship after finishing 2nd in the previous world championship, means that whoever's guiding that team forward is doing an excellent job. But I will say, when you've got players like KZ, JV92, and Herds on the team, there's a good theory that probably you and I could even IGL that team to at least a deep run in a tournament.
It's like that old copy pasta. You know, this person's the best IGL in the world because their strats are, you know, KZ, go kill. Felipox, go kill. It can be like that sometimes, but opening pick does go in the favor of Furia once more. This has been a game that really has weighed heavily on the ability of teams to capitalize off that opening pick. Extended roam, Souls will find Herds as they look towards square, but you've still got 2 players locking that down for the defensive side. Open area being held pretty strongly. Nade playing an elevator. They know where he is, but he should have the ability to rotate in a few seconds. Handy will go for the kill, but yep, there's a castle barricade. Oh no, are the toes free? They're not.
Just out of reach. Cyber hasn't exactly had the most impactful game given his position on the team. Oh my. KDS has, though. But that is an interesting challenge, thinking that maybe somebody in elevator was there, maybe not, but still swinging with limited information. It's a lost fight for FaZe Clan, and they trail in numbers to Furia again.
30 seconds to go. It is a massive round for Fury. If they can hold on and level the sides, it will lock in every single round in regulation. Nobody would have seen that coming, but for FaZe Clan, time's the issue. 3 versus 5. The defenders are locked in. They're holding their crosses. You know that Mir is playing inside of red, but are you able to isolate that player and find the kill? There is the canisters. They're going to create chaos, confusion inside of sight, and the drop will happen. Nade will try to rotate. Vita King will find one. Handy will go for the peek. It's a 3v2, and the defenders do level it up, and it is 5-5.
A tie game between these teams. A 4-0 perfect start to the second half for Furia. I said at the beginning of the broadcast that because the fact that this map is so evenly balanced, every round can easily go towards the defenders or the attackers. Each round is its own coin flip. FaZe Clan looked so practiced on that first half, 5-1 being the scoreline. Now Furia is poised to do the same thing. FaZe Clan will need to win the next 2 rounds, or they lose, or at best go to overtime. We said it was a tall task for Furia, but we really shouldn't have counted them out. And obviously, maybe I'll speak for myself. I shouldn't have counted them out because maybe you always thought they were in contention. But FaZe Clan...
I'm not going to hang you out to dry. I'm not going to hang you out to dry. I thought the same.
FaZe Clan are now starting to have a bit of flashbacks, I'm sure, as to what happened. There's always magic when these two teams play, and despite the fact that Furia had some struggles during stage 1, they slaughtered Vivo Keedstars in map 1 yesterday, won a grueling second map to 2-0 Vivo Keedstars, preventing them from making it through the playoffs. Vivo Keedstars will go to the LCQ. They could still qualify for the Manchester Major, but they'll have to wait a little while longer. As for Furia showed up and had 2 of the best games they've had all stage, and now they are bringing the heat to FaZe Clan. Maybe we shouldn't have been, or maybe again, I shouldn't have been too hasty to write them off.
Well, this is a really big round now. I feel like FaZe Clan need to win it to stop the rut that they currently find themselves in. You look at what they're electing to do. Yeah, the Rotero drone inside square. Open up the soft wall once more to give yourself the opportunity to push through square if needs be. Get a player on windows, get some control inside of lobby to allow KDS safe passage on the rappel. But they've been doing this all game long. They've been getting all the right people in the right places to do the right things, but on the attack, Furia have just been able to find those opening kills time and time and time again. This is a big round. 1:50 seconds to go. I'm just ready. I'm ready for that execute.
Brewing and could come at any moment. Both of these teams, explosive was the word that you used to describe KZ at one point. Oh my, Handy. Asleep at the wheel. On drone, not paying attention. Mira is not an operator that can move very quickly, but if you swing that open door of square and you've got somebody outside on that patio just asleep at the wheel, it's not going to go up very well. FaZe Clan already suffering 1 casualty. Is there more to come?
Well, now you're on the back foot. Now you might, as an attacker, feel like you need to oversell, overpush to make up for that. And that's where I think FaZe Clan can differentiate themselves from the rest of the pack. You've still got a minute left to go. That's a third of the round. That's an absolute eternity. Fleepox will impact trick the wall though, making sure that it stays open, making sure that he can still play in this position. He's got a really important job. You gotta cover the square walk up and you gotta cover the push into CC. That's the one thing about Brazilian play that I love, is the trust they put in individual players. With 40 seconds to go, let's see if those players can do those jobs.
Well, the big struggle for FaZe Clan is now get in the building and survive. JB92 in a powerful position, but he doesn't need it. Herds is doing all the work himself. 3 kills picked off by Vidiking, who finds 2 of his own. This is a winnable round for FaZe despite the numbers. They're gonna have to work the clock and not find themselves on the wrong side of a Furia engagement. It was winnable, but it wasn't one. Furia win 5 in a row. They're sitting on match
surely not. Surely not. Are Furia going to make a massive comeback against FaZe Clan once more? This is the final round in regulation. Furia will either take their map pick or FaZe Clan will force overtime. But this is what I love about a team like Furia. When they do decide they want to set the tempo in the round, they can do it. Herds swinging that window, getting a freebie, was massive. And it might have taken a full attacking split to happen. But finally, this 1-2 punch, Herds and KZ are getting into their swing. And if I am a FaZe fan, you want to slow down Herds and KZ because they were exceptional last year. And since the side swapped, they have been exceptional as well.
Well, this is exactly what you come to expect from a team that has been as good as Furia has been for the last calendar year. I know it gets beat to death and back that they are not just double major champs and world champs, but this is a team that had high performances or high ranking performances in just about every other major the year prior and were runners up at SI. In fact, I would go so far as to say that before that very fateful match against G2 in Montreal, it was W7M, now Furia obviously, that were the favorites to win the match. It's part of what made that G2 storyline even sweeter was that very few people seriously believed that G2 could win against Furia. And yet they won. But still, it's been a tremendous run so far for this team. They've got more work to do ahead of them. Not quite content, I'm sure, with just winning 2 majors and a world championship. The Manchester Major could be theirs as well. And well, the reign of terror from this team will know no end. Just over 2 minutes. It's their own map, so you expect them to do well. We had some doubts, but Furia has proven us wrong.
Yeah, the minute you lose that desire to keep on winning is the moment that you retire the keyboard and mouse. But as you pointed out, they're getting information. They're a minute inside the round once more. You know exactly where Frost is, but it's all well and good knowing where a player is. What's more important is how you elect to deal with it. Cyber gets himself in top square, spots the silhouette by the shield, will throw the nade to try to force Frost back, but doing the right thing will step further and further back. KZ still holding CCTV alongside of Herds, the 1-2 punch that we spoke about, but this is still playing into the favor of Furia. Stun grenades being thrown once more. The swing will come out. Nobody will fall just yet. 1:30 to go. Souls and King, though, they open up the round 5v3, but they've still got a lot to do. Cyber gets another.
Is this round over? It sure seems like it, Gibson. JV and
Should be.
Fleetbox, last 2 left. FaZe Clan have a flawless round brewing. Fleetbox not directly involved in that gunfight. Nitro Cell will get the job done. No flawless for FaZe Clan, but still overtime on the menu, and they've put in the order. FaZe Clan taking the round away from Furia. Both teams 5-1 on their defenses. A strikingly defender-sided bank, and it'll be Furia to defend the favorable side twice. That's going to be quite an obstacle for FaZe Clan to overcome.
It certainly will, but you can take that completely off the cards if you win your first attack on the sides of FaZe. Obviously, the defender lineup is now locked in. A couple of major differences worth talking about and how Furia approached this to FaZe Clan. Last time we saw Nade using those Aruni gates on the hatches, on open area, and inside of square. What that meant was the players had to either take damage by standing on it, get rid of a drone, or get rid of utility to be able to open up those hatches. So you're forcing FaZe Clan to take some form of a loss if they want to open up those hatches. In a way, that's time denial in itself. You have the smoke, once more, you assume, playing inside of blue. So they're playing the setup where they want to force FaZe Clan to use as much utility as they can so that when they need to clear players out of positions, they don't have enough to work with.
Really has been quite surprising how FaZe Clan have been playing like a team of individuals on these attacks. I mean, when you've got a team as good as FaZe Clan, you can send one player off on their own and rely on them to do well. But Furia's hallmark as a team is, to me, is how well they trade. This is something that G2 in their prime were extraordinarily good at, and it's a trait that Furia have picked up and learned and now made their own. It seems like through their run over the last year, whenever you kill one player from Furia, there's not another player that far behind. And it makes them a very sticky team. You can't really ever gain much of a lead on them because it's almost always traded back. Big map like Bank doesn't always allow that, but you've still seen Furia on these defenses play very close to one another. FaZe Clan sending players in one by one to trickle into their dev, lacking utility, lacking information. That's a disastrous strategy. And it's also not how FaZe Clan usually plays. I don't know if they're just maybe shaken up by Furia's defenses or not, but FaZe have some serious work to be done on these, at least one attack, because if Furia wins here and then is successful on their attack, that's it for the map.
Did they trick? No, they didn't. So they had the gate on the position. I thought that the player was playing. There we go. There's the trick. That'll get rid of the ability to open the hatch. 1 minute and 25 seconds to go. You're closing out the map even longer, and the longer these Kodo banisters are utilized, the closer to that Aruni gate being activated once more. So they are playing hard on ensuring verticality cannot and will not be established. Those Candelas dropping to clear inside of server. Fleetbox still holding the angle. Herds now will be full white a minute to go. But I just feel like FaZe Clan are starting to run out of ideas just a little bit, and Herds will decapitate souls. Is that a trade of the fight that we saw a little bit earlier in this matchup?
Herds another on Dominiking. KZ now guarding top blue. FaZe Clan allowing this round to slip through their fingers. Cyber getting very lucky that KZ was not successful on that shot. Herds coming alive. We rehosted only, what, 3-4 rounds ago? And he now sits on 10 kills. 11, there it is, and we make it a dozen. Cyber could be the next trophy for Herds as well as he marches his way down blue. Herds still holding this position inside a server, but he's picked off by Handy from the hatch above. I don't know if Herds saw that one coming. Smokes to go out, Cyber to cover. Furia still in excellent shape. One nitro cell to be had. A gunshot will rain over, but it's the nitro cell from Fleetbox to get the job done. He's looking through the smoke. Lights up Handy. That should be good for him to break 100 kills as well. They might have dropped the previous rounds or the streak is over, but Furia's defense is looking so solid. 6 wins on defense, and they now sit on match point.
And they have the opportunity to win the game here and now on their attack. You would assume, right? The betting man would assume that they're going to go basement with a setup. That's what you would think that they will do. But they're going to top floor on the early stages. So, top floor, this is a site that the attackers have had the benefit on all season long here in Brazil. Can FaZe Clan go against the grain and win it on their setup? Castle will be brought. That'll close off some angles. It'll force players to push down some corridors or use utility to get rid of it. Parker, penny for FaZe Clan's thoughts right now. Once upon a time, they were well in the lead. They were 5-1 up in this matchup. Now they find themselves defending on match point here on Bank.
I mean, the one bright spot is the word you said. They're defending, right? Mm-hmm. Ideally, if you're FaZe Clan, you ride out the round. But then the real work that started, which is winning an attack. So far, of all of these rounds played, 13 total rounds, there have only been 2 successful attacks. 2 to 11. I know if I was a betting man where I would be putting my money. It just seemed maybe a bit strange because there was a period of time where I would have put all my money on FaZe Clan. But here we are. Furia seemingly fired up. Even on the round that they lost, they were still in good spirits. If I was FaZe Clan, I would be mighty frightened of what is about to come, even if Furia is on the less desirable side.
They're getting rid of utility on site really quickly. Ash using the charges to get rid of that bulletproof. That will create some confusion for the defenders, not knowing if a player has elected to push in towards site. KZ is going to open up that wall as well. You know, they're going through those tasks that we spoke about are so important, but KDS and Cyber, they have such an important role. They're playing as a 2. They're in a pair. They've got to keep each other safe.
KDS is still holding the same part of the map. KZ thinks he might be a little bit closer to that stock trading door. Just keep pre-firing away at those small holes as Herds encroaches upon this position. JV92's been dropped. A double swing. Cyber, the one credited with that kill. Herds being shut down is huge for FaZe Clan, especially with JV92 still bleeding out. This is technically a 5v3 for FaZe.
Looking for the opportunity to maybe get that res. I'm wondering who's close enough. KZ will hold for as long as possible. As you pointed out, JV, time is becoming a problem. KZ repositions. Maybe he'll be able to get it. Maybe he won't. Still peeking towards player Janitor. Rooney will swing, but will not get punished for it. Another swing coming from Cyber, and why not when you're feeling as confident as he is right now? And they'll go for the res. This could be massive. A minute to go. Back to a 4 versus 5. They can find the next pick. There's still a chance.
They're really testing that timer on JV92 bleeding out. He was just about dead, but still able to be brought back at the right time. The juggle for getting that plan down might begin. This is a similar strategy to what we saw down below, but now it's happening on this top floor. FaZe Clan hitting their shots. KZ drops. Nade holding onto the case. He had the Talon Shield in front of him. Still one in back pocket. Leapox watching for cover. There's the flash. Cyber, though, feeling himself. You said it. Nade with one pick. It's the very first one for Furia. They've got 4 more to be found. Have to imagine somebody will go down below to try to deal with this. Andy taking out Nade, and it's all up to Felipox. We're going all the way in map number 1. Felipox cut down as he repels on in. I was going to say, unless he manages an impressive clutch, but it's not to be found. Defenders doing defender things. Furia now will go back onto defense. Final round of Bank.
Nothing like a little 15-rounder to get your day kicked off in a best of 3. This is really important for Furia because, as we've said time and time again, this is their pick. This is the map that they expect to win. If you lose this, you would have to favor FaZe Clan going to Oregon. Oh, Furia, they've already won 1 defense on overtime. They've just got to do the same. Waiting to see the site. It will be the top floor. I'm looking at the lineup and not seeing too many major changes over what FaZe Clan did. Obviously, there's no Rooney. They're taking the Valk instead for Felipox. But the big thing is the adjustments. Look at the lineup swap. They've changed a ton of their pieces based on what they've seen.
Yeah, they've completely blown up this lineup with the exception of the Zofia. There's a castle on the board, and one struggle that FaZe Clan had a couple rounds previously was having enough explosives to deal with these castle barricades. The reason why they're being set up on the position known as Banana, which is where you just saw those 2 castle barricades going, is specifically so that it cuts down line of sight from lobby. Lobby obviously is the biggest single part of this map. It's huge, it's multi-floors, you can rappel off of it, you can drop down skylight, you can hold angles from either that top floor rappel or in the main floor. You can also hold angles from outside of the building. It's incredibly dangerous for defenders to play in that area because there's just so many options that attackers have to attack you from. Those castle barricades, cutting down those lines of sight, usually force attackers to get closer to the bomb site. And typically, having close quarters encounters in Rainbow Six benefits defenders because of the weaponry that they have. Now, there's a Valk cam, by the way, spotted by KDS, but it gave you a good idea as to where some of these players are coming from FaZe's side.
And we spoke about the castle barricades. The attacking lineup has what they need to deal with. You've got Ashe, you've got Sophia, you have tons of soft breach utility that you can utilize to move people away. Herds was a difference maker on the site last time we came here. With the Vector once more, playing on the Mira inside of Janitor will be someone they need to deal with. But KDS has the utility to do so. This is one of the reasons why you want to bring Ashe. 3 players now on rappel on the windows would really signal what the plan is on this round as they elect to go direct, or at least set up to do so in the early phases while they look for that opening kill.
Got to imagine that the first pick here will have such an impact on this matchup. If it's FaZe Clan to lose the first player and Furia gets to sit with all 5 defenders, and the time being such as it is, I just don't know how FaZe overcomes it. But good news, if you're a FaZe fan, down goes KZ. KDS had another angle swung on by Nade. That super shorty sure does pack a punch. Gonna set us up for the final minute. Souls on repels looks for something, and FaZe Clan will rotate on around.
Waiting. JV92 and Fleetbox are in a great position. The nade from Cyber. The time that it rolls a little too far away. JV92 can still hold the spot. Cyber will be forced to pull up the stairs. Souls gets the kill, giving them the opportunity in a 4 versus 3, but this is of course to take a lead in the best of 3 series. Cyber will get caught by fear, but he will find the kill anyway. 3 versus 2. Herds, the raid boss, still inside a janitor. Fleetbox tucked into the corner, but with 20 seconds to go, it's going to be an old-fashioned execute. IQ making a ton of noise. Does Cyber know about Fleetbox's positioning? Fleetbox surely knows about IQ, and Fleetbox gets the kill. It's a 2v2. Herds will fall as the repel comes in. Fleetbox wins this one. He repositions. The kill's there. And FaZe Clan it took a second, Parker, but FaZe Clan take the win in map 1.
Well, unfortunately, we didn't get to see it, but FaZe Clan ultimately perseveres. And it really did come down to the wire. Final round, final 2 players, and only the 3rd successful attack all game. 12 rounds won by the defenders. Both teams obviously benefiting from that side. But FaZe Clan will take their revenge in the first map. There's still one more map to go. The good news for FaZe Clan is that it's now your map. You must be feeling pretty good going into map number 2, given that you just stole Furia's pick away from them.
Oh, you're going to feel really good, considering the fact that that was almost a repeat of the SI final as well. They let go a huge lead, but they were able to get it over the line. They'll be feeling very, very confident going into this one. I think Furia, they need to regroup. You know, they'll feel like that was a massive opportunity lost after all the effort they put in to tie the sides level. But one thing is for sure, this game is set up wonderfully.
It absolutely is. And we've still got at least one more map to go between these 2 titans. Let's not waste any time. We'll be right back with more of FaZe versus Furia.
Welcome back to R6 Brazil League. I'm Junior, joined with CDAPS, and we're breaking this one down because coming into this, I said this was going to be a 3-mapper and it would go all the way to OT time and time again. And I was right, starting off immediately on that first map, even though we expected this to be more of a Furia-sided one, considering the fact that they picked it.
Yeah, there is the potential for the 2-0 here as we transition onto Oregon, but overall, it is still a positive for Furia because they have pushed FaZe Clan to their limits more so than we've seen any other team in this region do so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Furia particularly, that is such a great sign due to the fact that we haven't really seen a lot from them during the regular stage. So here in playoffs, they've definitely switched things on and they've been doing really well. But when it comes to this map, particularly what both of these teams have been very great at was that defensive side. Starting off with the side of FaZe Clan, who picked defensive at the beginning, they were very much locked in and got themselves an incredible lead.
Yeah, they surged to a really quick lead, and there was just nothing the Furia could do with how their playstyle on the attack looked. They try to find gaps. That's Furia's, that's their MO. They want to find gaps in the defense, but the only gaps possible is maybe the slight little bit of separation between Cyber and the rest of the 4 anchors of FaZe Clan, and that's just too small of a gap to consistently hit, and Furia was not able to find much success. Then as soon as they transitioned onto the defensive side, everything kind of changed for them.
Yeah, absolutely. This is when Furia turned things on as well, and they were very much comfortable, and this is the reason why they picked this map, because looking at this particularly from an overtime perspective, they also chose defensive side for that overtime.
Yeah, and it makes sense. Once again, Furia was really able to just chew away so much clock on FaZe's attacks, where they were eventually just able to kind of dangle an engagement in front of FaZe Clan and force them to take it. And that's what Furia wanted. They want you to have to take a gunfight against Herds, have to take a gunfight against KZ, because most of the time they're going to be winning it. Sure, during the regular stage, maybe they weren't winning it, but here today, they definitely were hitting their shots.
Yeah, absolutely. And particularly when we're looking at Furia, we said that we are looking at 1 or 2 players to be the ones that are stepping up to the plate and putting the team in the backpack. And this time around, it was Herds. This guy was playing out of his absolute mind, dragging the team all the way to that overtime, really so close, yet unfortunately so far from being able to close this first map out.
Yeah, he had the big play potential, and there were so many rounds that just double kill, triple kill, quad over and over again for Herds. And something that we even said in the last round was, oh yeah, this round's not over. Herds is still alive. And unfortunately, it didn't go that way because Furia came up just barely short. But overall, Herds has been a game maker and just overall playmaker, game changer, and been looking really good. And hopefully he continues that performance later on.
Yeah, definitely something that we were having questions about when it came to Furia, particularly because we've seen them play so well yesterday. We're coming in today and we're saying, well, we haven't seen too much from them from that regular stage. But again, playoffs, it feels like they've switched things on, but you're going up against a team like FaZe. And yes, this is a rematch what we've seen from the SI finals. And yes, Furia, the roster under W7M banner, were the ones who walked away that time around with the wins. But when you're looking at Furia this time around, it feels like it's no longer a flash in the pan, so to say. They have stepped games up, but when you only do have one player like Herds that is pulling crazy numbers, it's unfortunately not going to be enough.
Yeah, it typically isn't. They need one more person stepping up in a similar fashion to Herds to tip them over the edge, especially when, you know, your own map choice, a great performance from Herds, wasn't quite enough. It's a tough position for Fury to be in once again, and we know FaZe are a pretty dang good Oregon team. In the last calendar year, they have lost this map a singular time. So it's gonna be tough for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there are always series where teams, you know, win each other's map picks and it goes all the way to the decider. Maybe we're gonna see a cafe, but when we're looking at the numbers, when we're looking at history, at the data that we have available, FaZe looks a little bit more comfortable on Oregon than Furia, but also in general, FaZe looks a little bit more confident and cohesive as a unit in comparison to Furia, which I didn't really necessarily think we were gonna be saying. So it doesn't really put Furia in the best lights when it comes to playing on Oregon, particularly, especially after suffering a loss on your own map pick. That momentum is now heavily shifted in FaZe's favor.
Yeah, and one big worry for me has been Furia's kind of lack of ability to put up good attacks on a map like Oregon and the couple of plays that they had, especially because, as we were mentioning earlier with FaZe Clan, they played this map 3 times in a row after they confirmed playoffs. I think that we're going to end up seeing a completely different Oregon to what we expected. There were even some rounds on Bank that you could definitely tell FaZe was in the labs. They've been cooking up and they had some really cool strats, and I definitely see that being applied onto Oregon once again. It would not shock me at all if every single defensive schematic for FaZe Clan was completely different from something that we've seen before.
Yeah, but regardless whether or not they pull out some creativity when it comes to Oregon, it's a map that at the end of the day relies heavily on those basics. So That's something that FaZe is really good at. They're incredible at their fundamentals. They're really great as a team. It feels like after that loss at SI, they genuinely took it personally. They want to take this stage 1, be the winners, and then continue that great run into Manchester internationally.
Yeah, and so far, even with FaZe Clan, they are actually the 2-time defending Brazilian champions. They won stage 1, they won stage 2. So they are going for a three-peat, just not the same level of three-peat as what we saw Furia on the international stage. But regardless, there's still a lot of pride on this game. And overall, FaZe actually has had Furia's number for quite some time. And it wouldn't surprise me once again if they just close this out 2-0.
Ooh, that's a bit of a bold statement, because earlier today when we were looking at the maps, particularly you say when we go to Cafe, so I thought that was you implying that this is going to be going all the way to third mapper. But then again, I'm assuming the fact that Furia actually did lose their own map pick, that you're heavily favored towards the FaZe side of things, because this is also their map pick.
Yeah, I really like FaZe on this map. They're great defensively. They've had above average attacks for their standards on this map. And once again, I think both of those strengths are going to be too much for Furia to overcome.
Oh, but when we're looking at Furia particularly, and the strength that we have seen from them, and the fact that we've also seen them perform really well under pressure, I don't want to count them out just yet.
Yeah, I think that it would be kind of idiotic to count Furia out, but once again, maybe just going to come up slightly short.
All right, well, we're ready to head into the second game of the series. We have Oregon coming up with our casters. We have Gibson and Parker, so guys, please do take it away.
Welcome back in, everyone. It is FaZe Clan against Furia Map 2 here on Oregon. This is a map where FaZe Clan have a very high preference for. They've picked it. They expect to get the job done here and now. However, you just have to cast your mind back to yesterday, to the last time that Furia took this map. However, it was an overtime victory against Vivo Heed. With that, the Omens would tell you that FaZe Clan should have this one in the bag. But last time we were here, last map we were covering, FaZe Clan rocketed off to a very fast lead. From that point on, Furia clawed themselves back further and further. So, we're looking at the community predictions. It does look like it's slightly favouring FaZe Clan in the early stages, with most of the channel points going that way, but do not rule out Furia. Herds and KZ started to cook going into the last one. But, you know, if we're looking for positive signs for both of these teams going on to Oregon, you look at this map in particular. This is one that's FaZe Clan have won quite a bit. The record, for the most part, over the last year here has been flawless, Parker.
Yeah, I mean, it's very intriguing that we start with the two most played maps, and they both play out very, very differently, right? You've got that Locker CCTV bomb site on bank, very defender-sided. The rest had positive. CEO and open area, both very positive for the attackers. But as for Oregon, that's not the story in the slightest. The two most played bomb sites, overwhelmingly defender-favored. 67% of all rounds played on Laundry Supply won by the defenders. Dorms, not that far off, sitting at 59%. Overall, Oregon is 60% of all of its rounds won by the defenders. So unlike on Bank, where we were open to speculation and we were waiting to see the way that the game would develop, on Oregon, we know, or at least we should expect it to be defender-sided, because frankly, anything can happen between these teams. I didn't see that end result being what it was. I don't know if you did. So with Oregon, I think expect the unexpected. Almost done with operator bans and, well, as you can see, some very common bans, along with some, at least one, very intriguing choice.
I think when you look at the bans, though, the attacking ones in particular are very execute-heavy bans. The Grim and the Ying are so effective when it comes to clearing particular areas of the map. You think about attacking basement, construction, and blue, Grim can be a godsend, particularly if you want to drop the hatch as well. Azami ban, look, we're used to it. It happens all the time. The ban that I think is an interesting one is, since we've gotten rid of a lot of the execute-heavy bans, we've gotten rid of an operator who's effectively very good at preventing an execute as well by removing the Fenrir.
I mean, when you look at a map like Bank, Fenrir is strong on certain bomb sites, but usually won't see application every single round. On a map like Oregon, I don't think you can say the same thing. Go back to the statement that I made when we were looking at Bank. It's a big map. Fenrir tends to get the most value on narrow corridors, windows, vault-ins, jump-ins, etc. Especially if they're put in nooks and crannies next to hard walls where you're not able to really do too much. You can't shoot back. There's very limited counterplay. That is all Oregon is. Oregon is lots of hard walls, lots of nooks, lots of crannies, lots of areas that you have to clear. Look at just in Freezer alone, the amount of places that you can just stash one of those F-Knots and have to be meticulous about your droning in order to discover it. A really high value operator on this map. And as such, Furia don't want to deal with it. They don't want FaZe Clan to have it. And I'm sure in a way, FaZe Clan might be a little bit excited to not have to deal with it as well.
Oh, trust me, I'm an expert when it comes to hiding them on this map. Funny story about Fenrir is that's actually what they call my regular casting duo. Oh no, Handy gets the opening kill as Herds falls. But yeah, everyone thinks that Whippet looks like Fenrir. We'll get your opinion on that a little bit later on the broadcast. But this game has been very favoured towards whoever gets the opening pick. I can think of maybe one round on Bank, Parker, where the team that found the opener did not go on to win the round.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we so come to expect. Those first picks are so crucial here. And I mean, when you're this evenly matched, you cannot be going down a single player. FaZe Clan will feast upon you if they get that first pick. Herds and KZ have both died. Nice little pop-up to know that Ubisoft Connect is still working, that somebody has decided to start playing.
You have fears of that from last night, right? You had a long wait.
Well, Nick and I are 2 for 2 on working rescheduled broadcasts because I don't know if you recall, the very first NAL Playday was postponed in its entirety, if I remember correctly, because of server issues. And then last night, I believe it was an update to Ubisoft Connect in the dead of night. That has caused a greater issue. My condolences to DZ and LG who have to play today, and then one of them will have to play later today against Beast Coast in North America. Hopefully no server issues will be had here. I don't believe Brazil is played online. I think they play on a LAN build, but I'm not entirely certain. Either way, whether they're on LAN or not, Furia have somehow managed to ride out most of this round down in numbers. Great issue, though, the Monty of Vidaking. Now, it's all up to Felipox to try and stop him. Won't do the most successful job, but oh my, he's triangulating his position, Gibson. Handy walks in and kills him. The Monty of Vidaking survives for now, and it's the final 30 seconds with only 2 members from Furia remaining.
Oh, make that one. It's all down to Nade now. He's trapped. He's in the other site. Monty knows exactly where he is. He could swing. There was the chance of a double, but Handy will clean out the round. And I don't think anybody uses Monty like Brazilian teams. They're so effective at clearing ground. And I'm always adamant that if you bring Monty, you have to have the firepower to back it up because you're going into that round one gun down. And one thing is for sure, FaZe Clan, they have more than enough firepower to back that one up. And you can see it, especially with the new update, Parker. Players, no matter how much calmness, no matter how cool they are, there's always that little bit of a panic whenever Monty starts pushing them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we said the same thing with the Blitz too, right? Where a Blitz's greatest strength is when you isolate a roamer and you run them down. Now, obviously, there's been changes to these shields, so in some ways, they're better. And, you know, they can reload without having to move the shield. They can use gadgets from the safety of the shield. But it's always very scary to have a shield operator breathing down your neck. And it's been Brazil who has set the trends for this operator time and time again. And as much as shields might have not been the most common, there's another operator that is now currently present on our screen that is certainly far from common, and that's Tachanka. Tachanka got a whole host of changes, completely changed his gadget, gave him the Shamika launcher. He now fires Molotov cocktails out of that grenade launcher. And not obviously that dissimilar from Goyo, it works as area denial. But the fire is not as reliable, it doesn't do the same amount of damage, and it dissipates far faster than a Goyo canister does. I'm very intrigued to see the way that KZ deploys this Tachanka in this round.
Doesn't the 9x19 have an ACOG on it now as well?
I certainly believe so.
that's certainly something to keep an eye on, as well as someone like KZ can utilize that to its fullest. I love the repositioning here as well in the basement of where those mines are going to go. And I like to play a game with Whip It all the time, Parker. And that is, who's going to be the player to stumble into one of those mines?
It's a great question.
You gotta answer though. I'm not letting you segue. Who do you think is going to step into it?
Actually answer who I think it's going to be?
Yeah. Important.
I'm going to say Cyber.
Okay.
And take a guess here.
So chat, is Antero right? That's the big question. While all that was going on though, Parker, Veda King has already made his way down inside Freezer and will spot that Mira and it'll slow him down just a little bit.
I mean, if you establish that Freezer is not easy for the taking, which anybody with some sense in their head would tell you is the case, then FaZe Clan will have to reposition. Teams have not opted to go for blue takes on Oregon the same way that they have in seasons past. Instead, now it's usually a Freezer and E-Box drop. There's Freezer right now. It's actually not being actively held by anybody. Nade can see the Black Mirror from his position tucked into that laundry cubby. So he can still assess that somebody's over towards Freezer, but it's a long-range engagement, and there's nobody actively positioned there. Fire from Tachanka will do great work now in the final 50 seconds. 16 Molotovs remaining, and AZ will bank them onto the back stairs. Maybe they take some of Pengu's advice, as you said, and just trudge through it, soldier on, but I mean, you don't want to take unnecessary damage, right? Final 30 seconds, and FaZe Clan situated back part of the map. Their advance coming over towards blue and towards pillar.
Those fire canisters, the fire will now dissipate. Hers gets the opener. Handy knows exactly where it is, but he's going to take down Veda King. He gets his one, but was it worth it? It's all gone down to souls. He gets the DBNO, but the trade is there, and in the blink of an eye, the round is won. And sometimes communication lines with a Monty are so important, and that one's gotta hurt, because that should have been a free kill.
I mean, this sloppiness that occurs is going to eventually cause some frustration, I'm sure, but it's bound to happen. FaZe Clan weren't in a particularly great spot to begin with. You know, when you're getting choked off, you're getting deprived of the back tower execute the way that you want. You now need to trickle in towards blue. Even if the Monty survives here, it's a very bad position for Handy to be in, and the numbers just were so dominant in favor of Fury. I think it was a 4v1 after the 2 in blue died. And honestly, a lot of the credit goes down to one thing and one thing alone, that's Tachanka. If you assess after the first round that even though you lost, FaZe Clan were extremely lethargic, so slow, so sluggish, that why don't we bring some operators who are uniquely positioned to slow you down even more? We can maybe put FaZe in a position where they need to scramble. Then do that. And that's exactly what Furia did. The Tachanka was actually an excellent addition to this defense. It completely removed the ability for FaZe Clan to pressure back tower stairs. So now where do you go? Well, you have to reverse course. You have to go over towards blue. You have to try to take pillar through box. You have to put somebody inside a laundry. That Black Mirror was not taken care of. So suddenly, FaZe Clan only have 2 real avenues into the bomb site. And that's because of those 2 operators. The Mira, that put that Black Mirror on Freezer, and the Tachanka denying you that part of the map that you so desperately needed.
It's definitely a different puzzle that needs to be solved this time, set up by Furia. Solace, as ever, a nightmare for the attackers when it comes to getting and establishing your drone network. 4 down already, meaning that when it comes to execute, when it comes to identifying where these defenders are, you're that little bit short-handed. And as such, what you will find that happens when you do lose the ability to establish a drone network is that you have to clear more of the map with bodies as opposed to drones. And in the early stages, it does look they're putting a lot of pressure over towards attic. Once you open attic, historically that means it does make it easier to take trophy. It makes it easier to take master bedroom because the players can't keep pressure on you from pits.
KZ on that Solus right now playing in Zulu. Unsure if he's been droned, but if there's an operator that can be quite tricky to actively drone out, it's the Solus, because the moment that that drone comes in close contact, KZ will see it and shoot it, providing, of course, that he's on his gadget. Almost as equally difficult as droning out a Vigil. There's a Nitro Cell from Herds. I think that was back tower. He and Felipox in that position, but where is Handy? Do they even know? Oh my, there he is. Back tower with suppressor on. They had him on watch the whole time on a Valk cam, and he still gets 2 kills. My God, that is not good at all.
That is criminal. That is absolutely criminal. I thought the heist was going to happen on Bank, but here we go here. A drone player with full information, getting an important kill. Now, it is still a 4 versus 3. The defenders have anchored on site, but Handy, by firing that fire dart, means that he can close the ground now. He can aggressively push up towards Pit, realizing that it's free for his team to push. He's got the red dot, but now his firebolt prevents him from dropping for that extra few seconds. A peek will come through. No damage will be dealt at this point, but Handy, he's going to get caught out. The crossfire. KZ will find the kill. He repositions. He moves up with the Ida shotgun onto the closet. Finds his one. Souls going for the trade now. He takes a ton of damage, but will take the trade. It's a 2v2, making it 2v1. Souls all alone inside a closet. 1 HP and a dream. But Furia will take the rounds.
What the hell was the rest of this FaZe Clan team? It felt like
Bank.
Handy was all on his own for the entire 10 seconds that he went from attic into the midst of the bomb site. You've still got 3 other players from FaZe Clan alive. Where are they? Where is the supporting cast? Why are you not aggressively taking Master through closet to pressure the bomb site? Why are you not asserting yourself over towards Trophy Door? You saw Handy see a player with his back turned to the trophy door. That's a free kill. Handy can then sweep through dorms while you pressure Trophy, forcing the 2 remaining players inside of dorms and by big window to have to re-engage to go for trades. If you're in a 2v4 and your positions are by big window and in dorms, you are sitting ducks. You have hard walls working against you. You've likely lost line of sight towards games. You can't stop that diffuser going down. You're screwed. And yet it seems like FaZe Clan's other 3 players were 10 to 15 seconds behind Handy. It's that level of sloppiness on attacks that FaZe Clan got bogged down with all the way back in map number 1. And it seems like this might be a greater issue than just a one-off. This is FaZe's map. The struggles that FaZe had on attack on Bank are so well documented. They played like a team of individuals. That round, exactly the same thing. If it wasn't for Handy's performance, that round would have been over way long ago. FaZe Clan need to do a better job of sticking together.
Yeah, he was surrounded on all sides at the end of that round, and the only thing that didn't help him out was his teammates. Well, you've still got to fix it. You got to forget about that previous round and focus on the new one. Ash for KDs will be a very important player. That entry, we've seen a revitalization of this operator since the recent update. Thermite's job is as important as ever. Looking at the early stages of this attack, they've got 2 options really open to them. They can either A, push inside of main lobby, try to get the wall in the meeting and go for that early execute, or the other option is if you want to push this side of meeting. But to do that, you need to get control of attic, you need to get control of top floor, and you need to control tower. And they do none of these things as things stand.
I mean, they're outside of that first round, these last 2 rounds haven't really shown much that FaZe Clan is proficient at. When you are skilled like FaZe Clan, as we said on Bank, sure, you can send 1 or 2 players off and have them do their own thing, but that last round was just so egregious. That is not the way that you want to see the second best team in the world play. Guess what's happening this round, Gibson? Exactly the same thing. Souls walks in alone, nobody to trade out. Handy, same thing, nobody to trade out. Now Cyber's in a position, back tower, near this B bomb site, about to spring on in. He's also alone. KDS is on top white, completely alone. You are setting up a perpetual 50-50 every single time you engage. If you're
it's not good.
It can work, but I mean, you have to win these duels, and FaZe right now are not as good at their guns as Furia. That in particular, you see the shadow of JB92, and you still take the engagement. This looks like 5 players that don't have mics aren't working together, and Furia is very happy to greet them every step of the way.
Yeah, it's a big lead that they're starting to gather here, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is Oregon, a map that is very defender-sided. It's the map where every player should know every pixel at this point with how often it has been played over the past few years. FaZe taking that early timeout once more. They feel that they need to fix something before their attacking split is over. What's a win, though? They started the game very well. They started this map very well. They got around very early, but since then, as you pointed out, it's lethargic. What do they fix? Is that what the coach is saying right now? Is he saying, guys, we need to get tighter packed together. We need to play as a team. This is not how we won bank.
I mean, this is a FaZe team, by the way, that is 11-1 on this map. This is a FaZe team that won 6 rounds in a row on Oregon the last time that these two teams played here. This is a FaZe clan that should be doing better than they are, and yet they only have a single round to their name. Maybe the timeout will work wonders at getting their heads screwed on straight, or maybe, as we said, the coach of FaZe, maybe he's assessing the fact that, hey, you guys need to play like an actual team, because right now you are gifted as individuals, but Furia is better as a unit. They're going to have to figure something out quickly. You're right, it is a defender side at Oregon, but FaZe Clan are good on attack on Oregon. And so far through this map, they have not been very good. Furia play very passive. They played very passive on Bank. They're playing very passive here as well. And I think they have very quickly figured out that FaZe Clan's attacks are a little bit impotent. And if you can force FaZe to try to do something that they're struggling at, you don't really need to expend much energy. Furia will bring the Tachanka, and I suspect from this lineup on the side of Furia, it will be yet another passive defense.
Yeah, they've got the Goyo as well and the smoke. Like the amount of time that they can delay with these operator lineups. My point would be 3 minutes is an incredibly long amount of time. If you were asked to count 3 minutes all by yourself, it would feel like an eternity. So what this lineup is trying to do is make that 3 minutes much, much shorter for the attacking side. Like Goyo by himself could choke out over a minute. Philippox by himself could choke out up to 45 seconds. Tachanka just depends on how often he decides to shoot off those canisters. But in reality, they can really slow down this attack, and that's something that FaZe Clan can't allow to happen. Little bit of a roam presence being established as well. That's something else that a team will do on defense to use even more time, because it forces the attackers to work out where they're going to come from. But I am impressed at the fact that Maverick is working on getting those hatches open nice and early. They're getting some of their jobs done here, Parker.
Yeah, I mean, a team like FaZe Clan is not going to be held down for too long, I want to say, especially with how they've played so far. They still have yet to drop a map in all of this stage. And there's a lot of weight on their shoulders. You know, I don't speak Portuguese. I don't know what the general vibe was of Brazilian Rainbow Six. Just from being at SI, it certainly seemed like W7M, now obviously Furia, were the favorite team among the two. But you've got to imagine that there was a lot of scrutiny towards this FaZe Clan team and a lot of maybe unpleasant comments about how they choked that grand final. So now what do? You go on a revenge tour. In my eyes, FaZe Clan have been the best team in any region, in any of the stages so far. The only team that has come close would probably be BDS. But beyond that, this FaZe Clan are looking like they can easily take the Manchester Major, at least with the way they've played domestically. But this map has not started off well, and for a map that they are this good on, this is a big step back from what we expect from FaZe.
Forever the bridesmaids, it feels for them with the finals that they've lost as well. However, this is a good chance to punch your ticket to Major, or to the Manchester Major, nice and early. The time delay has now been gone, so Souls cannot drop this hatch just yet. There's the canisters now as well. This might just be what we spoke about. Penguin said you might have to run through the fire and flames to try and make something of this round. Herds gets himself a quick double. Souls is trapped in E-Box. He will fall at the hands of KZ. Cyber repositioning himself will find the head of Herds, but is it too little too late? 14 seconds, no case, no time. Cyber will find one, but 7, 6, 5, one player left alive. Cyber in a 1v2, you're never going to win this round. And Furia take another one.
Timeout does not work, and that round doesn't look much better. I mean, I could have accepted even incremental improvement, but I didn't see that from FaZe Clan. It looked like they were just as lost on that attack as they were previously. And again, these are not just issues for FaZe Clan that come from map number 1. It also comes now from map 2. Or sorry, it's not just from map 2, it's map 1. Other way around. This team has had struggles on attack all day, and I don't necessarily want to just give all the credit to Furia with the way they're playing this, because there have been a lot of attacking rounds for FaZe Clan where FaZe is beating themselves. Furia are just sitting there. They're bringing lots of utility on bank. It was the castle barricades forced FaZe Clan to clear those out. FaZe Clan could not do that successfully on bank. Now, here, it's those bulletproof shield, or those deployable shields, bulletproof cameras, black mirrors, the Goyo canisters in the previous round. FaZe Clan are playing a setup that they like, but the problem is that the setup that they're bringing on attack, those operators do not work well to counter what's being brought from Furia, even with FaZe Clan completely blowing up its roster time and time again. They're just running headfirst into a wall at this point, and it sucks because I want a competitive match. Oregon so far has not been very competitive round by round. These have been blowouts for this Furia team.
So what you've been saying is they're taking an F1 car to a rally. That's kind of the analogy you've been going with so far in this one. They're not. Yeah. Nice with the season going, but a little change in tempo. One of the things that I think FaZe Clan could really do with is to try to make these executes a little bit faster, because time has been in the hands of Furia. You've got Cyber opening up the cross, so now that should mean essentially is that no defenders that are roaming should be able to go back down white or back up white stairs. That's why you'll hold that angle for a little while longer. But the big thing for me is, can they give Handy more support power? Because that's what killed them the last time we came here. Handy did a ton of excellent work for his team, but the backup just wasn't there.
It's a great question. And I mean, that round was obviously a great indication of the way that FaZe has been out of step with one another so far on attacks. The good news for FaZe, and I guess the saving grace if you want to call it that, is that they get to go onto the better side next. How about this? A relatively good start, but guess what Fury is doing? They're trading right back. Cyber walks in, kills Herds, KZ immediately follows up. It's that stickiness that we said about this Furia team that has made them win these championships and showed off right there, right in front of our eyes, and it will surely frustrate FaZe Clan.
Case goes down. Vita King will have to go pick that one up. Oh, and a 4v4, making it 3v4. The dominoes are starting to fall more so on the sides of Furia. Handy will smoke off the head holes. The whole point of this is because he can use the firebolts now to clear pit and start closing that gap. But before you do that, you need control of Trophy. You need Vita King to work on helping out a little bit longer. Well, certainly getting a kill will help with that, but he isn't able to catch out Philippe Box, who will be able to retreat. But that does feed information that the defenders are weak on site. 30 seconds to go, Parker, essentially. And are we going to see the same problems rear their head?
Well, I mean, Vita King's in a troubling position. He'll have to barge through a single doorway, or maybe link up with Souls, who gets one handy another. They are making up for lost time, and now because of this reinforcement from Furia, they are in a very bad spot. Usually this wall gets opened up, but they've boxed themselves out. And Handy once again reads into it perfectly, but there will be redemption in that round. FaZe were able to match Handy's quickness through Attic. They did what they couldn't do a couple rounds ago, which is link up, go through Master, go through Closet, get into games. And I gotta say, I am a little bit confused as to why Furia reinforced that single panel. Because usually you leave that open. If you close it off and you lose control of games, there's only two ways to win that fight. A Nitro cell from down below, or a swing from Attic door. I guess technically a swing from either location, whether it be that Attic door or whether it just be over from bunks. But either way, you've completely cut off that part of the map for retaking. Furia obviously had a structure in mind that they wouldn't need to retake. But when FaZe beat them back and had that advantage, they got the kill in the games, they got the kill in the attic. Furia had to respond, and then they realized we have effectively dug our own grave. And there was really nothing that Furia could do. You saw how they tried to swing, they got picked off. That was routine for FaZe Clan, and more rounds like that on attack, and this could have been a different scoreline. Side swap going in though, and now it's Furia's job to show that they can be a little bit more proficient on attack and maintain the lead they have over FaZe on FaZe's map.
Gotta agree with you. Just reinforcing that wall, it's a big problem, but you gotta forget about that now. We change sides. This is, as I always like to say, the most important round in any game of Siege. The first round after the side swap. Can Furia build on what was an effective defensive half, or will FaZe Clan begin to close things out? Basement is the site of choice, the site that we would say is the gimme. We've got Monty in play, we've got Capital in play. The big thing for me is only Vita King with the smokes has anything that can be really used effectively to slow down that push from the Monty. If the support, if the backup is there for Fleetbox, this could be a round killer for FaZe Clan.
Well, it's 1 minute into this second half. And we're still in the discovery phase. Not discovery phase clan, discovery phase PH phase. For those that might
See what you did there?
Sorry. What did you say?
I said I see what you did there.
Thank you. KZ is a really nice angle, by the way, through that security hatch. Something that a lot of people aren't really familiar with is that if you go upstairs, there are parts of that top floor that you can buck that will give you an angle once this hatch gets opened up. And if you think the defenders are playing aggressively on freezer stairs, you can very quickly punish them for it. Just past the halfway point of the very first attack for Furia, first defense for FaZe.
You can see they're doing what we like to call humming and han about which way they want to approach this site. Now they'll use KZ's utility to get rid of that shield off in the corner, which gives them the ability now to push more aggressively up. Now the fact that that wall is entirely soft does play into the attacker's favor. Handy has got an incredibly important job now, playing inside a box, and well, that's a very nice thing to do. Handy decapitates herds as he swings into Laundry. That'll slow down the push ever so slightly. That's maybe an opportunity lost. But here comes the Monty stepping in the freezer. 35 seconds left on the round. We can't fumble. You cannot do what FaZe Clan did when they tried to execute inside of blue. But I just feel like the more this time ticks away, the more it's going to play into the favor of FaZe Clan, and Monty has decided he's had enough.
Felipox taking an awful lot of damage. Souls dies at the hands of KZ. Vita King the swing. Down goes Nade. KZ dying as well. Monty pulling the shield away. The pistol out. KDS dies. And Felipox is not long for this earth. It looked like he actually just shot right through the shield. I'd love a replay on that one. FaZe Clan showing that, well, they might struggle on attack, and boy, did they ever struggle. But they are far more proficient on defense. With the way today is shaping up, it would not surprise me in the slightest if we have all three maps between these two teams, and more importantly, that the attackers have a brutal day as they already have been having. Either way, FaZe Clan successful on their first defense. They only need one more win to tie this up.
I want to bring up what the Monty did in that round at the very end. We spoke at length about taking damage is sometimes worth it. Sometimes it's worth sprinting through the flames. Sometimes it's worth going through the smoke. The minute Smoke threw that Toxic Babe, he expected Monty to either hold back or try push through the freezer rotate in towards Laundry. But no, Monty pushed through the smoke to force the player into essentially a funnel, an easy position for your teammates to get the kill. That was an aggressive decision by Monty that FaZe Clan were not expecting, and in essence won that round for their side. And the curious thing is, even though we speak about how Defender favoured that basement side is, even though they've just lost it, FaZe Clan have decided a change of scenery might do them some good. I got it wrong, didn't I? Yeah,
You did, but that's okay.
It's fine. Just don't let anybody realize that I did.
Nobody heard anything. Don't
Exactly.
worry about
It was still a good decision by Monty. I stand by what I said, though.
it. Yeah. I mean, I think we'll just nobody heard anything. Okay, we move on. This is the first Deimos, by the way, that we have seen between these two teams. I believe so. The way that teams decide to use this operator is very intriguing. Just in general, do you use the Deimos early to hunt down roamers? Or do you have trust that your entry players can get a couple picks or even one pick and then use that gadget in the dying moments of a round to pin down the final one or two players? Because if you're in a 1v2 and you get marked by Deimos, death is effectively what awaits you at this point. There really isn't much of a different outcome that will happen. KZ will decide to use one early-ish. Cyber will be hunted down. There you have a picture-in-picture of where the Solus is, being harassed perpetually. Soul's there as backup, though. For those that don't know how the operator works, Deimos can see you, but you can also see Deimos, so you have information from it as well.
I love it when Deimos is used to enable your teammates. Like, don't go chasing to kill yourself. Use your communication skills to have someone else go pick up the kill, which gives you that advantage. We are getting set up, though, for an execute inside big window. The clash does get flamed off, but manages to cross just in time. Handy will find the opening kill, but Herds trades it back initially. 4 versus 4. Nade takes some damage, but I think this has slowed down the push ever so slightly. And Nade, oh, he's going to fall as he vaults in the window. Handy, we get another one. The pressure from JV below. Gilkazi gets the kill on the clash now. It's a 3 versus 3, and it's been very messy to start off this round.
Oh, tremendously sloppy round so far. KZ had used his last death mark on Cyber. He didn't even get the kill on the Cyber. He killed Vidaking, so maybe not the target you were looking for, but a welcome target nonetheless. Andy on 12 kills. Not just having an incredible game here, but also had some outstanding plays all the way back on Bank. Andy is not a player that you're always expecting to rack up the kills. You've got Vidaking and Souls for support, so Handy is free to play on that flex roll. He dies in the hands of Herds. Back and forth they will go. Flash is dumped into the site. Cyber was a man on the move. He was hunted down. Last player at KZ spotted by Souls. He'll relay that information. KZ winning the fight against Cyber. Oh my god, it came so close, but FaZe ultimately wins it at the very end. A tie game.
It just feels like in those 1 versus 1s, FaZe Clan are coming out on top. And as messy as their attack was, they've leveled the sides. 3 rounds away now from a major spot. 3 rounds away from sending Furia down to that lower bracket where they will play the losers of our next fixture after this one. Still a long way to go. Furia will still think that they can get at least 1 or 2 attacking rounds, which will delay this out a little bit more. But this is the tertiary site. This is where the swings usually happen as we go now to Meeting Kitchen. If you win your tertiary sites, Parker, you usually win the map. So FaZe Clan know how important holding out Furia on this site is.
Oh, absolutely. And just to look at these numbers, there isn't a real bona fide tertiary site the way there is for other maps. Meeting Hall and Kitchen has been played 12 times. Kitchen and Dining has been played 11. Now, they have different win rates, but neither bomb site is very good for the defenders, as you just pointed out. The numbers back it up. 6 rounds won by the attackers on Meeting Hall Kitchen, 6 rounds won by the defenders. On Kitchen Dining, it's right now, it's 6-5. 6 rounds won by the attackers, 5 rounds won by the defenders. So you've got about even odds to win on defense on these bomb sites. That's actually not that bad, but it still trails heavily the other 2 sites. So this is a tough task for Furia. Can they overcome it?
Well, I suppose the rebuttal to that would be they are world champions. They've come back from worse places. But it is the 50-50 chance when you... Oh my god, Handy, behave yourself. JV92 is no longer going to take part in this round. So down goes your Habana. And that's a nice shot. Handy will get another one onto Herds, but look at Nade. He's already found himself right by green door. Vidaking is caught off now inside of Brazil corner. Handy gets another one. It doesn't matter. 4v2 make it a 3v2. Nade will find himself a quick double. Cyber puts it all onto Nade's shoulders though. He's by green. The defenders know exactly where he's standing, exactly where he's going to attempt to push and prod and pry his way into sight from. But they've got their crosses. This is another unwinnable position in FaZe Clan. Well, Handy's done a massive bit of work for their chances of winning this round as KDS closes it out.
FaZe Clan fired up. This was a team that was so good on attack the last time these two teams met, but now it's defense all the way. It looks like Furia has called their timeout, and what a time to do it. You've now surrendered the lead to your opponents. It's worth reminding people that map 1 was Furia's map. Despite the fact that Furia took a 4-2 lead on the first half of Oregon, this was always favorable turf for FaZe Clan, who I'd like to remind you has an 11-1 record on this map. To make that worse for Furia, FaZe Clan have yet to drop a map in this stage, and that includes Furia's map on Bank that we just played. Of all the places that you think that streak would end, you got to imagine it was probably Bank, but it came down to a 1v1 in the 15th and final round. And it was FaZe to win that gunfight and ultimately take the whole map. It's hard to not reflect on a lot of those rounds and think, boy, if we made 1 or 2 changes, we possibly could have won. But a team like Furia doesn't get to where they are, dwelling on the past. They move on. They'll take a timeout, mentally reset. FaZe Clan will go downstairs to the best bomb site, as we would call it. What does Furia change? Because right now it looks like a very similar lineup to what they've been bringing all along, with Felipox being the main point of contact on that Montane.
Well, it's all about the value that Felipox is able to get. And you know what? Before we get into the round, there's something I wanted to bring up with you on today's broadcast. When I did Brazil last year, did you ever notice what they call timeouts in Brazil when it comes up on screen?
No, I don't speak Portuguese, so I don't really look at what the words mean.
It's the Intero timeout. Your name is in all caps on the screen. The first word is Intero.
Really?
Yeah. You might. So we've always called it the Intero timeout. So if you ever get a chance to watch the broadcast, check it out. And I ain't lying.
I suppose in a way that actually kind of works in my favor of saying that I'm just humble and I don't like to, toot my own horn, because I feel like if I was a braggart, I would have seen that and I would have referenced that multiple times on my own. But this is the first time that I am actually hearing it. So
I'm from an Irish person of all things.
I have some Irish blood in me, but not very much. Mostly just dominated by the Scottish blood. And I'm not obviously very well equipped on the United Kingdom and the Irish relations, but we can both agree that we don't like English people, right? Like that's how it works, right? Like the Scots and the Irish can just come together and be like, at least we're not English. So
of course, yes. Finally something we can agree on. Getting back into the game though, Intero, looking at the opposite sides here on FaZe Clan, Katie's is going 1-8, Handy is going 15-6. Now, we know Handy is an incredible player, but when someone like Handy, with the role that he plays on the team, is going 15-6, it tells you something else is going wrong somewhere else inside this lineup. But he has picked up the slack. 1:30 inside the round. The soft wall is going to get opened once more. Last time, Monty didn't get the value that maybe I would have wanted him to, as we talk about that fumble that never really happened. But Intero, how do you feel that Fury are doing in this round so far with 1:10 to go?
I mean, it looks like they're going to go for your very similar style of execute through blue. FaZe Clan are being as passive as Furia was. But you've got utility that you still need to go through. That deployable shield right now on that blue door is going to be a huge impediment, because while Felipox might make it through unscathed, will Herds? Especially since there's a cross there. Nade will flame it off, so there you go, but it doesn't look like the fire actually worked the way it wanted to. KZ dies. Herds now, next one lined up in blue. Toxic gas lingering in front of him. There's flames as well. I don't think that gas canister's been popped yet, has it? I didn't hear the audio cue. Oh my! We witnessed an assassination! Cyber popping up from behind the shield. This is terrible for Furia. 20 seconds left. Somehow, Nade survives the onslaught from that position, but he's not around for much longer. JV92 taking damage, and that's the round. FaZe Clan storming their way towards a win. One round closer.
11-1 looks like it's about to become 12-1. That's another absolute assassination that we have seen. Just bring your eyes back to by Flag, the round before, the headshot that came through from Handy. This is such a performance from FaZe Clan. They are now one round away from Manchester. Now, nobody here doubted the fact that FaZe Clan would get there, but they want to get there as quickly as possible. What do Furia have as a response? They have got to win top floor, a site that was really not well defended by them the last time we or not really attacked well by them last time. Oh, and Tero, I don't feel good for Furia right now. I feel like FaZe Clan have just got this one in the bag.
I would agree with you. I'm trying to be a glass half full kind of guy, but I mean, neither of these teams have looked very good on attack at all. The attacking round victories really just go to show you exactly where we're at, right? 2 rounds in this entire match, 1 on attack. In Bank, it was 3. 5 attacking round victories through 25 rounds of play is some of the most defender-sided series that is some of the most defender-sided maps in a defender-sided series that we've seen in ages. This is more strikingly defender-sided than a lot of the games we saw at SI, which we talked endlessly about how good the defenders looked and how little they needed to do. Both of these teams putting on a defensive masterclass, even if, as we said, a lot of it isn't necessarily because of how good they've been on defense. It's how reactive they've been on defense. FaZe Clan are now playing that same passive style that we saw from Furia. I like that. It's a good change. You don't have to give up too much. If Furia determined that FaZe Clan was too slow on their entry, then FaZe can do the exact same with Furia, and it seems to be working out. Now add a Clash to the mix. It might be Furia's time to struggle with utility here.
Oh, this is not a good spot to be in. The fact that you've got the Aruni gate here as well is causing even more problems for the side Furia. My only hope, and unfortunately it looks like it's what's happening right now, is that they don't get hyper fixated on clearing this Clash, that you don't get tunnel vision. You have other things that you need to do if you want to take a round. So Vita King will play from below, afraid of this position. The verticality being opened up below will clear up some space for the attacking side to work with, and Herds though will be the first one to fall. DBNO, as the impact will take him down. Fleetbox catches Handy to get us back to a 4v4. KD's looking to make a big play. Fleetbox takes some damage. KD swings. He gets himself one. Is he going to get another one? He doesn't really have to. He's done enough as things stand. Falls back towards site. Gets another one. KDS getting his 6th, getting his 7th in the round. It is a quad for KDS. Is he going to get the ace? Yes, he will. And FaZe Clan are going to Manchester.
Just as we had expected, the best team in Brazil, maybe even the best team in the world, will clinch their spot to go to the United Kingdom. They'll be flying over to England in just a couple weeks as they win 2-0. Furia stood no chance whatsoever. Their best hope for a third map came about 45 minutes ago on Bank, as this was a blowout on Oregon. FaZe Clan not dropping a single defense. That is quite the story, especially for a team that had some very obvious struggles on attack. We're halfway through our matches. We've got one more. Will W7M or E1 be the next team to clinch a spot at the major? We'll find out in just a couple minutes when that matchup gets underway. Sit tight.
Welcome back to R6 Brazil League. We expected a 3-mapper. It became a 2-0, especially here on Oregon from the side of FaZe Clan. We expected them to be really good on this map, particularly consider their historical run and how they've been playing it so far in the league. But 7-4 against a team of Furious caliber, that is no small feat.
Yeah, it was exactly what you would expect to see on your own map choice for a team, where they looked comfortable on both sides of attack and defense. They looked clean and concise, especially when they swapped over to that defensive side. It was just kind of over. Furia couldn't do anything.
It is over right now, and that also means that FaZe Clan have officially qualified for the Manchester Major. They have that international ticket in their pocket, but what a way for them to get here, because round 2 particularly was a round that was a really great performance on the side, on that defensive side, and it's something that we consistently saw throughout the entirety of this map.
Yeah, when FaZe Clan just kind of stepped up and needed to make a few adjustments here and there, you might think, oh, they were struggling on Bank. They'll probably struggle on, Oregon once again. And the strat coming out of Furia was actually really nice. I liked the incorporation of the Tachanka, who we don't see very often, in a way to just fully shut down most entry points for FaZe Clan's attacks. What are you supposed to do when you have KZ with a LMG in his hand and a Shamika can shut down the blue entryway as well as the tower stairs? You got to get a little bit aggressive. You got to get a little bit crazy here and there, as Handy's just going to pop off for a couple of kills. But other than that, Furia just locked it down, and there was nothing that FaZe Clan could do. It was the same story once again, where Furia were able to just kill so much time and make FaZe look human.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well when we're coming into this map particularly, or in Brazil as a region overall. It's that defensive side where they're very comfortable and very confident in, and that's what we've seen from a team like Furia. But then again, when you go to the second half of the game, it's FaZe who's then on that defensive side of things, and they're the ones who get to dictate the pace, and that's exactly what they've done as well, to then be able to close it out in such a clean fashion.
Yeah, especially when I talked that likely we're going to see FaZe start reaching deeper into their bag and bringing out some just variations of strats. Something that we hadn't seen come out of FaZe was the Clash incorporated here in Brazil so far. The last time they ran that was at the 6 Invitational against the Susquehanna Sonics. So it's been quite some time, and they even had a little bit more variation and added an extra wrinkle with a lot of the Aruni gates and overall making a more open topside defense that was really hard for Furia to break down.
Yeah, when we're looking at FaZe particularly, and in terms of what Furia struggle with, it's also the individual gameplay that we see come out from members of FaZe Clan, particularly Handy are having another phenomenal game, and that's something that we can expect from to be completely honest, both of these rosters, and it was really this time around Handy who took the cake.
Yeah, with Handy, I feel like more often than not we're saying, oh my gosh, he had such a great game, because he has cemented himself as probably one of the best players in the entirety of the world. We have seen this pose where he's posing with the Nike dunk too many times in the MVP, and when you're 4-0 on
dunking on him.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
He is dunking on the competition. And when you're 4-0 on entry with 5 multi-kills, it's kind of easy to do that.
Yeah. It is. He's dunking on them. Like, there's nothing else really to say here besides the fact that the individual players from FaZe stepped up. We've also seen them come through with incredible strategies, incredible approach to some of the games. The defensive side was absolutely flawless, and congratulations to them, not just for making it once again to the grand finals in the regional league, but most importantly, I think something that is very heavily weighted on their minds is another shot at proving themselves on that international stage. This time looking stronger than ever. They went head-to-head toe-to-toe with W7M last time at SI, which is now Furia. But Furia with this as well, they're going to be dropping to that lower bracket, and that means that they can only get one of the tickets remaining after the next match.
Yeah, and it would be a phase 1 spot. Honestly, for Furia, I think that it's a best case scenario. I did not actually want to see them get their ticket punched into phase 2. I think this team needs phase 1 to kind of have a wake-up call and get a little bit more momentum rolling. They'll be playing quote-unquote easier teams, as kind of easy as you can get at a S-tier international event. Yeah. And I think hopefully they can get the ball rolling, but they still do have to qualify.
Hey, not to be a Debbie Downer, but at Copenhagen, they also started in phase 1, okay? Like, I remember that very clearly. They looked phenomenal in phase 1. They won the whole thing. So, maybe history sometimes does find a way to repeat itself. Maybe it doesn't. But either way, we're going to be heading over to a break because we have the second best of 3 of today happening, which will also be allotting the winner a ticket to Manchester. We have E1 versus W7M. So make sure you stick around for that one because, again, another one to represent our region. Welcome back to R6 Brazil League. I'm Ginny, this is C-Daps, and we're ready to give away one more ticket for Stage 2 of the Manchester Major here from Brazil League. We just gave one away to FaZe Clan after a phenomenal, dominant 2-0 performance against Furia, but this time around, we're looking at W7M going up against E1 Sports. When we're looking at both of these teams here, C-Daps, I feel like they're very equally matched in terms of what we can expect from them, but particularly W7M, I feel like that's a team that has genuinely surpassed a lot of their expectations.
Yeah, you would almost say for W7M, they lead in every single stat, and just across the board, they look like a much better team. That's a testament to E1 Sports really exceeding our expectations. But with this W7M team, they're pretty dang good, like we expected them. I don't quite believe anybody saw this team instantly just floating all the way to the top of Brazil and being as dominant as they are, but all of the pieces have started to fall into place for this W7M team. They looked so good everywhere. You have the course of Los, you have Dodez, who's an up-and-coming fragger that is looking so good, and you have Volps, who has resurged and just bounced back after really struggling on Liquid to be the top-rated player in the league right now. But
yeah,
when we're talking... Okay.
Go ahead. I just disconnected for a little second.
We always love hiccups here, but I was going to say W7M are just such a good team. You don't really want to write them off, and overall, you really do have to give them the edge over E1. They're going to be in the driver's seat.
Oh, all right. I think that's a great statement to make, considering the mixed bag of results when we're looking at W7M particularly and their lead up to their current position. Because of course, yes, this is a roster under the W7M banner that has done really well, but regardless of that, it was a little bit of a hiccupy road to get here.
Yeah, but with how W7M have played so far in the season, sure, they lost to FaZe. Everybody lost to FaZe. But those other losses to Black Dragons as well as Vivo Keatstars, W7M can kind of breathe easy because both of those teams have gotten eliminated. Now, the two options that they can kind of have, if they beat E1, they qualify for the Major. That's good. They've already done that before. As well with Furia, if they lose to E1, they get to play Furia again. So that's another just great position for W7M to be in.
Yeah, W7M in general is in a great position, but it also brings the question of can they bring that consistency because of the fact that they have such a mixed bag of result during the regular stage. Is that something that we're going to continuously see again? Is this BO3 really going to test them and push them to their limits? What exactly is going to happen? And that's a question that will remain to be answered. But one thing that is consistent when it comes to W7M is Volps particularly. That is a player who is more than happy to take the charge.
Yeah, Volps has been the best player in the league, and it's kind of not even close if we're going to be honest. He has not had a bad game. He has played out of his mind every time he loads up into the server, and it's been so nice to see such a comeback story come out of him. Volps was one of the best players in the world. W7M, his former roster, they got second place at SI. Then he jumped ship and went to Liquid, and he was not very great. All of a sudden, he comes back to W7M once again, a whole new crew of players, and he's just taking the league by storm, single-handedly taking over rounds time and time again. Over 100 kills in just the group stage is mind-blowing, especially when you put that in with 32 multi-kills and the fact that he's not engaged in that many entry engagements in comparison to other players on his team.
You know what? Maybe it's just the W7M banner. Whatever player you put under it just starts popping off. Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. But either way, so far they have proven that they can take on the top caliber teams, and that is something they are capable of. And today is going to be another testament to that, and a test of that more likely because of the fact that they're going up against E1. And when we're looking at E1 particularly, as we've already touched upon time and time again, this is a roster that the expectations were they will do fine, but the expectations weren't necessarily that they'll be one game away from qualifying to go to Manchester, to go to that international stage.
Yeah, nobody really expected E1 to get past Black Dragons. Black Dragons everywhere looked better. E1 had not beaten a team that qualified for playoffs. They'd only farmed the rosters that they sent down to the open qualifiers. All of a sudden, you know, E1 statistically looked so much worse against teams that kind of figured out how they play. It was almost a gimmicky play style with their attacks getting in your face really quickly. Their defense is relying a lot on big heroics from some of their players. But then the playoffs hit, and they were able to do it consistently across a BO3, look good while doing it, and make it kind of show that it's not a gimmick. It's just who they are as a team.
Yeah, but then the question as well comes, is it a team? Is it a two-man show? Is it mainly the fact that we have two players like Flastry as well as Perez that are continuously popping off and that are being that core, that just that glue that holds everything together.
Against Black Dragons, that was definitely the case. Perez and Flashtree had phenomenal games. They played so well, and Black Dragons just could do nothing to shut them down. But for E1, I think now, when you have shown your hand of what happens when Perez and Flashtree pop off, it's putting them in a weird position that these two players definitely do need to replicate this. It is a requirement for them to go up against a very heavy stacked W7M team, and with how E1 play, I could definitely see that happening again.
So that means that in terms of the consistency that we're looking for, rather than looking for an entire roster to be consistent, we're looking for 2 individual players, which, to be completely fair and honest, is better than waiting for 1 player to pop off like we've seen with the likes of Furia, and that's something that they heavily rely on. But having 2 players could put you in potentially a better spot. But then again, you're going up against a team like W7M, a team that is a multi-threat across multiple different roles and across every single one of their players. So is 2 going to be enough? Because to really be completely frank and honest here, there is so much on the line. There is that international major ticket on the line, and yes, you'll have another chance to do so if you do drop to that lower bracket, but wouldn't you want a clean ticket straight to phase 2 of the major? Absolutely big chilling.
Yeah, I think 100%. Yeah, I was going to say 100%. I think every single team in playoffs would definitely be like, yeah, I'll take phase 2. I don't want to go to phase 1. Sure, going to phase 1 is better than sitting at home and watching the event from your couch, but overall...
Don't get personal, okay?
But, I mean, it's just kind of a... E1 is going to have a lot of pressure on themselves, and they're definitely, sure, not necessarily having a lot weighing on their shoulders expectation-wise, and everything is a big positive for them, but I'm sure they will be much happier if they come out and win.
Yeah, but main test here is going to be the fact that it's a best of 3, which relies as well very heavily on a bit of a deeper map pool. So far, we've seen BO1s, and best of 3s, it requires you to have something a little special up your sleeve. We've seen it with FaZe Clan earlier against Furia, but when it comes to E1, when it comes to labs particularly, how deep does their map pool actually go?
We don't quite know, because Nighthaven Labs was a heavily banned map as they went through the entirety of the group stage, and then they pulled it out against Black Dragons and looked really, really good on it. And it's more indicative of me, with this being a new team, of, hey, what else do they have in their pocket? They have a couple other maps that kind of fit into this same ban pattern that we've seen with labs, and if they're able to pull those out and they're similar to what we see with these lab stats, then they're a scary team, because they did really, really, really look good on Nighthaven.
Yeah, and that's scary again when you are a team like W7M. You're going up against E1, you don't necessarily know what to expect, but again, I think you can look at it from 2 different perspectives, where it's like, one is like, okay, you're pulling out some new strats, maybe a little surprise, you're gonna try and, you know, get W7M throw curveball, but then on the other flip, it's like, okay, well, W7M is a team that is not being used to that creativity, so they could adapt on the fly. They have the tools necessary to be able to adapt. They have the tools necessary to be able to go up against some of these curveballs. So what camp are we sitting on here, CDAPS?
It's just, once again, I still want to give the edge to W7M, because they should, in theory, have that experience, like you were saying, to read properly into the E1 playstyle, whether it be gimmicky, whether it just be aggressive and part of their system. That's a whole nother argument. But overall, when we're just kind of thinking about what E1s bring to the table, it is a lot of surprise factor, and I think we'll figure out pretty early on, no matter what map we go to, if it's going to work or if it's not.
Yeah, maps are going to be a huge part in terms of throwing curveballs, and if we see labs once again, I would personally not be surprised. I mean, at this point, W7M have had that opportunity to see what E1 was comfortable doing, what E1 was doing on that map. Particularly, we're going to be starting off here with Sky. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. E1 have shown Skyscraper and absolutely dominated Liquid on it, but W7M, they don't really ban the map. It's banned against them, so it's obviously in their pool, as well as an Oregon, I think, is just a tried and true map for W7M. E1 have shown some struggles on it, and you already alluded to the fact that we were probably going to go to Nighthaven for a decider. Sure, W7M actually had the opportunity to bring E1 to their worst map, a current 0-3 record on Bank, which might be a little bit of a head scratcher as to why you would bring them to a Nighthaven Labs. But I think W7M wants to assert dominance and show that, hey, we haven't shown our Nighthaven Labs. Okay. E1 has, and they're going to try to counter-strat them.
Yeah, potentially that's what they're looking for, because at this point we've seen E1 play it. We know what they want to do. But I want to focus on this first map particularly, and I want to look at the first 2 options that we have available in terms of if it favors either one of these teams, I want to look at Skyscraper, particularly when it comes to E1. This is obviously the map that they want to pick. This is the map that they want to play, but they're starting on the attacking side. Brazil being more of a defensive side region, do we think that W7M can build enough of a lead at the first half to potentially take this one completely?
I think a lot of the defensive side for W7M is actually going to be hinging upon sort of an adjustment to what we've seen with the E1 attacks. If you recall all the way back to the Liquid game where E1 played on Skyscraper, the Monty was just used with as a master class. It was phenomenal work, and it led to E1 getting a 5-1 attacking split on a very defender-sided map. So if we kind of automatically see W7M ban out a Monty, I think it'll be very difficult for E1 to get anything going on the attacking side. But more than anything, if the Monty does get through, it's how W7M are going to handle that.
Yeah, I think as well from the E1 side of things is this is the map that you pick. This is the map that you want to start off with. This is the map that you are looking to secure and build momentum off of so that you're able to go into that second map or maybe even go into the decider still hot from that momentum that you got going from the previous series. So for them, this could potentially be looking really good.
Yeah, it definitely could be, and building momentum on a map like Skyscraper, especially if W7M are going to be employing the whole, hey, we can counter-strat them and know what they're going to be bringing. On the defensive side, E1 only had to show 2 of their defensive setups. We don't know how deep their pockets go with strats.
Ooh, I think because of the fact that we're looking at something or a roster that we haven't seen too much from in terms of their maps, in terms of their strats, in terms of their rounds, it's making it a little bit difficult for us to guess in terms of how they want to approach it. But also something to really keep in mind is that these teams do scrim. They do play up against each other, maybe not necessarily on this live LAN environment, but behind the scenes when they're pracking. So there could be something that both of these teams have seen from each other, potentially being scrim partners, whatnot, maybe reads from other regions, strats that they've seen come across, and they feel comfortable enough taking them to a map where maybe statistically it doesn't necessarily look the best for them, but they could have something up their sleeve. I mean, at the end of the day, with that international ticket being on the line, you'd expect teams to come out with a little bit more creativity.
Yeah, you would expect them to really reach deep into the pockets, pull out all the stops, and just lay it all on the line, because this game, you know, if you put everything into it and you win, you're already qualified. Tomorrow doesn't really matter besides maybe a little bit of seeding, prize money, and pride, but overall, this is definitely, in my opinion, the more important game to win, because you definitely want to get to those S tier events. That's where you really show your stuff. That's where you really just kind of cement your legacy.
Yeah, and regardless of whether or not this game goes well, tomorrow you're going to have Furia, who has already had a chance to be looking at this game. They've already had a chance to see what you're going to be pulling out in terms of all the stops, as you mentioned, in terms of that creativity, in terms of the map build, whatever side that might be on. And I think that's also something to keep in mind when you're either one of these teams is if you play today and you play well, you are secured for Manchester. You have that win under your belt, you have that international ticket, and that takes a lot of pressure off of your shoulders when it comes to that grand finals when you go up against a team like FaZe Clan. Whereas if you don't win today, you're gonna have to drop to that lower bracket, and that means you're gonna be fighting with Furia for the final remaining ticket to head straight to the Manchester Major. English is difficult, and that adds additional weight, that adds additional pressure, because you snooze, you lose, and you're out.
Yeah, and having to go up and know that, hey, Furia is in the wings waiting for you, it's not the best position to be in. Sure, for W7M, they looked a lot better against Furia, and they actually kind of dominated them earlier on in the stage, but that's also not the same Furia that we just saw get really close to beating FaZe. As well, E1, they fell at the hands of Furia, and that was once again a pretty dominant win, so both times it's going to be a tough matchup. If you lose, it's almost like a lose-lose situation.
So gotta win, right? And with that, we're ready to head into the first map, which whoever one wins gets off to a great start. Skyscraper is ready, the first game of this series of W7M going up against E1 with Gibson and Intero.
Thank you so very much, and it's upon us. Could we have W7M and W7M and FaZe in a rematch tomorrow to see which team is the best in the region? Different rosters entirely. Or will E1, the lower bracket merchants, as CDAPs referred to them as, upset yet again and topple W7M and end up with a spot in the major? Gibson, what are your immediate takeaways on this match?
My immediate takeaways is 3 of the 4 teams in this position are the teams you expected to be there. I did not think E1 would currently be the 4th team in Brazil when you consider you got Liquid, you got NIP, you got MIBR, but they have earned the right to be here. W7M might just be a bridge too far, But if there's one thing E1 can do, and they do it really well, is they can get that case down on attack. That might just be the key for them getting a victory here against W7M.
It really was an astonishing result yesterday in the E1 Black Dragons matchup. It's not a spoiler to tell you that E1 won. That's why they're here right now playing up against W7M. But the way in which they won is what's most amazing. E1 got all 4 of their wins by beating up every team beneath them. E1 finished 6th, 7th was MIBR, E1 beat them. Team Liquid was 8th, E1 beat them. Ninjas in Pajamas are 9th, E1 beat them. Fluxo, 10th, E1 beat them. All of the other matches E1 played in stage 1, they lost. And not only did they lose them, they lost all of them in regulation. These were not particularly close matches. E1 beat the worst, lost to the best. That's been the whole story for stage 1. Well, guess what? Yesterday, they go up against Black Dragons, and they don't just win Gibson, they slaughter them. 7-3 on Consulate, 7-4 on Nighthaven Labs. Oregon, not even needed. It was a stunning result. And I know it's easy to say this now, but at the time, did you think there was a chance in hell that E1 would win that matchup?
No, I was on board with the Black Dragons tree, and I thought they were going to take that win. But everybody loves an underdog story, and best of 3s are very different than best of 1 league fixtures. As you pointed out, they've beaten the teams below them, but now they're in a scenario where everybody here is technically now on a level playing field. You've all gone into the playoffs. It's win and go to Manchester, lose, you've got to play Furia. We will find out which of these sides will be going to Manchester in the next few hours, but we're going to jump into a very quick break while the players get loaded in, and we'll see you guys in a few.
we had a bit of a false start, but now we are here together, united, to watch W7M attempt to do something that the organization didn't have a problem doing over the last year or two, but might now have some more difficulties because it's a different roster, and that's qualify for a major. W7M has been successful in qualifying for pretty much every major since they became a team in Rainbow Six. Are they going to be able to do it now with a different look, or will E1 be the upset that we didn't see coming? Operator band's rolling in, and we're starting map number 1 on Skyscraper.
The Monty ban, no surprise. Deimos, maybe more of a surprising one. Not one that you see all too commonly. Kaid will get removed as well. While now W7M, they didn't ponder too long. They knew exactly who they wanted to remove, and that final ban will be the Solace, which makes perfect sense when you think about how this map plays out. But here's the thing, W7M, yes, it's a new look roster. However, the core of this roster have been together for a while. They know what it's like to get some sort of success on the international stage. We know Loban, we know Dash, we know Dots, and you know, from other pastures, we know how good Volps can be. But I feel like even though this should be an easy test on paper, you know, the community seems to agree with us, Parker, these are the type of banana peels that can catch teams out. And W7M, if they give E1 momentum in this game, they could find themselves chasing early, and you never know what an underdog can do when they get a chance.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that E1 gets to start on their favored map after the performance they put in yesterday against Black Dragons is a great sign for this team. If you look at the specific stats of Skyscraper, it sits towards the bottom of most played maps in Brazil. The only teams played less are Border Consulate and Nighthaven Labs. One of those, your keen eyes, those with keen eyes might see, will be played as the decider should we need it. But Skyscraper is a very defender-sided map. How defender-sided? It is the most defender-sided map in all of Brazil. Almost 70% of all rounds played have been won by the defenders. Given what we saw in that FaZe Furia matchup, almost certain we're looking at another defender-sided day, especially since we go back to Oregon for our second map, another very defender-sided field. The 3 main bomb sites on this map all hold 60+% win rates for the defenders as well. There is no good site for the attackers except for Master Bathroom, which is sitting at 4 plays through 45 rounds. So you're not going to see it all that often. That means E1 are going to be in trouble early on, and we'll see if they can make up for the fact that they're playing on the unfavorable side.
Yeah, I can't imagine we'll see too much of that. Loban in some early game engagements as there's players on rappel on that kitchen and balcony. Legion, a great operator to play solo at times. His goo mines can provide him tons of information on whether or not he's going to get flanked, but the concept is always the same. You want to push across the map, and Arthur, not really the person you normally expect to get the entry engagement for his side, but he certainly gets things up the right way. Loban's going to fall now too. Doda's getting in position to trade it back, but this is an excellent start by E1.
Oh, it's exactly what they need. Arthur was very good at the start of this stage, but cooled off the more games that were played. I wonder if that was just E1 realizing that maybe we have other tools at our disposal. Dot's bleeding out, so E1 in a good position. Press back stairs, oh my! Taking no prisoners. The secure onto Dots, the kill onto Volps, softening up some players as well from his position. Dodes and Dash in a 2v3. In terms of utility, there's plenty on the side of E1. They might not even need it. Amps needs to be careful that he doesn't hit the frost mat, and he doesn't even get to that part of the map. Dash falls, and E1 starts off Skyscraper strong.
I see you, E1. Nobody expected that on the opening round here in Sky. Well, I can maybe, you know, it's too early to say that we sense an upset, but if you want to, that is the perfect start for them. They got the opening engagement. They built from there. E1 looking really good. And I said that one of the keys to their success is their ability to get the case down. Well, first round, they did all the talking with the barrel of their guns.
Well, I think that's one of the keys to success for this E1 team. You need to take a lead early on this map. Prove that Skyscraper is not just the playground for the defenders and that you picked it for good reason. Dare I say it, E1 have already had one of the most impressive attacks that we've seen all day. Given that FaZe and Furia did not exactly give us an attacker-sided masterclass.
It's not hard.
It's not hard. It's, you know, that old saying is you can't jump out of a basement window. So it's only up from here for the attackers. Hopefully, I don't know, maybe W7M go on to win the next 5 rounds and we're just a little bit too ahead of ourselves. All that said, E1 winning gunfights and taking advantage of what looked to be chaos in the ranks of W7M. The moment that E1 got in the building, W7M seemed to collapse.
So we'll start this next round. A few things that people might have noticed in Skyscraper, the adaptations over the past year. Teams like to keep that main breach wall soft on the right side. So you can put head holes there, so you can put feet holes there. Basically, if Thermite wants to step up and get it open, he's got to take a risk, and there's that risk. Loban peeks and Loban gets that opening kill. It's not the Thermite that falls, it's the Buck. However, it's a vital piece of the puzzle removed early, and I think W7M, they saw what happened last round and they were like, yeah, we need to set the tone.
Very different style than what we saw from our very first matchup. A passive defense from both Furia and from FaZe Clan. Throw utility in the way, back up. But in this instance, W7M roaming, taking the fight directly to E1. E1 does have a ton of potential when it comes to killing, so why not? Throw a spanner in the works. Exactly what we saw from that very first pick. A little over half the round to go. There's another roaming kill, this time onto Perez, who is excellent in the previous round. Volps' patience is rewarded with a kill on the flash tree, and it's all up to Arthur and STK. You got an IQ with nades in hand. You got a Ying as well with 3 Candelas. Not all hope is lost, but W7M still have 5 players on the board. STK's been dropped. It's all up to Arthur. And a flawless end to that round for W7M. Oh, I manifest a 5-0 half. Hold on a second, is that a Chikorita?
Yes, it is. Also, be careful with that desk. Don't knock the monitor over. I saw that. But that was pretty much what the doctor ordered for W7M after the last round. E1 barely even got feet inside the building. The only player that did get inside got to move in through, in towards reception and died. So, yeah, E1, you're still level. It ain't the worst thing in the world. Site swap will be here. We'll go down to Kitchen Barbecue this time around. That age-old, I say tertiary site, but it's still got a pretty good win rate for the defenders comparatively to other maps. But Intero, if you want to take this site, verticality is key. So what will W7M do? You expect them to have... Look, they've got the mirror window looking in towards Karaoke. That'll be a strong position for the player inside of Geisha to utilize. You'll probably have some pressure over by Drum, and that's exactly what Loban's going to do by putting that secondary mirror there. So many bits, or so much of an investment of utility is being put down on the top floor.
The way this bomb site tends to work, as you said, is you got to clear out that top floor. It works this way across all regions of Rainbow Six. Linear takes are possible. They do happen, depending on the bomb site, depending on the map. But here, your first focus, if your E1 is going to be clear off this side, then move across to Karaoke T. Make sure that 1 or 2 players are in position to vault in either kitchen window or go through pantry. Get that diffuser down, likely somewhere underneath the hatch in Geisha, but you cannot get that done if Geisha control is not yours. If all hell breaks loose, you've got Barbecue there as your fallback. I'm not sure, though, if W7M are going to hold any part of Barbecue. They've kept dots inside of the bomb site, so if E1 decides to go for a quick execute, they'll run into one of the defenders at least. And there's dots! What did I say? Down goes Perez. And dots will fall, though, because hold on a second. Arthur's in the site and planting with 2 minutes to go, Gibson.
This is what Arthur does best. 14 plants on the season, but the cover is there. Flastry gets the kill and the case goes down. Now Blitz can go be a menace elsewhere, and all of a sudden the sides have swapped. You've got about 30 seconds to get all the kills and get to the case if you want to win the round with that 7-second defuse time. STK holding the angle. That's all you gotta do now. If you're E1, hold angles, make W7M put the work in. Dodez will start to test that. Case gets ticked, will get the kill. It's a 2v2. Blitz does a ton of damage onto Mira. Mira gets stunned. Mira gets the kill. No, there's a couple of seconds left. Are they going to get there? No, they're not. And E1 take another round.
I think that was a down on the Azami, by the way. I don't think that was a guaranteed kill, but a down on the Azami with no Rook armor, no chance to get picked back up. And the diffuser down means that's curtains for W7M. A very, very scrappy round. And, well, we spent all this time talking about the importance of vertical play, and guess what? E1 didn't do it all. Clear out the vertical play. Instead, they realize if there's only a single player holding the bomb site and we can position somebody on the geisha window and paralyze them with those candelas, then Arthur can run in and get the diffuser down in an unorthodox spot. E1 had a mission. They had a plan. They stuck to it. It worked. It was very close to falling apart. If that last duel with the Azami goes the other way, W7M have ample time to hop on that diffuser and win the round. Does not come to pass. At the end of the day, W7M were expecting a conventional take. It did not materialize from E1, and kudos to E1 for realizing that there was a way to exploit the defenses of W7M. Now, here's an interesting situation. Remember that one bomb site that I said way back was very favorable to the attackers, but had only been played 4 times? Well, how about a 5th? Bedroom and bathroom will show up in the 4th round. W7M wanting to play every part of this map.
I'm a fan. Like, obviously, you're taking a risk changing the site up, but if they've got something cooking, it might just work. Early peeks towards the drone holes, maybe you can get some information taken away, maybe you can catch some toes as they rotate through, but I'll be more curious as to how E1 elect to attack the site. You look once more, tons of vertical setup by the defensive side as they look to defend this site from above. However, last time that happened, E1, well, they kind of took the fastest point from A to B as a straight line, but this time it does seem to be more old-fashioned, more of trying to establish vertical control, and I think Dash does the right thing to just fall back inside X position because of the fact that that office breach is now gone.
To think that the previous round, by the way, was started by, I believe it was Dodez playing the castle to get that very first pick, and then everything went bad from there. If E1 can keep up the pace that they had through rounds 1 and 3, then they will be in very good position for this bomb site. But just as they started off the previous round, this one too, they will have to focus on the office and exhibition side of this map. Ash will be first point of contact, eliminating Arthur. A nitro cell to go out. It's not pulled. Oh, wait, hold on. It was. The flash actually obscured our kill feed. We couldn't see it, but he still wins it. Emps and Arthur dying from above. Case surrendered as well. Flashtree will need to retrieve it, and the job for E1 now gets far tougher.
3 versus 4. You've got vertical control, however, you've lost numbers 4. Perez will level the size with that shot onto Dots. Nice headshot, but Volps is there to play the trade game. Does Perez know? Volps will creep closer and closer to the door. Ash will reposition over towards the window now as that moment of danger that stood there has now kind of eased off just a little bit. 40 seconds to go though, Intero.
Dodez will hold the main portion of this breach into the A-bomb site. He suspects that the assault will come from over towards Closet, so why not reposition yourself there? Flastry holds onto the diffuser, but he's above the bomb site with 30 seconds to go, and he will miss out on an opportunity to take down a defender. Dodez dies at the hands of Perez, and now he'll die to Loban. His team's trading back and forth. Flastry will have to reposition, and he's very low on time. Oh my. Over 15 seconds now burned. SDK walking in. Look down. There's a Capkin trap to finish him off. The Flashtree will vault in into a frost mat. Goodness gracious. Volps is last alive. Frost mat is no longer fatal. You can get yourself out of it, but not when your teammates or not when your opponents know that you're there. An easy finish for W7M, and the teams are tied.
A Capcan kill and a Pogma in that round. That is so disappointing, and that's the stage of the round where those bits of utility become so effective, is when you force a rush to execute, when you force players up the tempo at the end of the round. They don't really check, and they end up going down. This is, I think that's a bit of a let-off for W7M. E1 had themselves in a great position to win the round. But remember, we spoke earlier today, Antero, about how the changes to the game and how this new form of the game run impacts rounds, and you know, players can't swing as effectively as they used to with the new ADS time. That new ADS time is what saved Legion's life playing below the window, because the verticality was there, but Buck just didn't have the speed to zoom in to get the kill.
We talked about this while we were on the tech pause there, about how the upheaval that we've seen in the standings and performances of teams across all regions. And I've been saying this from the first or second match in the NA League, that I do genuinely think the fact that teams were able to just run and gun their way against other teams has hurt some of these squads. You get punished now. If you have bad strategic play, or if your game sense is quite poor, you cannot bail yourself out of that spot with good mechanics. Oh, Loban might have actually just gotten a kill. If he hadn't fallen off his position, STK would have been dead. That's the inverse of luck. That's siege timing.
Oh no. Oh, that's so disappointing for the attacking side, but the bandit trick will work and makes that Mira more difficult to deal with. However, you can go and punch it off, but yeah, you're a little bit behind the sticks now if you're E1. Little reposition will come through. 2 minutes and 7 seconds to go. Loban takes a tad of damage, playing inside of... Oh, Terra's there. STK will get the opening kill. Loban falls, and all of a sudden, hello, Perez. There's a direct avenue of access in towards Bar, and there's a free kill on the dots as well. Peeks towards the distance, misses the head, but managing to wrestle control of a vital point of the map.
And Perez is just taking no prisoners himself. Ash with one, trying to get back towards this office bomb site. Volps cannot die. There is no way that Dash wins a 1v4. You need both of these players to work together appropriately. Volps is just on a tiny point of HP. Not even just about W7M. How about Volps wanting to get back to a major? Slow peaks Dragon, and now it's Dash again in that 1v4. A fateful spot for him to be in. He has both kills. He'll have to ace clutch. Nitro Cell prepped and ready. Tossed out through the soft wall. Arthur will get the final kill. Neither team can win consecutive rounds. This is what this matchup is going to be like. We are in for the long haul. E1 regains the lead, though, 3-1.
Have they been watching Ashen with the trash talk that I'm seeing go back and forward? We didn't see that at all in the FaZe Fury game earlier, but these two teams are at each other's throats at the end of every single round. Is this part of E1's, mindset going into this? Do they think that they can rattle W7M with a little bit of verbal between rounds?
There have been a couple times where some of these teams have had really, really bad blood with each other, and I don't know if it's just them trying to hype each other up and get into the vibes of it or not, or if it's just actual animosity between certain players or certain organizations. I remember there was a period of time where I can't remember, I think he was on Sonics, but there was a period of time in the NA League when they used to play in Vegas on LAN, and you would repeatedly see certain teams just saying the most unhinged things at each other. And I think that trash talk is good, and I think that competition brings up certain things in certain people. But there were players in the NA League at the time who said that the trash talk was a bit performative, and I have to wonder if it's kind of the same in Brazil. Obviously, I don't speak Portuguese, as far as I'm aware. You don't either. So I'm not privy to what is being said in between rounds, but I would love to know the answer. Is this real beef, or is this just for show? Because if it is just for show, that's a pretty good show. Arthur dies, by the way. That's the Ying off the board in the first 30 seconds. Loban roaming. Again, keeping up with this very full frontal defense that we've seen so far from W7M.
Lost the Ying too. That's such a good execute operator gone. It would have been great for dealing with dash, but no, you've got to do it differently. Great cover there. It's yeah, okay, STK gets a kill, and Flastry will trade his own teammate for the other side. But you've got clear inside Geisha. You can get that wall open. You're working your way through your bag of tricks. But how impactful will that team kill be? Those little things can be the difference between a round won and a round loss. We saw it earlier in today's matchup on Oregon. But the only thing I will say, you've got a lot of time. You've got drones that you can use. You can still work on finding out where these defenders are. But when you're down numbers, the key is to divide and conquer, find the weakest link of the chain, and team up to clear it.
Well, it's the halfway point now where the teams will reset. E1 will lick their wounds for a short time, but it'll have to be just a brief set of licking here, Gibson. You can't spend too much time on the licking because you've got to do some killing. Right now, not working out. That second portion for E1, a little bit more challenging. They've now lost Emps. Flastry and Perez last alive. There goes Perez. It's all up to Flastry, and he's picked apart almost a flawless round. Again, back and forth. Most concerning for W7M. They have either tied or trailed the entirety of this first half. Consider the fact that this is the most defender-sided map, and W7M could only muster 3 rounds on that favored side. And well, that doesn't...
Yes.
That doesn't bode well for the second half. That's a tech pause, by the way, and we will come back at the beginning of the second half.
We hope.
We hope.
You never know in Brazil. You never know. Well, I think from watching this game so far, we're actually seeing teams try to take the initiative more on attack. I know in the earlier game, felt a lot more like maybe teams were showing themselves a little bit of respect whenever they're on defense. The attacking teams were not really changing the tempo too much. It was very slow. On this map, we're seeing E1 in particular try to up the tempo. They're playing aggressive siege. It's working at times. But you always feel like they're one move away from W7M turning the round on its head, right? Like anytime you've seen E1 get the opening pick, it's because someone from W7M tried to make a play.
I mean, it's a stark contrast. It's to what we saw in the very first matchup, right? I mean, let's go back to FaZe versus Furia, which ended about an hour ago at this point. And the way that these two teams played each other was not a huge difference. They both FaZe and Furia were very passive on their defenses. They were very slow on their attacks. Both teams on entry were often playing alone. Lone wolf style of entry. And when you've got to deal with juggling utility, when you've got to deal with taking map control and then ensuring that you're not losing it, there weren't even a lot of flanks from either Furia or FaZe. It was just a very standard, almost like turtle defense, round through round through round. We have not seen that in E1 versus W7M. W7M were very active on the roam. They were playing either above site, next to site. They were playing on the other side of the map. E1's entry was not good because their drone work was well below standard. W7M, though, still were not able to win a majority of the rounds. I really do go back to that one kitchen take from E1 as just a brilliant decision to have Arthur sprint in after a single kill inside of the site was had. I don't know if that was premeditated, pre-planned. I don't know if that was something that was called after they noticed that there was a weakness inside of the site, but hats off to E1 for the way they did that. And that was the tempo that E1 kept trying to set. The problem is that if you're going up against a very roam heavy aggressive defense, you have to be entering either in pairs or you need to be using utility, and that includes drones, to ensure you're not entering right into harm's way. And too many rounds, E1 seemed to run in blindly and get punished for it. How will E1 approach their defenses? Will they be as free-flowing as on the roam as W7M?
Well, one thing's for sure, the stats that you've seen on your screen tell you that E1 are very good on defense on this map. They have a 100% win rate on every round they've played on defense here. However, I don't think W7M will be as easy a foe to vanquish here on Skyscraper. W7M, when you look at a player for player, they've got the firepower to outmuscle E1. So that's where E1 have to be creative in their ways to make fights more favorable. This is something that a lot of pro players, particularly not entries, will talk about, is maneuvering gunfights so that nothing's ever a 50-50, that you always have like a 60 to 70% chance of winning every fight you're in. That's what E1 need to do now if they want to beat W7M. Because Volps, he didn't really capture it on Liquid, but Volps was liquid at a bottle. I thought that he was going to be that fountain of youth for them, but it never really worked out for him, nor that Liquid side. He's here now with the W7M roster. He looks more comfortable, and he's playing Ashe. I don't know about you, but there's just something about seeing Ashe entry on play, particularly with ACOGs being back. It just feels like Siege.
Oh, 1000%. To me, there's absolutely no denying it. Ashe on entry is no different than seeing Jaeger ACOG on Roam, and I know that will upset some people because Jaeger has completely disappeared from the meta. He's been replaced fully by Wamai, but Ashe for a period of time was in the same position. Ashe's pick rate fell off of a cliff, and she was a non-factor across all regions for a year and a half. Like it was not the Ashe scene for a while, but then, Ashe has gone through a couple different iterations. There was that period of time where everything was bulletproof. So you needed Ashe's explosives. She brought the breach charges. She brought the breach rounds. She was an excellent utility operator. Now she's back to being your standard entry. I asked a question, by the way, during the tech pause, as to whether or not E1 would bring that same fire on defense. The answer so far is yes. Emps roaming down below kills Loben. That's 30 seconds into the round, and already a huge part of W7M's execute is gone.
Oh, they might lose another as they step in on that balcony door, but Flastry falls back at the right time, but Osa's in place. So what they're going to use, or to do, is have Osa put the first shield down by the door, and then use the second one to cover your way across. They've got that kill now. They've got themselves an entryway onto the balcony. No defensive presence on those stairs whatsoever. STK will throw a C4 out the door, but it's shot out by Dodez, and that keeps them alive at 4 up.
Well, I've got a listen in right now for you, but obviously we can't listen in to the E1 players. There's not a lot of talking that was happening. I don't know if you saw that, but not many mouths were open. It's getting close to the bomb site, getting the diffuser down, but decides against it. And why? Well, you've still got one player lurking below, and Dash might be able to rappel down and pressure Emps, but for the time being, it could be a Nitro Cell from below to defang this W7M entry. Arthur dies to Dash. Dodez looking for one as well. He's the Valkyrie of Emps, preoccupied down below. SDK getting the job done on site, now swinging towards those back stairs. Volps trying for something with the pistol out, but he can't accomplish it. It's all up to Dash, who's been great this round. 2 kills, a third, but that's if Emps decides to pressure above. Emps is still playing down below, restaurant side. Does he have access to a Nitro Cell? Yes, he does. If there's a proper Valk Cam in position, oh my, he could do some damage. Dash wisely reading into this. Lands on the platform, and T3 takes and kills him through the wall. E1 successful on their first defense.
Oh, that one's gotta hurt for W7M. They had the Valk isolated in the kitchen. They lost their one, so it forced the player to plant on the table. But that makes it easy for Valk to read because she knew all she had to do was push up main stairs and she would have a line of sight. So, E1 winning 4-3. This is a map where they've not dropped a round on defense yet. So they want to keep that trend going. They've won the first half on the attack, or won first round on the attacking phase. They've won the first round on the defensive phase. What they've not done yet is start to put rounds together, to start building. And this is one of those matchups where you can kind of feel that if, the team that manages to put 2-3 rounds together in a row will be the one that wins the map.
It is kind of crazy how again, the lead will elude W7M. They've they had a rough go of it on that entry, and again, it really came down to drone work. Both of these teams having some deficiencies with being able to pinpoint the position of the roamers. Emps is a player who strikes me as very feast or famine. There was a period of time where he was one of the top 5 rated players in this region and was stacking up very well against good teams. Then the more that E1 started playing these top level squads, the more struggles they started to show. Again, all 4 of E1's victories in stage 1 came from the bottom 4 teams, but yesterday they finally broke that trend. They defeated the 3rd place team of Black Dragons. It was a stunning result, frankly. It wasn't just that they beat them, it's how they did it. Neither of those matches needed overtime. In fact, E1 has never gone to OT in any of the games they've played so far this stage, so it's either a blowout in their favor or a crippling defeat against them. Now it's STK doing everything himself, and they bait him in with Flastry there for cover. We're a minute into this round, and half of the server's almost dead.
I love it though. I love the aggression. It's a little bit windy there as the SMG-12, the recoil gets a little bit away from Dash, but we'll focus on the next fight. There's the kill from above. Arthur gets his 1 on the round, and it's a 4 versus 1. All down to Dodes inside a dragon, making noise. Here's the problem: you get a kill, you don't even get a kill. Everyone knows exactly where you are. The camera will feed that information too. But this is what we call unwinnable. And they're playing. Oh, okay, Dodes. There's a chance 1 versus 3. Maybe I spoke too soon. Oh, it's slow.
You talked about this Ash, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
And now here it is.
Entry though, not last on the site. It's like when Ash is the last player alive, you're like, what's gone wrong? What's happened? Why have the rest of my team died inside kitchen and barbecue?
What did you say the secret was? Win 2 in a row?
Mm-hmm. They've done it.
They have absolutely done it, and W7M will burn their time out. I suppose the one bright spot for this team, if you want to look on that side of things, is the fact that this is E1's map. If W7M lose E1's map, not all hope is lost. You've still got Oregon and then Nighthaven Labs to put this one away, but it will mean that Labs will emerge for W7M if they fail here. Well, I mean, it will emerge if they want to win. It is entirely possible that E1 wins 2-0 if they prevail on Skyscraper. I mean, it's not a guarantee that you're going to win your own map. Just ask Furia. So I think the big thing for W7M is to not let E1 get dialed in. This has been a very, very scrappy match so far. Both of these teams playing wildly unpredictable Siege. It really doesn't seem to matter where the bomb site is to any of these squads because action is breaking out all over the map. Sight be damned.
This is really good for E1. Remember, for the viewers at home, they have not lost a round on defense on this map yet this stage. So, omens look good if you're someone who likes to look into that type of thing. This is the tertiary site, though. This is where they got one of their attacking victories by getting a kill onto a player in kitchen and just saying, you know what? Let's just go get a plant off. Who cares about verticality being established? What are they doing to defend things? Well, we're seeing an operator get played that I have not seen get played a lot at all this stage, and that's Alibi. And, you know, players are not really going to get caught out by those Prismas anymore. They've been around the scene too long. I'm very curious as to why they brought. Maybe it's because you can make rotates, you've got the ability to put down information, but the Alibi pick is a strange one.
Yeah, I am a little intrigued as Alibi doesn't even begin to register in terms of pick rate. I mean, granted, I don't have the stats from every single round of every single Brazilian playday, but I cannot remember a single time I casted an Alibi in Brazil. I don't even think I could. I don't even remember the last time I saw an Alibi in NA or EU either, at least not off the top of my head. It really is quite shocking. to see her show up. This is very abnormal.
Watch her get an ace now. What do you see? MX4 Storm ace incoming. Loban takes a lot of map control pretty early on, a minute gone inside the round, but that's why you're getting it for free, because most of the setup is on the other side of barrels, which is pretty much par for the course. So it's up to W7M to find the killer, to find something that they can work with. Maverick will be able to help get this geisha wall open. They're going to work to open the main wall of the side too. So Empt's position suddenly starting to heat up, but this is the best thing to do. Empt is going to up the aggression just a little bit. But is he going to get caught? He needs to fight his way out because the wall's getting open beside him now too. STK and Flastry get one. There's the MX4 Storm. Yeah, what do you know about Gibson? The MX4 Storm has 2 on the round here already. And E1 are about to go 6-3 up.
W7M have completely collapsed, and they get Assassins created by Perez as he vaults over backstairs and shuts down any hope of a comeback. No timeout has helped at all. There's going to be no benefit whatsoever from slowing things down for W7M. This is the E1 show at the moment. They have looked so good since this side swap came in. And again, I don't obviously want to brag, but I did point out that this is a very attacker side or defender sided map. And given the fact that W7M only got 3 rounds on defense, I said this could be a very worrying sign. And look at what E1 has done. A perfect rotation. They go back to Karaoke T. They have been indomitable on defense.
1 round away from a 1-map lead in the best of 3 series. And who would have thunk it? E1, the heavy underdogs going into this map. Chat, I had a look at chat. Chat were like 33% advantage in W7M's side when it came to the community votes as to who they thought were going to win this one. And E1, this is what I love about an underdog story, right? Everything that happened over the course of the season does not matter once you get to best of 3s. And the best thing about a best of 3 is the better team will always win. So if E1 get out of here with a win over W7M, they will have earned it.
I mean, I will say I am proud of the growth that E1 has shown. Like all matches, I really couldn't care which team prevails. But I will say this, from a storyline perspective, Furia is waiting for the loser of this match. If W7M fails to qualify and they play Furia for the final spot, it will be Furia playing against their old organization and Volps playing against his old team on his old/new team. It would make for a great cast. The only regret I'd have is that I'm not working Brazil tomorrow, as much as I would love to be able to cast that myself. I might be getting a bit ahead of myself. It really depends on how W7M tackles the remaining rounds here on Skyscraper. It's not a great start. Odes all by himself over by Office. He's gunned down by STK outside. W7M already reduced to 4 players with 2 minutes to go.
It's just excellent by E1. They're meeting them at the points of entry into the map. Oh, they try the Assassin's Creed again, but Loban trades it back. This time the SMG-12 not getting away from the owner, from the user. Flastry will see those flames spreading, but his toes are safe for now. 1:30 left on the round, but there's heavy pressure from those black stairs. It looks like that's where the brunt of this push is going to come from. But until you get any pressure on Geisha, Flastry can just do this. He gets the headshot on the Volps, and now he focuses on what's going on behind him. But it's a 3v4. There's a minute to go, and E1 on the brink. But look, he can see the gun in Tero.
Just need to be patient at this point. There go the flames. Can Flastry survive? HP being ticked away at. No good coordination, but hold on. All of a sudden, Emps and Perez come to the rescue. Dots looking for a clutch. 1 of 3 targets found successfully. Diffuser in hands, but Perez says not today. E1 win map 1 against W7M.
And they go flawless on their defense. They've still not dropped a round on defense on Skyscraper. They will need to do that again, though, going forward to Oregon. But enjoy this. You're winning the best of 3. And now it's as simple as it is for W7M. If you don't win your map pick, you're playing your old roster to try qualify. Well, like you, I'm getting ahead of myself. I do get very excited when underdogs start to put on a performance because, hey, we all love a good story. But did we expect that to be so one-sided?
No, I certainly didn't. And honestly, if it was to be one-sided, I would have given the nod to W7M just simply based on the results that we've had through all of stage 1. But after the shellacking that BD took at the hands of E1 yesterday, maybe we were being a bit, I want to say disrespectful, but maybe we weren't giving the full credit to E1 that they deserved. And after yesterday, they earned it. And if you didn't think they earned it yesterday against Black Dragons, you're probably thinking that they've earned it now against W7M, at least in map number 1. Oregon is a completely different affair, though, Gibson. And it was picked by W7M. And W7M cling to this series and ultimately tie it up? Or is E1 on their way to Manchester? We'll find out in just a couple minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, to R6 Brazil League, where we just see E1 take their own map pick and leading the way in this BO3 against W7M, which guarantees the winner a spot at Phase 2 of the Major. And I think this is something that we really need to put into perspective here, CDAPs, because when we came in this time around for Stage 1 of Brazil, we said, all right, E1, great roster, but this is not the expectation that we have. They've surpassed it, and they should be so incredibly proud of themselves.
Yeah, they snuck into playoffs by the skin of their teeth, and they had to go up against the top remaining team in the quarterfinals, being Black Dragons. That was the 3 seed. They beat them 2-0. Now they're playing against the 2 seed in W7M, and they just dominated them on E1's map choice.
Respectfully, they did that indeed. But looking particularly at that first half, though, and that is where things were going a little bit more of a back and forth between both of these rosters, and we were thinking, okay, this is potentially where the balance is going to shift one way or the other, but eventually it did shift heavily into E1's favor, and 3, that's all W7M got.
Yeah, and when you look at E1 as their attacking wins, was absolutely massive. Getting a 3-3 split on skyscraper attacks, it's a death sentence for any team as soon as, you kind of move on to the other side. W7M, they were dead in the water. And with this E1 team, they have struggled on the attacking side against these upper echelon teams in Brazil. But as soon as they go into playoffs, it's right back to utter dominance when they're attacking.
Yeah, and I had a lot of questions as well for E1 coming into this, just because it's a mixed bag of result, and to be frank, quite the same for W7M. But I think this skyscraper particularly has solidified E1 in terms of what they are capable of doing and how deep their strats go as well. Because when we came into the setups, you particularly said that it is a little worrying for E1 considering how dominant W7M has been recently, especially coming into these playoffs. But at the end of the day, I am now worried for W7M because it could be that it's going to be W7M against Furia, so it's going to be either W7M, the org at the major, or is it going to be Furia, the ex-W7M roster at the major, if things obviously continue this way?
Yeah, looking ahead to the future, whoever loses this game, it is a tough matchup. And W7M, I think that they are definitely in some deep water because E1 are able to utilize momentum more so than a lot of other teams in this region. They're a young roster, they have a fresh ideology, and when they start snowballing, when they get rolling, they're really tough to stop.
Yeah, absolutely. And we had 2 phenomenal players as well this time around that we would like to highlight. In terms of players that have been doing really well in the series, I think Phelps was one of the players we wanted to start off with when it comes to how they have been performing this time around. And we're looking at Phelps and we're comparing it to STK. And we had expectations from both of these players coming into this game, particularly Phelps, and how we've highlighted and how important he has been for W7M. But going up against STK potentially missed the mark a little bit.
Yeah, when you have Volps at barely positive in the KD department, that's not a great game for him. It really isn't. That's probably the worst game statistically that he's had all stage, and that's a rough position to be in when now you're facing elimination from the upper side of the bracket, and you're going up against a roster that we now have seen in playoffs can have so many different players step up. STK, he didn't have a great day yesterday, but my oh my was he doing absolutely phenomenal today, especially when they swapped over to the defensive side. He was just all over the place. W7M couldn't get in the building properly. They couldn't break down any sort of roam game that STK and the rest of the boys on E1 were implementing, and it was just scary. Very scary.
Ooh, scary is the name of the game, especially because we're going to be heading on to W7M's map pick next, and that is going to be Oregon particularly. Keeping into consideration here when it comes to Oregon, that is a map that is trialed and tested by every single player and every single roster that you're ever going to face up against. So even though W7M could be picking this roster and they could be sitting very positively when it comes to that attacking win rate, when it comes to that defensive win rate, you're going up against E1, a team that has now got that momentum heavily shifted in their favor, a team that is very confident. You're taking them to a map that everybody knows how to play.
Yeah, with Oregon, it's a lot more of a methodical map, and hopefully for W7M's case, that kind of lends itself to a stronger defensive side, especially when we have seen E1 on this map really struggle on the attacking side, which can be one of their greatest strengths. Last time we saw them, it was against FaZe Clan on Oregon. They started on the attack, and they were at a 1-5 deficit, and that's definitely something that maybe W7M could use as a blueprint and try to show and kind of bounce back here.
Yeah, bounce back they have to do if they want to secure their spot to phase 2 of the major in Manchester, because everything at both E1 as well as W7M, the opportunity to be able to go to the Manchester major, get straight into that stage 2, that's what these teams are currently fighting for, and this could be E1's chance to head there straight away and go up against FaZe in the finals. But without further ado, we're ready to head into Oregon map 2 of the series with Gibson and Etero.
Thanks, guys, and it's as simple as this for E1. Win this map and you are going to Manchester, and what a story that will be considering that they hadn't beat a single team above them in the table in the regular season. We kind of have to say that point over and over again because of how impressive it is. But Intero, they've done their job. They've won the first map. Coming to W7M's ground of Oregon is going to be a much different story.
Oh, it absolutely will be. I mean, the general thought is that you win your map, your opponent wins their map, you go to your third map, and then that's where things get really interesting. Night Haven Labs will be the scene for that third map should we need it. but it's far from guaranteed. I mean, you got to get there first. And the job right now falls on W7M to do what E1 just did. Win your map. E1 trounced W7M 7-3 on map 1. E1 went perfect on defense on Skyscraper, which again is something that we anticipate happening based on the numbers of that map. Here on Oregon, it's more of the same. This is also one of the most defender-sided maps. Skyscraper is the most defender-sided map. Well, guess what's number 2? It's Oregon. So Oregon, being that second most defender-sided map, again with the 2 main bomb sites being so lopsided in favor of the defenders, presents a problem here for W7M right off the hop, because E1 is going to start on that favorable side.
Yeah, I think this is perfect for E1. They've not lost a round on defense to W7M in this series yet, so they can try to continue that trend, and you would assume they'll win that first round. Ying is banned, Monty is as well. Not surprised, those Candelas, one of the most effective execute bits of utility on the board. We'll see Fenrir removed as well, same as last time we went to Oregon. That leaves a bit of a predicament for the final ban, though, because there's so many possible people you could get rid of. And it's going to be Frost.
All right. This is the second Frost ban ever, by the way, in stage 1. And
second.
I mean, Lord knows if I could tell you who it was that banned the Frost, but only the second time ever that we're seeing this operator get removed, and it is a very unusual choice. Now, there's a couple ways that we see Frost get used on a map like Oregon. Number 1, the biggest way that everybody thinks of is big window when you're defending dorms upstairs. Throw a Frost mat or 2 on the big window, hope that the attackers take some time to get into the building, and when they go to vault through big window, they either have to pick their poison. Do I take the Frost mat or I take the fight? Frost mats are no longer an insta-kill, so it's not dire if you hit one, but it does cripple you. You can't run, you bleed out, you leave a trail of blood behind you, and you make noise. It's not a particularly nice debuff to have. But the other application of Frost comes in a bit of a goofy way for people that aren't the most familiarized with strategy, and that's at the top of T3, the back tower. Put a Frost mat or 2 on the windows of back tower. Most people are not going to drone it out. They're not going to see the Frost mat. They'll go to rappel in, and then suddenly, you're now reduced to next to no HP, and you've got a real nasty debuff. I don't know if it's worthy of a ban, though, but E1 seems to think it is.
We'll see if they get rewarded. The main thing is they've kept Solace up, and Flastry will utilize it. We're hearing that Amaru Dash getting into T3 very quickly to garner control of the top floor. Oh no, Solace will fall. Surely you heard that audio cue, Flastry, but opening pick goes in the favor of W7M. So that's one part of the roam game it dealt with very early. But if you notice, there's still 3 players playing in and around that ground floor. They'll have to be dealt with too.
So that only other Frost ban, by the way, was banned out by Furia on Nighthaven Labs when they played against FaZe Clan. So it's not even like it was an Oregon ban, and it's not like either of these teams did not like this operator. I mean, I'm mystified by it, but it's not the only thing to focus on. You've got a very heavy stall composition on the side of E1, those Goyo canisters, those Malusi Banshees, Mute Jammers as well, but for the moment, W7M is having no problem cutting through the defenders' forces as E1 have now lost Flastry and Perez.
I feel like this is a site where a 5v4 isn't the worst case scenario. 5v3 things look a little bit tougher. You've still got most of your delay still available. STK thinking of maybe going for a flank, making a play, pushes up, can hear the footsteps, and yeah, there's your kill, there's your 4v3. Here's the audio inside kitchen as well, knows where Buck is, but it's all about longevity now. How long can you stay alive and force those defenders to get a shot? Oh my god, STK! Big play again, gets another one. Dash will take down Arthur, but on a 3v2, that's a big play from STK to at least level the sides, or get close to.
Final minute. And E1 have found themselves in a position where this is very winnable. Maybe not if Ems is looking the wrong way. How do you not hear Dodez down Freezer? SDK in a 1v3 will have to drop through Laundry and will likely be hurt as he hits the deck. Picked apart by Logan, just waiting ever so patiently. And round number 1 goes to W7M.
Oh, it was a great effort. It was a great flank, but W7M kept their composure and took the round. That's their first attacking round that they've won against E1 in this series, so something they can build off the back of too. But for E1, I feel like that's a real opportunity lost. The chance to go to the other team's map, to win your first round, to set yourself off on the right foot, has now been lost.
I mean, you had SDK roaming, but it was everybody else who seemingly wasn't doing their job. And obviously you don't want to point fingers at one player in particular, but it wasn't even like SDK was baiting, as we've had these conversations before about, oh, you know, somebody's lurking off site and oh, they get 2 kills, but they're so divorced, so disconnected from the actual execute that the kills they're getting are not very high value, and their worth could be higher if they were working more closely with the team. We often refer to those roles now as lurk roles, not necessarily flank roles, and not roaming. They're completely different things, and the words need to be changed to meet that. All that said, sometimes your site just gets caved in, and there's not much you can do. There's no amount of shovels that STK could have had access to unbury or to dig himself out of that spot. Rough first round for E1. But again, this is W7M's map. W7M starting on the bad side, but they should still have some confidence and familiarity given that they picked it.
This is their map pick. It's a best of 3. They're not going to be too rattled. This core know that things will not always go your way in a best of 3, but it's about the final score rather than the score at the halfway point. So, what's the plan for the attackers? Well, when there's no frost mat, at least it means that you know that this big window execute becomes a little bit more available. A toss of utility and push on in, but Arthur gets 2 off that one dash. We'll trade 1 back, but that's the early stage of this push held back. And because of that being the way it is, you expect the round to hit a bit of a dull, a bit of a lull now for another 30-40 seconds while W7M work on plan B.
I think the most damning part here is that you've lost the Finka. That sustain that you need so desperately is gone. Now you've also lost the Nomad. Flanks a lot easier. Dash finished off. Who's the one to take that down, though? Volp's walking up. Arthur looking for all 5 kills, and he'll get them all! ADS had an ace on this map, but now it's Arthur's turn to do the same in the next matchup.
Wow. Wow. Remember in the last map when we saw the SMG-12 just getting a little bit wary, or getting a little bit wavy, a little bit affected by the wind for W7M? 4 of those kills in that round came from the, well, a down, and 4 of those kills came off the back of that SMG-12. Arthur standing his ground. Big plays from him, and sometimes you will win, no matter how much strategy, no matter how much planning there is on an attacking round. Sometimes one player is all you need, and Arthur stood up that round.
Again, I want to go back to the start of this stage where Arthur was fantastic and then obviously fell off as the rest of E1 started to show some struggles against top teams. They struggled against Black Dragons in the very first week. They had their revenge yesterday, if you recall. But once they faced Team Liquid, there seemed to be some promise, and E1 went on that 4-game winning streak, against MIBR before then falling off against that stiffer competition and not winning more than 4 rounds in one map for the remainder of the stage. They've picked it up when it's most needed, dispatching Black Dragons yesterday to get to this point, and then beating W7M in map number 1. It might not be immediately obvious up top. There's a little bit of a yellow diamond. It's like a mustard yellow. I'm sure there's an official color for it that I will get told at some point, but it's up there, and it shows that E1 took map number 1. They've drawn even now. If W7M can win this first half, or at least keep E1 to just 3 rounds, that will be, based on the way this map goes, an excellent spot for W7M to be in. E1's right now looking at minimum 3 rounds on defense. If they can't get that, then boy oh boy, the next half of this map will be very challenging for them.
I gotta agree with you there. 3-3 is the bare minimum sometimes when you're on the defensive side. Doda's wasting no time, but there's Emps finding the opening kill onto Loban over by that Arsenal side of the map. And now that becomes a bit of a problem, right? Because you know that he's there. How much resources, or how many resources, do you elect to utilize to clear this player? Or do you just say, hey, we'll keep someone on flank watch, we'll focus on pushing towards site? I love this game of whack-a-mole as well. Oh my god, Amps gets it. Yeah, why not? Just keep feeding him. Yeah, he's there. Yep.
Oh! That was so close. How do you get that close? My goodness. He almost had a 3-piece from Armory.
He's done his job, though, because he's gotten 2 kills and he's used a minute and a half.
My oh my. Where does this put the rest of W7M? They were successful the last time they attacked this bomb site, Gibson, but this is not the spot they want to be in. Perez getting active on pillar, and now suddenly it's a 4v2 for E1. Does not look like history is about to repeat itself, especially since Dodez walks down and gets immediately sniped from next to that mirror window. It's all up to Dots. What'd you have for lunch today?
Oh, I've actually not eaten yet.
That's unbelievable.
I was ready to consume some siege action.
Well, if you're anything, if you're like E1, you must be very hungry, because that is desperation at its finest in the tail end of that round. Everybody fighting for those final kills, but it's calculated aggression and calculated desperation. E1 take 2 in a row and now have the lead in this match. They've already got the lead in the series, and they're doing what needs to be done by riding out the better side of Oregon.
So I have 2 questions for you. If you're going to ask me what I had for lunch, I'm going to ask you, 1, how many cups of coffee have you had today? Okay. And 2, how many of those cups of coffee were to deal with me alone?
None have been to deal with you. I will say we had a very early, well, I had an early call time today. You didn't. Our production team, much of whom are on, as far as I'm aware, the West Coast, had an even earlier call time, but I don't know, I woke up at 8:40 this morning, made a cup of coffee, came and did rehearsal, and then I just reheated. I got some Thai food, actually. I'm probably
what'd you
gonna
have?
butcher the pronunciation. It's called pad grapao or something like that. It was it's a rice dish with eggs and chilies in it. It's quite good. And I didn't eat all of it last night, so I reheated it, and I've had 2 cups of coffee. And I am a grazer when it comes to coffee. I will sip coffee for like 6 hours a day. So I need to constantly go and reheat it. So I've had to reheat this cup of coffee twice, and there's still like a quarter left.
You'll get through it. All I'll say is I'm going to Phuket in a few months. I'll make sure to order what you just said to see if it's what it's like out there. But let's get back into the game. I think, you know, we're casting here. If I am playing and I die to a player on that angle that Emps is holding right now, I am saying some very not nice things, because you need to drone him out. He gets the first drone, but that will give away his position. But this is what we like to call a coffin position, right? Intero, his job is just play here as long as he can, and this is where he's expected to die as well.
Yes, suicide is what we often refer to it as in North America, as you're playing suicide at this point, where again, it's just, you know, it's a suicide mission, but you're here just to waste time, maybe get a pick, and maybe more. Who knows? One of the most memorable clips that came out of at least North America, if not all of Rainbow Six, was when Adam was playing in that coffin/suicide spot on the old clubhouse, what is now top blue stairs, and he managed to have an impressive go of it as the Vigil. So much so that people started affectionately referring to that part of the map as Adam. Now, as we just see Emps laying prone in that position, seemingly undroned, Perez has died. Emps popping up now, and guess what? You got to get going, because you've lost 2 of your teammates, and while they've got a line of sight on him, the Glaz dies. STK getting on the board as well. Emps holding his own in this position, but he gets unlucky for the second round in a row where he tries to pull out his sidearm and kind of botches the way he plays angles. If he had maybe gone prone and instead of reaggressing, leaned to the left while he was pulling out his shotgun, who knows? Maybe he could have gotten the kill and survived. The one thing I will say, with a minute to go, Wolps and Dots very low on HP. This is winnable for E1 still.
A stray round from that vector of Flastry could spell an end to either one of those players, but STK is having himself a bit of a game here as well. 4-2 so far after 3 rounds. The big thing for E1, and a lot of teams are very guilty of it, is feeling like they need to make something happen. You sit still for too long, you get itchy feet. Blastery moving to Freezer. STK does level the sides up, but the kill comes through from Volps, and Dots will finish off the round. W7M get the 4th round, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, they tie it up, and this is exactly where you want to be if you're W7M, right? You're on attack on Oregon. Typically, you want to walk away with 2 rounds. They've already done that, and there's still 2 more to go. So they're actually beating the odds at the moment. Is it possible that E1 wins the next 2 rounds and you finish 4-2 for E1? Yeah, absolutely. But I really like the way that W7M have been playing this. With the exception of the previous round, W7M has been in contention for every round up to this point. It has not been blowouts yet. This is a worrying sign. They are
nearly as worrying as this lineup.
They're statues. I have a feeling we are about to have a rehost. I feel it. I don't know why. Maybe it's my years of casting experience.
I think you're right. You know what? Unless STK fancies play 1v5.
Didn't G2 do this at one point where they didn't move? There we go. Yeah. I was going to say, wasn't there a round played at one point where G2 did not move and through all of prep phase? I vaguely remember this happening in either Copenhagen or maybe it was Atlanta, where they just all stayed completely still, and some people clutched their pearls and said, "Oh, it's so disrespectful." Not disrespectful, it's fun. Yeah. Here's we have a server crash, so we will endeavor to get everybody back in as quickly as possible.
Which looks relaxed, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, I think obviously W7M realize what's at stake here. For E1, this is the best performance for most of the players on that team. Right? Like, think about how young this E1 roster is. Think about the lack of experience that E1 has. It's been the same orgs going to LAN on behalf of Brazil since basically I've been a caster. It's always been FaZe Clan, MIBR/Immortals, Team Liquid, Ninjas in Pajamas. Obviously, Los, as Team 1, had a couple good runs there. They won a major. They finished runners-up in Atlanta. And then obviously you had W7M when they came into the fold. But there's been a very clear difference between the top and the bottom of Brazil. And it looked like while E1 were beating up on the bottom of Brazil, they were going to have some struggles against the top teams. Well, they dispatched Black Dragons yesterday and are in a position to still do so against W7M in a 2-0, if not a 2-1, depending on the result of Oregon. This would be quite a surprise. I don't know many people at all that I talked to before this stage began that had E1 even making top 6, let alone potentially making Manchester, which, by the way, we really should be calling Lanchester. I don't know why that hasn't come up yet.
Oh, I'm going to be there as a fan. I'm going to be in the crowd. Can't wait to get there. But we might hear more of that as we get closer and closer. I'm on the same boat as you, though. Like, I didn't have awfully high expectations of E1, and this was no reflection of the roster they had. It was just everybody's gotten pretty comfortable with Brazil. Like, yes, we know who the top 2 or 3 teams are. As you said, they've been there for a long, long time. Well, if E1 qualify, that could be the first domino to fall in what could be a massive round of change inside of Brazil. Especially with, like, I know that now that they've announced that I think SI may have the open qualifiers again. It's not just going to be down to majors to get there. But when you consider that if E1 make it, that means that, NIP, Liquids, potentially Furia, depending on what happens tomorrow, W7M, if they lose this matchup, there is going to be a huge casualty in Brazil, and it's been a long time since that's happened.
Yeah, I mean, the only player on this team, by the way, that has any real experience, I just went and looked at it now, would have been STK, who actually played for Furia at the Berlin Major, and also technically played for them in Charlotte as well. Outside of that, this is a brand new squad. You had Perez, who played at Jönköping, but Emps, Arthur, Flastry, these are players with very, very limited experience. While we were in a tech pause, by the way, it is transferred into a timeout called by E1. And yeah, I think that's the right time to do it. You're playing on W7M's playground right now. They're already at 2 rounds on attack. That is a position that you want to hold them to because you have the unfavorable job of doing the same on attack in 2 rounds from now. E1 needs to right this proverbial ship. They need to ensure that they win the next 2 rounds to finish the first half 4-2, and then they need to hope that at worst they pick up 2 rounds in the second half and go to overtime. Because I don't know, to see E1 win 3 rounds on attack is exceptionally unlikely. It's possible, but it's unlikely. You need to run up the score on defense. If W7M takes 3 rounds in this first half or even outright wins it 4-2, that might be it for E1's chances, and then Nighthaven Labs will ultimately decide which of these teams goes to Manchester.
A map that I've not had the opportunity to cast yet in the Tier 1 ecosystem, so I'll be looking forward to it if we get there. But I noticed something in the timeout, and I want to ask you about it. Maybe I'm overreading things, but the coach for E1, when he was talking to his players, had his hand over his mouth, a la what you would see in NFL, what you would see in some sports. And the W7M coach was essentially crouched down below the desks whenever he was talking to his team. As this is a LAN, do you think that's because maybe there's a fear that there's somebody on the staff that's kind of keeping an eye on what the coaches are saying?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we've actually talked about and happens quite regularly in this league, and it's that about half of the teams in Brazil will go out of their way to cover their mouths while they're talking. I don't know if you saw, but neither of the coaches on FaZe or on Furia in the first match went out of their way to shield themselves from people watching. They were just talking and walking. That to me suggests a great deal of confidence that even if they see what we're saying, even if they hear what we're saying, it doesn't really matter. But for these teams that are fighting for every inch they can get, like E1, like MIBR, like Fluxo, there's a lot at stake. You want to take every advantage you have when it presents itself. And if you can conceal what you're saying, maybe, just maybe, it helps you from getting counter-stratted. Now, all this to be said, Volps is asserting himself. Down goes Emps. STK has been dropped as well. Volps dies for it. STK, retrievable. Has not been picked up just yet. Still slowly bleeding out. But honestly, quite a nice entry from W7M as Loban gets one as well before he gets traded. A 3v3 with half the round to go. I'll take that if I'm W7M.
Definitely, particularly when you look at the operators that you've removed as well. The Solace can be so good at being a conduit of information, feeding it from player to player, kind of like a pseudo pulse at times. But that will not be an impact in this round. So with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, it's a long time. Perez's position is going to get revealed as he goes to help out his teammate. But if I'm on the attacking side, you look at the utility usage, all your flanks are covered because the Nomad charges are down. You've made all of your logic bomb calls. Grim is going to become a vital piece of this execute, and I want to see how Dash and Dodes will enable Dots to be able to use his utility to kind of fan out these defenders.
You've still got all the Bs from Grim. You've got a set of flashbangs as well. 3 from Dash, 1 from Dodez, but you're gonna have to get through this big window. That's the main obstacle. Flashtree playing behind one of those Cuba barriers will be happy to greet them. Walking up the stairs, Dodez and Dots both die. Dash springs on in. Lots of damage done to him. 25 seconds to find these last 2 players. He finds Arthur, but in the wrong direction. They cannot lose the half. That's where E1 wants to be. But now the next job in the very final round of their defense is they have to win the half. 1 more round to get the job done.
I think they need it. I think that a 3-3 half on Oregon against W7M will not be enough if they want to win this game in regulation. They need this next defense. And I think the biggest boon for them is the fact that they will be able to go to basement. Because they lost it at the very start of the series, it means that they can go there for their final defense to close it out. So, this is I feel, a do or die round now for E1. And you look at that lineup. They've got Capcan, they've got themselves the Goyo, they've got the smoke, and with you bringing Mutant Solace, this is such a pace-slowing setup. A friend of mine would like to call this setup a boring setup because of how difficult it is to play against.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with you here. There's definitely lineups that I can put myself in the shoes of these players and wonder how it would feel if I was the one doing this. I mean, naturally, I am nowhere near this level of skill, so I can't even begin to imagine what it would be like to play up against a pro player on Solus or, you know, a Goyo and a Smoke here, but I look at some of these lineups on attack as well, and I shudder to think, oh, if I was playing ranked and I saw a Doka be a Lion, a Finka, a Blitz, I would just simply quit the game. So...
Not as bad as Lion used to be, though.
Oh,
remember how impressive those are the old Blackbeards? Yeah. Old Blackbeard with like the 1000 HP shield. We're in a much better place. I think most people will agree. We're in a much better place now than we were a year or two ago.
Undeniably.
Well, first Logic Bomb goes out, and I don't really know how much valuable information they got off the back of it. Both, actually. They've used all their Logic Bombs in the early stages.
So while we can't understand what is being said on these listen-ins, it's Dash doing the lion's share of talking. You figure a nice connection to the Lion discussion we just had. He's managed to get his players ever closer, but look at this. Defenders doing what defenders do. Dash has led all of his teammates into the Lion's den, and they are being devoured by E1. Dash and Dodez, the last two players for W7M. E1, barely a scratch. Flash was taking a little bit of damage, but that's basically it. Dodez not inside of the building, standing by Blue, watching the toxic gas linger in front of him. Dash on backstairs. He had a read, by the way, but doesn't gain much more information than that. Dodez makes this workable. A down onto Flashtree, a secure onto Arthur, a flash now goes out as well. The Captain of Emps will tussle. Dodez wins that one. Flashtree picked back up. Dodez could very easily win this as long as he keeps himself safe from more than one engagement. But E1 are toying with this. They're quick peeking these corners and testing Dodez's reflexes. Right now, he's not winning the reflex test, though he does a chunk of damage to STK. Expecting one player to loop around. If you're E1, all you need to do is be patient. That patience will not come from STK, though. He's itching for a fight. Dodez happy to greet him. Oh, it's just going back and forth. STK dies. Flashtree on a point of HP as well. Here's the troubling aspect, though. The diffuser is miles away. It's on backstairs, and it's being watched by W7 or by E1. Dodez doesn't know where this is. More impacts to go. And it's the angle that works against him. Don't you dare give me hope. W7M were very hopeful, and that round was far more winnable than it looked, but E1 stick the landing. They needed to win those 2 rounds. Gibson, they do just that. 4-2 the first half.
Yeah, well, it was a 1v5. He brought it down to a 1 versus 2. I know Solus eventually overpeaked, but I'm going to give them credit. They didn't fire a single bullet. They just constantly peaked and kept the player focused to use up so much of the time. But that's what E1 needed. If E1 want to win this game, they needed to get 4 rounds on their defense. It's going to be very difficult to get 3 attacks. 2 attacks is doable, but what they've done is they've served the ball into the court now of W7M. The question is, can they return it? This round takes on even more importance. If E1 managed to open this half with an attacking round win, they're sitting at 5-2, it is going to be sirens going off for W7M because they are at real risk of an upset.
I mean, it was an upset against Black Dragons yesterday, wasn't it? I don't think there was a world in which you look at that E1 Black Dragons matchup and think that E1 winning is... Well, it's always possible. But with the way these teams have played, and again, I hate that we always have to reference it, but all of E1's victories prior to the playoffs beginning came against the bottom teams. You know, E1 beat up on the bottom. That's it. The moment that they had to play a team that was above them in the standings, they crumbled. I mean, above them in the standings now, of course. At the time, they were actually beating some teams that were above them in the standings, but not by much. Now they face adversity, and adversity is a 3-letter word, W7M, and well, a 2-letter word for adversity yesterday wasn't enough. BD, now W7M. If they win, E1's next adversity comes in 4 letters, phase. Funny how they just keep adding a letter, don't they? You got to get there first. 2 minutes to go, and E1 very close to this laundry supply bomb site.
Teaser. A teaser down those laundry stairs, but Volps gets the first kill. Perez will trade one back, so oh my god, Volps, that is a beautiful shot. STK, though, where is this tempo coming from E1? They have come out of the traps, a minute and 10 gone. 3v3, Volps, though, holds his ground with a triple, but he's traded back by STK. 2 defenders left, both playing by the breach. Dots, things ain't looking good. One bullet would be enough to do in for him. But you know what? If you are, oh well, STK gets another one. Lobin, he finds himself in an awkward position. 1 versus 1, impact in his hands, and it's enough. STK falls. Wow.
That could have been 5-2 for E1. It was played perfectly by Lobin. Those were his first kills, by the way.
Wow.
You can't say this isn't an exciting match. Well, I guess you could say it, but then either you have you're not excited by exciting things, or you're just a liar, I guess. I'm not sure, but this has been a far more thrilling matchup, I feel, than the FaZe Furia game. I don't know if you echo those sentiments.
Oh, it is. And the funny thing is, when we spoke before the show, we thought that FaZe Furia was going to be the fireworks, but look at this.
I felt that these teams were maybe a bit more evenly matched. I did have some concerns that FaZe Furia would result in a blowout, and it wasn't exactly a blowout, but FaZe did beat them and really not break much of a sweat outside of that first map. I don't know if that just got into the heads of Furia or not, or maybe it just came down to the map rotation. Furia obviously lost their map. They will go to Oregon. FaZe 11-1 on that map. That's a big number to overcome. But now here you have E1. They've already used their timeout, so they don't really have a way to strategize with their coach should things start to go south more than they already have after that first round. Refer to it as a parachute. No safety blanket. E1 are just going to be in free fall if they lose. W7M will start with the 2 most defender-sided sites. Laundry Supply, they've won that one. Now to dorms, W7M will go. And if the numbers hold, they should be able to prevail here. But, ooh, Lobin, you got to get out of that position. Oh, picked apart from STK. You know STK wanted that one back from the previous round. First kill goes to E1.
STK is having a game, though. Like, these last 2 maps, he's been excellent. STK, in my mind, means shoot to kill, and he's been doing just that. Perez find the kill onto Dash, so it's a 5 versus 3. This is where some of the not stronger sides falter when they're on the attack. They start taking risks that they don't need to in these 5v3s. You've essentially got all of your most of your utility to use, but oh, you've given away a kill to Dots. And that's a massive bit of help for W7M. 4 versus 3 looks a lot better than 5 versus 3. And that allows Volps to play that little bit more aggressive on the balcony here now too.
Obviously, losing your anti-flank is not great, but you've got backup. Number 1, Deimos can actually work as anti-flank if you manage to lock down one of these offside players. You've also got the gridlock. Volps, with an M80 and M870 in hand, has to engage at close range and goes for the ego reinforce. He shakes his head. He knew that was a blunder, but it was really all he could do. Dots emerging from over towards Trophy. Dodez with 1 kill to keep numbers close, but he's being continuously harassed by that death mark. 1 more now in pocket of Deimos, but Arthur gets to him before the drone does. This is a huge round for E1. They prevail on one of the sites the attackers aren't supposed to win on.
Wow, that's 2. That's actually twice now that we have seen a team lose a round on that site because of a reinforcement in that game's corner. We saw the reinforcement on the wall there now that cost them the life, and then earlier on we had the reinforcement on the wall that usually you have the rotate to white. Who likes to say that reinforcements have a big impact in a game? Tactical timeout called by W, and look at how animated the coach is. He is not impressed with what he's seeing. And again, body language tells a story. Look how relaxed E1 look.
Yeah, that's Norris, their coach, by the way, who's been around for a while. If you've watched any type of Brazilian Rainbow Six, you've definitely seen him. Like much of this W7M roster, he migrated over from Team 1/Los, where he has been for a number of years at this point. Prior to his addition to Los, or well, Team 1, I suppose, technically at the time, he was just down in, well, T2. He was actually working with an Argentinian team at one point. Back when, we used to refer to Brazil as LATAM all the time, but maybe not correct because it's not just Brazil in Latin America. Latin America actually stretches all the way up to Mexico if you go off the geographic region, but we North Americans claim Mexico as our own. But yeah, I mean, you've got experience behind the bench for W7M. He's been there before. I mean, you stand behind the team when they're playing in the grand finals of the Atlanta Major. It is worth noting he was not the coach for the Mexico Major, so he is not a major winning coach. But still,
Not yet.
Still quite experienced. Yeah, not yet. I mean, do I think that E1 is going to win the Manchester Major? At the current moment, probably not. But, I mean, is there always a chance? Of course. And I don't think anybody thought that Los was even going to make the Atlanta Major, let alone finish in the top 2. There's something about the history of this organization, or rather W7M, not E1. Now I did it, by the way. Where you get them confused. It's been a long day. Apparently I haven't had enough coffee. But... nobody really expected that Los team to make the run that they made in Mexico. Nobody really expected, based on their results, certainly expected them to even make the Atlanta Major, let alone the deep run they went on. And now W7M picks up the core of this roster, and people are saying, well, Brazil is so good, Gibson. There's way too many good teams. Surely Liquid will bounce back. Surely MIBR will make it. What about Ninjas in Pajamas? No. W7M brings in a new team, and here they are yet again, potentially going to land, but they got their hands full with E1 at the moment.
That C4 could have been problematic, but yeah, I agree. And look, there's always that joke people like to say, NA is free. Well, look what happened to Los. They went to NA thinking that they were going to have some fun, and things didn't go overly well. They're actually out of the major contention entirely now, if I'm not wrong, because they lost to a tier 2 team.
They lost to
an
Los
academy
Mangoes,
team,
by the way. So
yeah,
Los have had a pretty disastrous season, and losing the open quals is something that I don't think you can really account for. That's just bad. They've got a lot of work to be done.
Yeah. Opening pick, though, getting back into this round, comes to STK once more. He does take a large amount of damage. Thankfully for him, there are no lesions that can potentially catch him up, but Dash will find Flastry rotating by green. Deimos getting lots of information on that player, but you just feel like it was just a couple of seconds too late with that death mark.
Well, I mean, it costs you Loban. That's bad. Flastry down means that there's none of those Bs. The graver concern that I'm looking at is STK being at a single point of HP. STK, as you said, is having a day. Sure enough, STK comes to the rescue when they need him the most. If he dies without being able to make much impact, that's very bad. Arthur picks off Dash. Perez taken out by Volps. Now it's Volps taking even more damage at the hands of Emps, it looked like. STK dies. Emps will use that last death mark onto the Aruni of Dots. Down goes Arthur. It's all up to Emps. W7M clawing their way back into this matchup. There's only a single player to be found, and then they end up one round back. E1 had an opportunity to go to series point. Can Emps make it work? Right now on top white stairs, position known with only 30 seconds left. Now playing from down below and blindly firing through the floors. I think Emps realizes how daunting a task this is, especially now that you've been spotted at top of Armory stairs. It's really just a waiting game at this point. Don doesn't get the final kill, but it was already over. Emps was dead 15 seconds ago. He just didn't know it. W7M keeping it close, one round back of E1.
It's really weird, though, the way the momentum swings back and forward, not only over the course of this map, but in the course of every single round. E1 finding the opening pick, but then you lose a player to a roamer on green who got identified by the death mark about a second after he was able to get the kill on the player on the rappel. It's just crazy the way the game's going. Basement is the site of choice for round 10. This is E1 attempting to force their way onto map and series point, but for W7M, this is them trying to secure at the bare minimum all 12 rounds in regulation. The lineup has changed significantly based on the site. Well, not significantly, but it has changed based on the site. Maverick will be utilized to help get those hatches open. Flores will be used to clear utility in and around Elbow. IQ will be used to gather information, to gather intel. Of course, verticality not usually the biggest impact for the defenders to use on the site. But I like the roam game that's being set up on the side of W7M.
It's a very fast prep phase. Look at Volps playing in that position. You referred to it as Coffin. Completely barricaded himself upstairs, sitting on a mute jammer. This is going to be a rush trap, by the way. STK pulling out a grenade. First kill is Loban. You want to use your adrenal surge as quickly as possible. There it goes. Arthur drops. Loban and Volps both off of the board. Empt, sensational on this entry. You know there's a player now, and oh, STK missing the nade. Down goes what appears to be a Goyo canister. STK kills Dots, Dash dies. It's all up to Dodez. In a 1v3, emerging from corridor, 8 kills to his name. Dodez almost had a near clutch. It won't happen this time. E1, a single round away from Manchester.
Who would have thought it? One round is all E1 needs to secure, and they have 2 tries to get there. Coach saying some lovely things across to the other team. I actually got sent a translation. Earlier on, he was pointing to W7M and pointing to Emps and saying, "Your worst nightmare," over and over again. Well, I'll tell you what, Emps on the entry, 2 kills on that last round. You know what I love, though? They brought the setup that was there for the long round. The setup, the attacking lineup was about getting hatches open, playing the slow game. But as soon as they identified the fact there was 2 roamers on the top floor, they said, yeah, straight to site. 5 versus 3, we can trade this out.
Neither of these teams, to be completely frank, have been good at trading. W7M obviously have been the bigger culprit, or the bigger issue, the one that we point our fingers at. But there's, you know, this is something I was saying not too long ago to some of the other casters. There's just something about this E1 team that I can't really put my finger on. They have such explosive potential, if I can borrow the word you used earlier to describe KZ in that very first match. There are days and there are games where E1 will literally break into the building with no information whatsoever and slaughter their opponents. It doesn't matter who it is. There will be 1 or 2 rounds in a row where they take no prisoners, they kill everybody, Emps walks in, 2-piece. STK, follow-up kill. And then there are days where it looks like 5 players that have never played Rainbow Six Siege together, and they all just walk in completely lost, and they get chewed up and spit out. How will this translate to international play? That is the real question here. Because right now, I'm about to say something I never thought I would have said. E1 are a single round away from qualifying for their first international competition.
Not only that, they'll find themselves in a scenario where they're playing a best of 3 to win Brazil. Like, they are going to a final tomorrow.
Very true.
If they win this round. And what better way to answer all of our questions about them not beating teams above them in the final standings than to win it all. But this is not the end just yet. There's 2 attempts that they will get to go there. But for W7M, mistakes will be punished. Mistakes cannot be made. And E1 changing up the tempo once more, but Dots will find the opening kill in Laundry.
Not exactly the start you want. That entry Ash is gone, but when you've got a Hibana with a shotgun and they're about to hot drop, things are gonna get absolutely messy. For E1, W7M rebuffing every single entry point. E1 coming up empty-handed right now. Flashtree's got a read. He almost missed out on it. Down but not out, and it's a flawless round for W7M to stay in this match.
He didn't even get the kill. He didn't even get his cost off the back of that round. But, you know what? I'm going to give you your flowers because you just said before that round started, that sometimes they're explosive, they don't drone, they rush into the building and kill everybody, and then other times it looks like they've never played the game before. What a perfect round to happen after you say that than what we just witnessed, where they hot dropped the hatch into sight and got flawless rounded. Like, that is perfect.
It's emblematic in my eyes of the way that E1 plays. And, you know, we use the terms feast or famine a lot, and it perfectly applies to E1's season. They are either feasting on the low-hanging fruit of Brazil, or they are starving against the teams that are just out of reach. Well, somehow either E1 has grown, or they've been able to bring the branches of those trees down, because they demolished Black Dragons 2-0 yesterday and are now a round away from putting the exact same scoreline into the history books against W7M. For people who might not be aware, this is not the same W7M roster that won a world championship. It's not the same W7M roster that won both majors last year. It's the core of the old Los team, and then you add Volps back into the fold. But beyond that, it's still a very impressive result against good opponents. But E1 will have their work cut out for them in this round, Gibson, as they lose Flastry, they lose the Dokkaebi. Goodbye to those logic bombs. That is a bad spot to be in, and 3 flashes will be off the board with the death of that operator on E1 side.
2 rounds back to back that Dots has found the opening kill within the first 20, 30 seconds. The longer he can stay alive in this position, the more of a problem he will become. He's got his own utility to feed him information on any push that comes this way. Gridlock will be their pseudo flank watches. Now he's got surrounded on all sides. Dots' little equation of how he plays his position has just gotten a tad more difficult. Gets caught by the drone, gets caught by STK. 4 versus 4. Minute and 50 to go. And I don't know about you, but I can feel the tension in this round.
Oh, absolutely. And I think when you're a team like E1 and you approach this situation, you know for a fact how much pressure is on your shoulders. But right now, they're not buckling in the slightest. Dodez walking back right now into dining. Flashes go out from Arthur to waste time. He knows there's one around him. An impact will go out. Down goes Dash. If Arthur wins this duel, there's only one remaining. Volps and Dodez now, as Volps, with his experience, wraps around. He's the last man standing. By sandbags inside a meeting, reducing the numbers of E1 to 2 to prevent their defeat. To not gamble against Fury. Twitch drone. You gotta be kidding me. Humiliation is not what I expected. E1 do the unthinkable. They go to Manchester. They qualify for the major. And boy, oh boy, well, they have their moment. Tomorrow, Furia versus their old organization, Volps versus his old team. They will fight for the last and final spot while E1 square up against FaZe Clan to see who's the best of Brazil.
So I have just witnessed a team secure its spot to Manchester against all odds with a Twitch drone. A Twitch drone. A game that we have seen Impacts win rounds. A game where we have seen ace clutches with the SMG-12 was won by a Twitch drone. Look, I don't care how they perform in Manchester. They have made it. They're going there. Oh, I love a good underdog story. And even if they don't get out of groups, at least they're there. At least they've made it.
Yeah, I mean, you've made a statement. The old gods of Brazil are on notice because there is a new team that, despite its results in stage 1, have come alive, beating Black Dragons 2-0 and now defeating W7M 2-0, meaning that they did it, Gibson, by beating their opponents on their opponent's map in both of those matchups. It's not like they won it in 3 maps. They did it in 2 both times. E1 are the real deal. And we're going to see how they compete at their first international event next month. It was a pleasure to share the mic with you. That's it for you and I today. We got a desk segment before we say goodbye. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Welcome back to R6 Brazil, where we have officially given the second ticket to phase 2 of the Manchester Major to E1 for their first time ever CDAPs in an incredibly dominant 2-0 against no other than W7M.
Yeah, in the 15,846,000 different timelines, this was not one that I did not expect by any stretch of the imagination, but my gosh, have E1 looked so incredibly good once they got to playoffs. Once again, this is a roster that did not beat in the regular stage a single one of these rosters that they're going up against playoffs, and now they have yet to drop a map, and they look completely revitalized. They've created a hit list of all the teams that bested them before, and they're slowly striking them off one by one.
Yeah, and with this incredible performance as well, they're not only solidified in terms of going to that international stage for the first time in history, but also they are now going to be going up against FaZe Clan in the grand finals, fighting for a spot. They're at least confirmed second this time around in stage 1 of Brazil, but my oh my, what a development we've seen from them throughout the entirety of this stage. It felt like day after day, game after game, they're just getting better and better and improving, and just really focusing on some of these minor pain points that we've seen, and now they're just completely out the window, because I mean, they should be very proud.
Yeah, they should be so incredibly proud, because one thing we've highlighted with this roster is their progression from playday to playday. This is a team that definitely goes back, they go into the lab, and they immediately start looking introspectively after they take a defeat, and they start improving themselves. Last time we saw them on Oregon, they were very slow and lethargic on the attacking side because they didn't quite know how to break down a defense that was similar to FaZe's. They hadn't seen anything like it before. W7M, they tried the same approach. They were pretty aggressive on the defensive side, but all of a sudden, if you look at the pacing of how E1 were getting into the bomb site, and they were starting to just apply pressure all over the map at such a fast rate, it was a night and day difference for them.
Yeah, actually really funny as well coming into the CDAPs. You were saying that it was looking really great for W7M, considering how they've amped up throughout the entirety of these playdays, considering what we've seen from them in the last BO3. In general, W7M looked in a really great spot. So what exactly went wrong here for them? Because at the end of the day, they have to play again tomorrow against Furia for the final remaining ticket to go to Manchester.
They were just not able to, they were not able to stop a whole lot of the big play potential that E1 has. And you can also make the argument now, as they're going to have to go up against Furia, that it's going to be a similar story where big play potential is kind of all Furia has right now at this moment. They have that raw, unhinged energy from Hertz and KZ that can blow up at any moment. E1, they had that today. They had multiple players stepping up across the board and being able to pop off for a 3K, pop off for an ace, have somebody sit in right next to the double window on the top floor bomb site and get 5 kills with a shotgun.
Yep, absolutely. And the stats that we have available are just further going to solidify this point, where when you're looking at E1, particularly when you're looking at their players, when you're looking at whoever it is, they have that opportunity and that ability to pop off and just give every team they're up against a run for their money.
Yeah, yesterday we saw fraggers like Perez and Flashtree step up. Today, across 2 different maps, we saw STK, and now we saw Arthur pop off and look absolutely great on a supporting role for E1. And that's incredibly impressive, especially considering how good of a team W7M is. Black Dragons yesterday, that was a good team too. But once again, this is just another jewel in the crown of E1, as they're going to be taking some momentum, maybe going to try to knock off FaZe Clan in just a few hours.
Ooh, okay.
24. There's a chance, but regardless, they're going to an international competition. They're going to get the chance and the opportunity to really show that, this region of Brazil is so much better than all the other ones.
Yeah, and that's something that I think for this roster particularly, they are going to be absolutely ecstatic to experience when it comes to that international stage. I hope they really like beans on toast, because that's probably what's going to be on offer. But looking particularly, what do you mean thumbs down? Okay, you know what? We're not going to get into this right now, all right? But looking particularly at the teams and how the playoffs bracket has played out and how everything is still the way it currently stands, is that FaZe Clan winning 2-0 against Furia means Furia is in that lower bracket. E1 Sports winning against W7M means W7M is now also in that lower bracket. So that means that either Furia, which is the old W7M roster, or W7M the organization, will be able to get that final ticket to Manchester through the regular season. There's not, without counting an LCQ. But FaZe Clan and E1 Sports are locked in and loaded. They're going to be playing the grand finals tomorrow for the seeding of 1 or 2. We then have 1 remaining ticket left, and that is going to be W7M Furia, which will be the last game of the day. But we're going to be starting off with Black Dragons against Viva Key Stars here, because they need to qualify, well, not qualify, but identify who's 4th and who's 5th place.
Yeah, that game, match 1, you might think, hey, it's not that important. Seeding for the LCQ is actually incredibly important because what it means, you win that game, you go onto the opposite side of the bracket as the loser of match 3. You'll take the 2 seed in the LCQ, and it does mean that, you know, you're in theory going to be playing against weaker teams. You can go further in the LCQ, and for a lot of these teams like Black Dragons and Vivo Keatstars that have had some consistency issues across the board, it does give them a bigger chance to kind of continue improving series by series.
Yeah, it gives them the reps that are needed, but also it gives them the experience that is very vital in terms of being able to make it to some of these international stages. But I think as well, looking at that final match of tomorrow, Furia against W7M, that's going to be a nail-biter, particularly due to the fact that only one of these teams can now qualify for Manchester. Loser will have to go to LCQ.
Yeah, I mean, in Furia, they got taken advantage of by W7M in the regular stage. It was not that close of a game. The scoreline said 7-4, but it felt like a lot more of a beatdown, and it was a Wolf's revenge game.
Yeah.
I think overall, now with the stakes even higher, both teams looking better, like better versions of themselves, it's going to be even better once again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we were spoiled today in terms of the action that we've seen. Even though it was one-sided, I think the teams have genuinely brought out the best that we could have asked for from them. And tomorrow is going to be an even more exciting day with 3 BO3s coming your way. But that is us done for today. That is me done for this stage. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you, CDAPS, for being okay to work with. I appreciate it. You're going to be back tomorrow, right? So people can tune in and see your familiar face. I'm not, though, but I hope you guys take incredible care of yourselves, and we'll see you tomorrow for 3 best of 3s.